Okay, it is 1:04 p.m. on Tuesday, May the 12th, and I'd like to convene this special meeting, a budget hearing of the Palo Alto City Council. If the clerk could please take the roll.
Councilmember Cormack?
Here.
Vice Mayor Du Bois?
Here.
Councilmember Niss?
Here.
Councilmember Koo?
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Here.
Mayor Fine?
Here.
Councilmember Filseth?
Here.
7 present.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have a long agenda today. It was published a bit earlier today. For members listening online, the last page of the City Council agenda has instructions on public comment, whether you want to write them in, speak them via Zoom or telephone, and you can also watch this on MidPen and YouTube. Let's move on to oral communications, where any member of the public may speak to items not on the agenda. And if the clerk would please help me with the 2 folks who have their hands raised so far.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. This is Kim in the clerk's office. We've got 2 public speakers so far. Hal Mickelson first, followed by Pat Burt. So I'm going to allow Mr. Mickelson to speak. Hold on, my screen.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Hal Mickelson. I'm a resident of the Green Meadow neighborhood. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Palo Alto History Museum. I have some good news on a couple of points relating to rehabilitation of the Roth building. And it's good news because it involves a way that the Roth building can be protected and rescued without spending money that would impact the general funds. Most of you have messages from our president, Rich Green, that were sent to you over the weekend. The city manager also has a copy of that message. I'm really speaking to call your attention to that message and to amplify it just a little bit. 2 things. First, we've talked with Vance Brown, the construction company that would be responsible for the work on the Roth building, and they say it is possible to structure the rehabilitation of the Roth building into phases so that initially the Roth building could be stabilized and made into what the builders call either a cold shell or a warm shell, but stabilized, and then with the rest of the expenditures for construction pushed into future years. So that's good news. The other good news is that there appears to be money available from 3 different impact fees sources that could be applied to the Roth building without affecting general funds. There are library impact fees unexpended in the total of $1.15 million. Of that number, a capital cost of about $940,000 could be applied to the Roth building. There are park impact fees that could be used to help the Roth building because the museum at the Roth building would provide a public restroom for the adjoining park. And finally, there are community center impact fees that potentially could be called upon because the Roth building will provide community meeting spaces. So please see the letter from Rich Green. The city manager has a copy. We appreciate your attention. We hope this will be put in your parking lot, so to speak, as a future issue.
Okay, the next public speaker is Pat Burt.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, this is Pat Burt. Council members, thanks for all of your dedication on this great challenges that we're facing. I want to also express appreciation for what you've voiced in principle on your intentions to try to have the public outreach be as complete and deep as possible in in a period of these virtual meetings, along with the additional workload that you're going through right now. But I would like to encourage you to not have as a default an abbreviated public comment amount of time. For instance, in this period, you have 2 minutes that you've allocated, even though there are only 2 public speakers. And your own procedures and protocols identify 3 minutes as the default time. And then you're allowed to, at the discretion of the mayor, to truncate that when there are an exceptional number of speakers or a circumstance that requires it. And you may need to do that because of other reasons, but it appears that it's now become the default to revert to a 2-minute speaker period. And I would argue that that's contradictory to your objectives of trying to really encourage full public participation in these difficult times. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. The next speaker is John Shank. And Mr. Shank, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Go ahead. Can you?
There we go. How's that?
Very good.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Council, for all your work these days. I know you're on all kinds of committees and calls, and I've participated in a few, and I really do appreciate and express appreciation on behalf of all of our tenants for the time that you've devoted to them and to helping the community get through this. I wanted to just give a quick shout out to support of the manager's endeavors that are listed there as a few of the things that you'll be talking about today, but anything that's going to result in a more streamlined process for businesses as they go forward from here for permits, inspections, and other approvals. And I appreciate there's a balancing act that needs to happen with costs, but to the degree any of these things are going to delay or slow things down, I think the businesses that are either in midstream now of such a process or considering starting one. And I think a lot of our businesses are going to need some changes to their interiors, et cetera, to react to what the best practices are going to be, may result in needing a permit or an inspection or a something. And I think the city needs to be very supportive on that basis. Also, any other reduction of costs for the businesses, like I've mentioned previously, utility rates, that would be great. Parking, making it as available and free to the retailers and customers in the downtown and Cal Ave, super important. And anything else you guys can do, hopefully you can clone yourselves, but to expedite the work on the items that the retailers have mentioned in some of these other calls that have been convened around rolling back minimum wage, or addressing some of their specific concerns related to minimum wage, the TOT tax, some other things. That is it. Thank you. I'll listen. And again, appreciate all that you guys are doing.
Thank you. No further speakers at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. So we now return to council.
Excuse me, Mayor?
I'm going to take a couple minutes. Yes, Councilmember Koo?
May I just coordinate with everybody and the clerks in terms of what kind of staff reports we got, because I'm very confused.
I'm going to go over that right now, actually.
Thank you so much.
Sure, thank you. Okay, so just a high-level overview. So a couple of things. We have 2 action items today. One is the budget hearing, and the second is discussion regarding the establishment of a pension funding policy. And as Councilmember Koo mentioned, there are a lot of documents and some of them can be hard to find. So I wanted to go through that a little bit. So if you start with the City Council revised agenda for our meeting today, there are 2 links to the big budget books, the operating budget documents and the capital budget documents, the budget binders as we call them. If you then click the big red box that says department meeting schedule here, it takes you to a schedule of our hearings for this afternoon and evening. And going through that, We're going to begin with section 1, which is a budget process overview and the non-departmental sections. Then we go on to the general fund capital budgets, which includes the general capital budget and the Cubberley capital budgets. We then move on to public safety services such as fire, emergency, and police. Ideally, we have a break from 5 to 5:45. We then move to item number 4, which is community and library services. And if you hover your mouse above that section, there is both a memo and a short staff report on the Junior Museum and Zoo. Item number 5 is the Internal Services Department and council appointed officers budgets. And then finally, we end on the pension funding policy, which again, if you click on that, there's an attached staff report. So just a few housekeeping items here. As we get to each of these numbered items, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we'll invite public comment on each of those at the beginning of the section, or perhaps after the staff report. Then we'll come back to council for a round of questions and then comments and motions. I do want to re-emphasize the short memorandum we have. Let me just go get it quickly. Memo that we endorsed last night at our meeting about some protocols for our meetings. And let me just go over these really, really quickly. So the agenda is organized by service areas, as we've just discussed, 1 through 6. Public comment is taken for each of those agenda items, and we'll do the same tomorrow. We'll go through questions in rounds, and as we agreed upon, please do not exceed 5 minutes. We'll go to the next council member after that. If we have many questions, of course, we'll do another round. And then we can take motions or actions to tentatively approve a budget item or to put something in our short-term parking lot, which is an area where we can revisit things. Of course, council can take an alternative action with a majority vote. One other quick reminder from the memo, all participants, council members, staff, the public, we really do want to foster a positive and professional environment here. These are tough decisions, and let's all do our absolute best to avoid criticisms and foster an environment of respect. And I think that is about it in terms of housekeeping. Mr. City Manager, anything to add there?
See, I would just note that I think in the timed agenda that you have before you, you have page numbers for each of the items. So for example, on the first item, item number 1, you have O, which is the operating budget, pages 323 to 326. So that helps focus the reference pages out of the binders that refer to those sections. And also just one other housekeeping, as the mayor noted with your procedures that you agreed on yesterday, with the 5-minute rounds, Monique, our assistant city manager, will chime in and let you know when 5 minutes have elapsed. I think she'll figure out the discreet way to do that, just so you're aware that you've gone into at 5 and perhaps at 10 if necessary, but we'll handle that. I'll play that by ear. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Understood. Thank you so much. Councilmember Koo, does that help cover some of the questions you had?
Yes, thank you. So I finally found everything. I would highly say, there's members of the public who had called to ask me where everything was, and I'm so sorry to everybody. I didn't know. So I'm finding out real time with you.
No worries.
Thank you.
It's tough, and just make sure to hover your mouse over some of the documents. Before we get started, I see a hand from Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for reviewing all the documents you might want to add. Item 10 from last night is the adjustments to what is in the budget books. So I think that's the only document you didn't mention. It's ID 11322, item 10 from our agenda last night.
Thank you very much. So just to reiterate there what Councilmember Cormack was mentioning, the budget books, the operating and capital budgets are proposed, but we know we have to make major changes to them. And those changes are detailed in item number 10 from Council's Monday, May 11th meeting. So also an important document there. Okay. Anything else from my colleagues before we actually dive in? All right. Mr. City Manager, let us please kick off these budget hearings. Our first item is number 1, fiscal year 21 budget process overview and non-departmental section.
Yes, very good. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. And I will immediately hand it off to Kylie Nosey to help us walk through some initial presentation and then lead your discussion.
Perfect. Thank you, Ed and Mayor. Hopefully my screen is shared with you and you can see the non-departmental start of the PowerPoint with the overview. Moving through this, actually, the next slide you already went over, Mayor, which is just the schedule of today as we move through each of the different items. So we'll skip that. In non-departmental, this is our area where we have a lot of expenses that aren't necessarily pegged to a specific department. This is where you'll see the overarching tax revenue adjustments that the council took action on, as well as some of those larger or central proposals that we discussed last night that are articulated as part of the quote unquote citywide balancing strategies in the CMR from item 10 last night, or CMR, I think it's 11322, as Councilmember Cormack noted. So in non-departmental, we're looking at lease costs, we're looking at transfers to other funds, we're looking at our contingent accounts. So in here, the major changes that are proposed outlined in that CMR are reductions in the revenue side as council directed, the reduction to the transfer for general CIP of $16.5 million, reducing it to $16.1 million. As a reminder to both the public and council, there are two components of that transfer: the base transfer from the general fund, as well as the transfer of TOT receipts that the council by policy has dedicated towards the 2014 infrastructure plan. So as a reminder, that 16.5 is a combo of both of those. This is where we would see that net reduction of 2.5 million associated with the Cubberley lease. The current gross lease costs are about 5.4 million. And this is where we would be doing more of an a la carte look with PAUSD on our uses and renting those. And obviously we'll have some revenue hit as a result of a loss of facilities for usage. We'll go into the next one a little bit further tomorrow as part of the Office of Transportation. But right now, the proposed budget has an operating subsidy to help support the Residential Preferential Parking Permit Program, or PP, because that fund runs in an imbalance. And so in order to ensure the financial health of it, there is a general fund subsidy to that fund that we would be looking to suspend. And we would be doing that through program modifications. As I mentioned, we'll talk about that more in detail tomorrow. The other one is the elimination of the HR contingency account, and then also a proposed reduction to the city council contingency account by $30,000 to $95,000. So this is really kind of those larger, bigger adjustments that would be made, again, not necessarily pegged to one department or another, but as discussed last night, would be where we would want to make some of those policy calls associated with that transfer to capital or other major expense changes. So with that, I think I've caught everything. Unless I've missed something, feel free to jump in to the team. I think we're here for the council's questions.
Great, thank you. First, this is item number 1. I know this is kind of an overview of some of the other areas we're going through, but we did promise we will take public comment on each of these items. Would like to invite members of the public who wish to speak on this non-departmental budget summary to please raise your hands, and if the clerk would please help those members comment. And then we'll come back to council.
Hi, this is Kim in the clerk's office. So if anybody would like to speak, members of the public, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 if you're communicating with the meeting by phone. And as of right now, I'll give it a couple seconds, but I don't see anyone's hands raised. No public speakers at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's return to council. We will have a round of questions. And just to kick us off, could staff, could you quickly summarize what, especially on this one, but in general, what you're hoping for out of this section 1 here?
Sure. So for section 1, it's really based on those policy and procedures that or protocols the council approved last night. Ultimately, any potential revisions that the council would like to see in this section, or a tentative motion, basically tacitly approving this, obviously allowing for regrouping on this at a later time if the council so chooses. So ultimately, this is just treated like any other department. It just happens to be a non-departmental section that we manage centrally.
Thank you, Director Nose. Okay, so we'll go to a round of questions. Please hit your hand. And the first hand I see is Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. I'm going to start my little timer here. Okay. Cubberley, it feels like it's in a couple places. Is this the best place, staff, to discuss the Cubberley lease?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. I'd like us to be super clear. So what we're saying with this proposal is that the 8 acres that the city retains, there will be no change to what the tenants have there. What will change is the space at Cubberley that is not the theater, what was the other one, the gym or the fields. Those physical spaces that are currently used by tenants who rent from us, what we are proposing is that we will no longer rent to them. Am I understanding this correctly?
Actually, we will. We are in discussion with the PAUSD to rent those specific facilities, the field, the gym, and the theater.
Right. But all the other tenants, anybody who is not in, and I'm sorry, I don't know the letters, but it's the north letters of the wings that are ours. Again, I don't know if it's GHI or whatever. All of the other wings will then what would happen with them?
They'll be in direct communication with PAUSD as to whether the district would like to negotiate a continued lease. At this point, there is not an expectation that they will continue the lease. So to your initial perhaps preface, let me try to reframe a little bit that for the tenants that are currently in the city side of the property, in general, no change for them. However, there is a conversation that we do need to have with them with respect to whether space accommodations can be adjusted or should be adjusted in order to fit more from the PAUSD side onto the city property. So I think that's a work that is yet to be started because we are, again, just simply in the midst of the discussion with PAUSD. But given where that stands, I do think it's important to flag that issue for tenants on the city property. And to your point on the district property, once again, that at this point, we will, in all likelihood, be issuing terminations for those so that there is a clean slate between the district and those tenants to have their discussions.
Okay. And what, if anything, has been communicated to the tenants in Cubberley before 1 p.m. tonight?
Let me ask Kristen O'Kane to chime in both on the specifics of what I just spoke to and communications.
Good afternoon, council members. So the tenants that are located on the school district property, there are approximately 8 of them. These are ones that have long-term leases. We to date have not introduced this idea to them. They're all on, for the most part, month-to-month leases right now. And as City Manager Shikata said, we would be interested in looking for alternate space for them on the city side as much as we could accommodate that.
Okay. I just want to remind all my colleagues that 600,000 people use Cubberley every year. So as we go through thinking about cuts the rest of the day, like hundreds of thousands of people use Cubberley every single year. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then the city council contingency, what is that there for? What has it been used for in the past?
Let's see, Kylie, do you have some historical information? It effectively has been for special requests or special needs as they have come up over the last few years. There have been some donations for emergency relief for fires or other emergencies that have happened in the other Bay Area region. And special events such as the 125th celebrations.
Okay, great. Thank you. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. I think just to answer that, in my memory, it's been for special services, such as I think for Palo's 125th, we used some of the council contingency. For the fires in Paradise, we donated some money, and then I think some was used once for a YCS matching grant, things like that. Councilmember Niss. You are on mute, Councilmember.
Thank you. So if I could have a conversation with Kylie and Ed, looking at our major proposed changes and trying to think how can we be rebalancing some of this? And granted, this is fairly new information, but as we talked last night in particular, I'm thinking of in here is our operating subsidy transfer, which is not difficult to get rid of. But if we're looking at our reduction in the transfer to capital, talk about that a little more and how we might handle that somewhat differently, if we did.
Let's see. Well, this is a discretionary decision on the part of the council. It has represented a long-term strategy for investing in infrastructure. And so the policy decision before the council will be effectively balancing the immediate needs. As I mentioned yesterday, our strategies have in general been framed and presumed to need to be two-year strategies, even though the actions that the council will be taking in the coming month will be focused on the single year. We've set the expectation that plan on two. So the reduction to capital would set the groundwork for a two-year change in the investment in infrastructure. As council knows, infrastructure is a long-term issue that if you don't keep up, then at some point you have to catch up. And it is very difficult to have enough cash to catch up, especially as the duration of falling behind.
Right.
So considerations.
So as we go through this though, because we're just at the very beginning, I am not sure that we are not giving away too much to capital here, because I think that when we're looking at our infrastructure, I realize, we did the iBrick so long ago and how influential that was. But I think at the same time, we get into that discussion of what really needs to be done, and what really needs to be done for the next 2 years, and we're very short changed on that, is to continue our service level as much as we possibly can. And as we go through, let's just think about whether or not we are actually letting our infrastructure, could we cut back a little more on our infrastructure than we currently have?
Thank you, Councilmember Niss. Other comments from council? Questions? Sorry. Councilmember Koo.
So I agree with Councilmember Niss about looking into cutting further into infrastructure. And I wanted to ask, are we going to go through each of the infrastructure in the capital improvement budget book? Or do you want us to look at it first and send you the list for consideration? How do you want to work that?
So the next item will actually be the General Capital Improvement Fund, where we go through the proposed 5-year CIP as well as the adjustments to that 5-year CIP. We'll have Brad on the line as well as all the departments to help us through that. So I think that conversation is perfect for hopefully our next item.
Awesome. Then there is also, Council Member Cormack mentioned the tenants that are at the city property, at the school property. There's 8 of them. Is there any way for us to find out who the 8 are?
Perhaps Kristen has that
I
information.
might have that.
If he does not, then we can certainly get that for you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. I'm also looking at the pages that you had indicated in the schedule. And I see that there is so the city council's contingency fund has been reduced. I see the city attorney's fund of 100,000 has been put towards a working budget, which is really nice. But there's human resources, human service resources allocation. Oh, that's his wrap. Okay. So what does human resources use their 50,000 for?
I can ask our HR director, Rumi, to weigh in on that. I think for the most part, it's used for kind of piloting new streamlined initiatives and kind of trying to process improvement from a workflow and innovation perspective.
Okay. And then how about the city manager's 200,000 contingency fund?
Right, this is, okay, no, I'm off mute, right? You can hear me? Right, the city manager's contingency is for similar as needed issues that come up over the course of the year. I don't have a list of what we have previously spent this on. Perhaps Kylie, do you have that handy?
Yeah, oftentimes it's spent on initiatives that the council has requested, but we haven't necessarily appropriated funding for. So we've used it in the past on like airplane noise is a big one, frankly, that we've had to use in the past. We've also used it sometimes for the signage for some of the festivals. It just really depends from a council perspective, the initiatives that they're requesting. And oftentimes that's what we use it for.
Thank you. That's good to know. I had no idea. And were you looking for us to go through and speak to some of the items in staff report 11322 exhibit A? No, attachment A, exhibit 1. Was this part of this conversation or a different one later? I'm so sorry.
No, these are good process questions.
Well, and in full disclosure, I think you're pointing out, council member, what we're all experiencing, because this is a really compressed process that we're going through. So I think I appreciate your raising the issues. So in fact, the specific pages to refer to are attachment A, exhibit 1, pages. Let's see, what's the non-departmental section?
10 and 11.
10 and 11.
Yes.
Thank you, Kylie.
Mm-hmm.
So let's give everybody a minute to get there. So these are the adjustments to the binder. And try and describe it that way. So the pages that you just referred to in the big binder that are 324 and 325, there are adjustments on this attachment, pages 10 and 11. The first one listed is the non-departmental Coverly lease adjustment. So that shows what's in the PowerPoint, but in a tabular form. So go through each one of the changes that reflected in the PowerPoint. These are, again, changes to the binder.
And so right now we're going through this here, which is non-departmental.
That's the category of expenditure we're describing.
Okay. Okay, so then I am good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next is Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, hi everybody. I think the city manager made a comment last night about profits on the Coverly lease, and I just wanted to understand what's being proposed there. Are we going to have cost recovery, including our staff time to manage the tenants in the lease?
So this is, at this point, I think a intermediate point in our discussion with the superintendent at PAUSD. So we really have not specified any details as to what elements would be covered. We have effectively simply talked about this $2.5 million as the lease payment for the additional properties, the field, the theater, and the gym that we would be using. In addition, there are some rooms that actually are on the PAUSD side, that one of which relates to the childcare facility on site. The other is the Junior Museum and Zoo. So those two pieces are also still subject to discussion. That would be additional expense to the city in order to allow that continued use on PAUSD property. Then there's on the city side. And so let me ask Kristen to speak to, and this does get, I think, a little muddied in that we're talking about departmental expenses, but within this fund. So Kristen, if you could speak to the expenses and the revenue equation on the city property.
Sure, thank you. So the revenue that we obtain on the city property is both from our long-term leases, and then we have some space that we rent hourly, and we also have the tennis courts. So the long-term leases bring in about $1.2 million a year in revenue, and the hourly rentals bring in about $140,000. The tennis courts, not too much, $10,000 a year.
But that's on our property. I'm just trying to understand what the deal's being proposed. Like, you know, we rent the gyms to a lot of leagues, sporting leagues, you know, various kinds of other people. If we're going to be paying the 2.75 or whatever million is left, are we talking about we would give the school any profits above the 2.75 million? Or we're talking about any rental revenue on their property they get, even though we're managing everything?
Right. The 2.5 as a stable number is really reflective of the revenues. I don't know if I'd call it net of expenses, but it basically is the transfer that we've discussed. And out of that 2.5, we would have to both take the revenues as well as absorb any excess expenses that would be experienced beyond the revenues.
I mean, we had a bunch of maintenance planned. Has all of that been canceled?
Well, it's been put on hold for sure.
Again, so I'm really unclear on this deal. Again, it's more than 2.5. It was like 5.3 million total. So it's like 2.8 or something that we would still pay them. And then I'm just trying to understand on top of that, are we saying we're not going to collect the monies from people we rent to? We're going to give that to the school district?
No, it would be, again, 2.5, I'll just keep using that number as the total rent that would be paid to them, net of any revenues that we have received.
Okay.
And we really haven't taken it to the point of talking about any ongoing capital improvements on their property. We currently have in the CIP some improvements planned on the fields. So all of those issues still are to be negotiated effectively.
Yeah, okay. And I too had a question about who are the 8 tenants. So I don't know if Kristen, you can get us that answer like later today. That would be good to know.
Yes, I can get you that.
Is it possible the PAUSD would rent to those tenants that are on their land?
I think it is possible. PAUSD has also indicated that as part of their planning in the post-COVID restoration, that they may actually want to occupy some of the space for their own uses.
Okay. When do we talk about the BSR? Is that part of this?
Sorry, I was nodding my head. Yes, we can talk about the BSR as part of this as well. And just a correction to my earlier statement when Councilmember Koo was asking what pages of Attachment A Exhibit 1 this is in relation to. It is absolutely identified on pages 10 and 11, but there are a few other citywide balancing options or adjustments, including the BSR, that are also on pages 22 and 23 of that same attachment. So if the council wishes to discuss the BSR, then this would be the appropriate time.
That is
Okay.
5 minutes.
Sorry, I guess some time back there that I think Kylie was answering Lydia.
Let's ask your next question and we can come back if we need.
Well, I can rattle off a couple questions. So the BSR is about 23 million right now. What is the minimum level that it's supposed to stay at?
It's supposed to stay no less than 15% of the city's general fund adopted expenses.
So what will that be under this new budget?
Under which budget?
The proposed cut.
The
Lower
proposed
budget.
cut budgets. Let me pull this up. Give me 1 second. It is too many screens. 15% would be 29.3 million. So we would be roughly 4.5 million shy of that 15% minimum.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Next, I had Councilmember Filseth.
Thanks. I think Lydia asked the main question that I wanted to ask, which was, did you say that as a result of other stuff going back to the school district, not including the gym and fields, that 8 tenants would be displaced?
There are 8 tenants on the school district property that it's part of the lease that we have this with the school district now. They're in some of the classrooms and some of the larger buildings. The gyms and the theater and the pavilion are all rented on an hourly basis. So yes, there's 8 tenants in some of the classrooms that are on school district property.
And of the 2.5 million in savings, how much of that is constituted by property used by those 8 tenants?
Are you asking, I'm not clear on the question. Are you asking how much revenue comes from those tenants?
Actually, no, I was asking how much of the 2.8 million in savings are we going to save from those, from that property? Not how much revenue, but how much are we paying for it?
I would have to get back to you on that. The way the rough estimate of the 2.5 million was calculated is the remaining outdoor space in the gyms and would be half of the whole area. So I'd have to get back to you on those exact numbers unless Kylie has them.
But ballpark, it'd be like half then?
It would be less than half because we have rental rooms as well. And we have the JMZ there as well.
Okay. Okay. So somewhere between 10% and 40% or something like that. Okay. Hey, question for the clerk. I'm sorry. Say again where the addendum is that we're looking at with pages 10 and 11. I'm looking for it. I can't find it. Where is it again?
So are you looking for the report of 11322, or are you looking for the agenda with the link to it that has the department budget information on it?
It's the form.
I got 11322. That's not a problem. So
There, we're referring to attachment A to that report.
To 11322?
Correct. Attachment A, Exhibit 1.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, no, that's very helpful. I'm intimately familiar with attachment A. Okay. All right, thank you. Tom can have the rest of my time.
Before I go on to Councilmember Tanaka, I had the exact same question. And I think as we start the next items, it would be great if staff could just highlight along with where it is in capital and operating, where it is in attachment A on this page. Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
In terms of Kabali, I've heard enough of my fellow council members who are also really confused about the economics of Kabali. I think it would be good for everyone if you guys can provide us kind of like a spreadsheet that shows us the costs and expenses so we can understand like what this is all about, because it's a fairly big dollar figure and it's a very, very brief description about what's happening. And I think just about everyone has asked questions about this. So I would suggest that some detail be provided around this so that we could have a better grasp as to what's happening.
Well, to be completely frank, Councilmember, and maybe I've been beating around the bush too much, we're giving you as much detail as exists. We have basically told the district that we can no longer pay 5.4. We have informed them that we believe we can pay 2.5 in order to maintain access to the facilities that we described. That's effectively, well, in addition, identifying the childcare and JMZ as
okay. We've already commented on this. I mean, you've commented to other people. My only point is, it'd be nice to know, like, kind of like a mini income statement as to what's going on.
I'm telling you, there is not one.
Well, we know how much money we're making because I heard you tell other people. But anyways, I don't want to use my time debating on this. But I'm just saying this would be something I think that would help everyone. But my comment on this, my general comment on this is that, like I said many times, the school district and us, we have the same taxpayers as people that live here for the most part. And so by, in some ways, taking money away, and you guys all saw that the school district is also short on funds. Maybe not as bad as we are, but they're certainly short on funds. We are basically, taking money from one pocket and putting it in the other pocket. So I don't necessarily, I view kind of like the transfers and the recovery as pretty much the same. It's kind of similar in that we're getting money from the same source of same people, right? The people that live here. So I don't necessarily think this is a good solution because of that. But with that said, I do think that this arrangement of trying to subsidize the school district through this arrangement is very complex and probably not. There's probably better ways of doing it. If we want to subsidize them, we should just give them a grant, right? Make it really clear instead of doing this kind of complex real estate engagement. And then I understand the history behind it. I think the other thing that to me that I think we could do better at is, I know we're giving significant discounts to the people that rent space there, and I think what we should be doing is we should just be charging market rent. And if these people who are renting out the buildings are really important to the community, what we should do is we explicitly grant them money so that we know how much it's really costing us. Right now, we're giving this artificially low rent and we have no idea but it's, in effect, what we're doing is we're giving them a grant. We just don't know about it. So I think that would be a much better way of handling it. I don't know if you guys, I talked about last time, you guys indicated that you would get it. It looks like this is where it is. But if you guys have the information on the rentable square footage in our city, is that available for this item? Or are you guys going to do it at a different item?
No, staff, based on the request for information last night, has not pulled that together. We'll transmit it as soon as it's available.
Okay. Do you know when it's to be available?
No, at the latest, May 26th.
I'll write this down. So I've looked at the many contingency funds we have. We have the city managers, the city council, city attorney, human resources. We have innovation and special events, sustainability. And then we also have this, I guess, this large one which disappeared, which is fine. But we have roughly over $500,000 or so, maybe 600,000 or so in in these contingency funds. And in my experience on previous other councils is like we tend to donate it, we tend to give it away to other cities or other entities. And it doesn't tend to be really well managed. And given the situation we're in, I think all 600, all the money in the contingency accounts should go away. And any money that we spend, we should explicitly approve it. We shouldn't have this slush fund anymore, because I think it leads to sloppy budgeting, and it leads to us spending unnecessary money. So I think we should jettison all the contingency accounts. We shouldn't have this kind of slush fund that is burning a hole in the park, that we feel like, I think there's almost every year we give money away from our contingency funds, and that doesn't make sense, because especially right now, given the shortfall that the city is facing. So I think that's one easy way to get 600K is get rid of the contingencies, all of them. City manager's
Five
contingency
minutes.
fund. That's it. I'll go on later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. I have one quick question and then want to go to a second round. And maybe in the second round, we can do questions, comments, and motions. I've heard a couple thoughts from my fellow council members. So one question is the second bullet point here, reduction in transfer to capital of 16.5 million to 16.1 million. And as I look at the general fund expenditures on page 64 of our operating budget, the total there, sorry, is like 32.5 million. And I know part of that is with our TOT tax. And then when I look at page 6 of the staff report from last night, it says 16.5 million general fund. Can you tell me what's the difference between the 16.5 and the 16.1, and where did we start? What are we reducing in those two, in general fund and hotel tax transfers?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. You are correct. The starting point was the $32.57 million figure in a transfer from the general fund to TOT. That was a combination of both from the general fund to the general capital fund. That was a combination of both the base level transfer as well as the transfer of TOT funds. Now we're proposing a reduction of 16.5 million to that $32.5 million figure. Or actually it's $32.6 million figure to be exact, which is why you have the resulting 16.1 million left. Now that 16.5 million that's being recommended to be reduced is twofold, and it's ironically almost half and half. So about $8 million of that 16 is associated with the base general fund transfer to capital infrastructure. And then 8.5 of it is associated with the reduced TOT revenues.
Okay, so sorry, I think just the wording of that bullet point confused me, because it's not a reduction from 16.5 to 16.1. It's a reduction of 32.6 to 16.1.
Correct.
That was just a little confusing for me. The operating subsidy transfer to RPPs, is that the only operating subsidy to RPP? Are those RPP funds, are they otherwise whole, or?
At this moment in time, yes, but obviously there is still danger within the RPP fund. As a large revenue source are employee permits that are sold in those RPP areas. And so part of the reason for looking at restructuring that program is, one, so that we can eliminate this operating transfer from the general fund, but also two, to make sure that that transfer doesn't need to go up as a result of a loss in potential employee permit sales due to the current environment.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Okay, so we've had one round of questions, and folks, I'm open to feedback if you want to go for another whole round of questions, but I'm also happy to go into tentative motions and parking lot items. And so one I would like to propose, a lot of us had some questions on Cubberley, and so I'd like to propose a parking lot item of just a quick overview of Cubberley finances and tenant impacts.
Second.
And I think that was seconded by Councilmember Koo. Is there a third member who's willing to support that?
Third.
Thank you. Okay, so I think it's just, Mr. City Manager, you did mention there's not too much detail, but even a short paragraph about the finances, and then quick evaluation of those 8 tenants. I think Councilmember Koo originally brought up short and long-term impacts. Any other comments from Councilmembers Koo or Cormack on this, and then I'll cede my time.
I'd like to find out, so I hear Kristen saying that there's long-term tenants that is for 8 long-term tenants. Are there short-term tenants involved in this as well, or that are not included into us looking into it? But are we talking about the entirety of how many tenants, not just long-term?
So there's most of the spaces on the school district side are rental spaces. So they're short-term rentals. They could be by the hour, they could be by the day, but they're issued a single permit for that time that they use. Most of the long-term tenants are on city property.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And Councilmember Cormack, any comments on this parking lot item? Just
The only thing that would be helpful, and I'm sorry to ask for it, is just to have a little bit of an overhead map just circling, because not everyone is familiar with all these details, and they will know where they go, but they won't understand whether the city owns it or the school. So, just honestly, like little red circles on X's would be helpful.
absolutely. Thank you. Okay.
To be clear that parking lot item will include, like, it would be good to know, like, some of the short-term tenants as well.
Yeah, I did ask for short-term and long-term, and per Councilmember Cormack's comment about where we go, I am going to hand it off to you. The Vice Mayor will tell you the list because my dog, who doesn't have her puppy training at Coverley anymore, needs to go outside. Okay, so back to the main thing. The list I have is Vice Mayor Du Bois, Councilmember Koo, Councilmember Tanaka, Philseth, and Nis, and I will be right back.
Okay. So I'll try to go quick. Second round. So on the RPP subsidy, I did want to probably put that in the parking lot as well. So exactly, we're saying that we're going to change the RPP. We're going to talk about that when we get to transportation. I just want to flag that one to understand. I do think we should have the ability to add maybe an RPP a year if it's a big request from the community. I had some questions on page 325, the ops budget reconciliation. And so are there any rollovers from last year, the money that was allocated that wasn't spent?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. You're looking on page 325?
Yeah.
Sure. I believe the only thing that we've rolled over is the his wrap reserve,
Okay.
the $50,000.
And then some of these things, I know these are adjustments to the budget from the prior year, but the categories, like what is the budget operations reserve?
Sure. That was a reserve that we established last year due to a number of uncertainties in the proposals from last year. It was a little over $1 million. And it was, last year, as you recall, we were implementing some new service deliveries and models, as well as merging both the planning and development services departments. So it was a placeholder for us to mitigate any of those financial impacts.
But it's empty.
I'm sorry?
It's empty at this point?
For the most part, yes. The council actually used some of it to deal with some of the transition for the medic, or rather lack of transition on the medic. We'll talk about that in fire. We also used this reserve ultimately to help pay for the business support, that $500,000 that the council wanted to do for a COVID-19 response. A large portion of that's from this reserve as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm on a clock, so short answers are good. Sustainability contingency fund, is there any money in that?
No, that would go away at the end of this year, and I believe Brad and team have fully allocated that to the various contracts.
And then the transfer to infrastructure, 3.6 million, what is that transferred from?
That's the TOT pass-through.
Okay, got it. Yeah, so again, I think we talked about Coverley a lot. That'll be good. The only thing I would add is, the RPP, I think, was 185,000. I'm not saying we should add it back, but I'd like to put that in the parking lot or just flag that one, I guess, when we get to the parking transportation discussion. Okay, so I think
Tom also worked on that.
Okay. So I think Adrian said Lydia was next.
Yeah, sorry, just joined back. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Koo.
So now that I know how this works, on the attachment A, Exhibit 1, page 23, there is implementation costs associated with balancing strategy. Can you help me understand a little bit more about that? That's
Sure.
actually a positive, so it
It
doesn't have.
is. You are correct, Councilmember Koo. Similar to what I just referenced in last year's budget of the budget operations reserve back in 2020, staff fully expects that there will be costs associated with implementing the strategies that are outlined in this balancing strategy. Everything from negotiations with the unions, tweaks and changes based on reality once we try and operationalize things, as well as frankly timing as we move through this. It's unlikely that these proposals will be able to be implemented on July 1 immediately, and therefore this reserve is frankly a very rough guess to give us a little bit of breathing room for those implementation timeframes.
Very good. Thank you so much. I was trying to figure what that was. Then on the same attachment A on page 22, there is the ISF fund that Councilmember Tanaka talked about yesterday. What does that do?
Yep. Internal service funds, remember, are services that the city is providing to other respective departments or to do the city's business. So that's workers' comp, that's general liability, so litigation, that's IT services. And ultimately, we review and evaluate these funds based on risk as well as fund balance. And so staff is in the process of looking at excess funds or maybe increasing our risk levels on some of our more liability side areas to achieve this savings. More details will come at a later date.
Oh, okay, very good. But thank you for clarifying. I had no idea that there's all this help to other departments. Then lastly, on the section 115 trust contribution, there's 2 actions there. Are you asking us to do anything with that, or is that where it's going?
Well, part of the council's discussion today and over the course of this process is what they would like to do with our proactive funding of the 115 trust. So right now, this balancing strategy contemplates that we would fund 50% of the reduced normal cost, of the higher normal cost as a result of reduced discount rate. So as you recall, council did the lower discount rate than CalPERS, a more conservative discount rate than CalPERS, and we've been sending that money to a trust fund. This action would reduce that payment by 50%.
And it would save us what?
1.7 in the general fund and probably 2 to 3 in the all funds.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next is Councilmember Tanaka.
I wanted to ask, just in terms of process, so if we want to modify the staff recommendation, are you looking for a motion right now, or anything that we want to modify you put in the parking lot? What's the procedure?
So yes, so I think the first round is just questions. We've gone through that, and now we're up to questions, comments, and motions. Parking lot is where we're requesting more information or a revisit that's not currently available. Okay. We can modify any of these things, but you need a majority vote. So parking lot is 3 votes. But for instance, if you wanted to change the capital transfer from 16.5 to 16.6, that requires 4 votes.
Okay. So what I'd like to propose is right now we are spending $675,000 on contingency, which to me is just really loosely allocated money. And right now we're trying to not cut as many jobs as we have to and not cut back on as many services as we have to. And so for me, this is like an easy one for us to get some money from, because remember at the end we're gonna have to add up to about $40 to $60 million or whatever to make the budget balance. So I'd like to make a motion that we eliminate the contingency accounts. Right, this is not real money. There's no one attached to this money. There's no programs attached to it. And if we need money for any one of these things, we could always reallocate it. And I think it's better discipline.
Okay.
So I'm hoping that there would be a second for this.
So there's a formal motion to eliminate contingency accounts. Is there a second?
I would second, but I would like to hear from staff. again, that I believe in contingency accounts in a budget, but for this year, I'm wondering if maybe we could do without it this year.
So is it, can we count that as a second, Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Tanaka, you want to speak to your motion?
Sure. You know, we're looking at some serious money here. Like I think last time we had a bunch of people call in about the College Terrace Library. That's only 65K or 67K. You know, here is like 675,000 in random money that we could spend however we feel like it. And I think right now, this year demands discipline, right? We are having a shortfall like we've never seen ever in our city. We're basically in the Great Depression right now, and we can't be so loose with our funding. We can't treat this like a slush fund anymore. We need to know where money goes, and council really needs to explicitly authorize things versus loosely say, oh yeah, well we have this contingency fund. This creates a discipline that we need to make sure that money is spent well. I realize that it may mean we have to do more emergency transfers and this. And I get that, but I think it's better to do that than to cut like libraries or the RPP or other programs that people really value. Because one of the fundamental things I believe that I have when I look at this budget is I want to try to preserve as many of the services to our residents as possible, and things that they don't see like this, right? I think we should do away with.
Thank you. And Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, so I do want to hear from Ms. Noze. What do you think about not having separate contingency funds? And also, could you say how much that would total?
Perhaps I could jump in. Let's see, I have a bit additional information that might be useful for the council. First, I think our math is 395,000 in savings are available here for discussion. I'm not sure where the 600.
Oh, sorry, you're right. I add up the wrong column. It's the it's the right column. Sorry about that. You're right.
Okay, and in terms of the city manager's contingency, was able to pull up information on what this has been spent on previously. In general, these are expenditures on the order of 10 to 30,000 for a variety of programs that have come up over the year. Things like polling, that we've used it for the Fairbanks contracts on occasion, Stanford programs, Neighbors Abroad, Joint Venture Silicon Valley, Chamber of Commerce. We've done an employee appreciation program, a Cool Block demographer that has been hired. So again, these tend to be programs that have come up over the course of the year and that we've expended again on the order of $10,000 to $30,000 into each one of these individual requests.
And if the programs are valuable, then we should approve it, right? I mean, but I think we shouldn't have this unallocated budget. That's my point.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, one other, which is the Ada's Cafe. So there had been over the last year expenditures in that area.
Okay, and then again, curious, Ed, what you or Kylie think about this concept. Obviously, it's nice to have a contingency fund for unexpected things, but it's a very unusual year. So
it is. I would say that this does create an administrative hoop, effectively to work through, such that this would mean essentially that we would not do any of these programs this year. And given the dollar amount, I do think that having some flexibility to choose which ones to invest in over the year is valuable. But at that dollar amount, quite frankly, having to go to council each time for these expenditures, it probably won't happen.
Okay.
So I'm still going to second this. And again, my thinking is that we have a lot of uncertainty in front of us right now, that having this money, going ahead and allocating this money, as the situation changes throughout the year, we're going to be making budget adjustments anyways. So I agree with Councilmember Tanaka that we're looking at some really hard choices, and it's been nice to have this money in the past when something would come up. Councilmember or the city manager could propose $10,000 here or there, but it feels like a luxury this year.
Okay, I see a hand from our Chief Transportation Official, Mr. Kamhi. would you like to speak?
Oh, sorry. There's a lot of noise.
It's all right. Were you hoping to comment on this motion quickly?
Sorry, and I'm not sure if we're still discussing the RPP, but I just wanted to mention that I'll be describing the RPP program administrative modifications that we'd like to discuss tomorrow in the departmental discussions. But the 185K general fund subsidy that is recommended in this listing is not to indicate that the RPP program would be eliminated or anything similar to that. It's adjustments that would be made in order to achieve efficiencies.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. To the city clerk, I do have a list written down of who's speaking after Councilmember Tanaka, but can we clear the board? I don't even know if you can do that in Zoom. So the city clerk, is that possible? Can we clear all the hands? Because everybody's hands are raised and I just can't tell who wants to speak on this item.
Hi, Mayor Fine. This is Kim in the clerk's office. I can put everybody's hand down here. And
thank you. Okay, and now to my council members, please raise your hand if you want to speak to this motion. The first I see is Councilmember Cormack. After we go through this, we'll come back to the process we were in before. And apologies.
Okay, so this isn't my 5-minute round. This is just speaking to this motion. Got it. Thank you. I'd like to offer a friendly amendment that we retain the $200,000 for the city manager. And I would like to see if the maker and seconder would accept that.
Can you explain why?
I can. I have never known a year to be as unpredictable as this one will be. And I can't imagine that we wouldn't want to give ourselves and our professional staff the smallest margin of opportunity to make changes. I'm happy to give up the city council one and the innovation and special event one. And then I think the only other question is if we're even able to give up the HISRAP one. But I do think it's important for us going into such an, we're going to use this word 100 times, unprecedented year, to have the smallest margin of ability to deal with whatever.
Yeah, again, my assumption was we're going to have a lot of unpredictability and a lot of budget amendments. And I guess wondering if maybe just cutting them all in half versus putting them all in one place, but.
I would prefer to leave this with our city manager, who is entrusted with making decisions across all of the departments.
Yeah.
Rather than trying to guess in advance how much money should be in which one.
So there's a proposed friendly amendment to leave again $200,000 the city manager's contingency.
Right.
And remove all the others.
Is that accepted?
Great.
Let me ask staff, so on the city manager's one, are those fairly regular expenditures? Or, because some of them like Ada's Cafe, I know we've been funding almost every single year, and some of the other ones you guys mentioned, I know that they've been fairly regularly funded. How many of these are like, happen just about every year, and how many of them are exceptional?
I think they vary quite a bit. The ADA's allocation was a specific one when they ran into an issue with their kitchen. So this was not on an ongoing basis. And the same is true for example, the polling and I think was mentioned other consultant expenses. Those are not regular. Things like our joint venture membership, joint venture Silicon Valley has been for several years. Same true with our participation in the Leadership Palo Alto program, which is a discretionary decision, but one that we have made for the last several years. So things like that. It is a mixture. And again, I would quite frankly support and request the council to do as Councilmember Cormack is suggesting, because losing all flexibility does severely hamper our ability to adjust to the issues we are facing.
So what portion of it is regular versus not regular?
I don't think I could give you a correlation there because it varies.
I guess my hesitation here is is I saw the city attorney took her $100,000 slush fund and did away with it, right? And I thought that was great. But I mean, I guess I'm kind of
I'm just going to ask you to please stop referring to this as a slush fund. It's a contingency fund for a purpose, and let's practice our professional decorum here.
So I will second it if it's just an independent motion.
So I guess let me just ask Councilmember Cormack, instead of having it, just the city manager's budget there, what about doing as the vice mayor said, which is spreading it among the other funds?
I am not confident in our ability to identify the percentages of that small amount of money that should be in the 5 different categories. I prefer to leave it in the hands of the professional staff who will approach us when and if they need to use it.
Okay.
It's 2:19, guys. We haven't even gotten through this topic yet.
Are
you accepting it or not, Councilmember Tanaka? It's a yes or no question.
I'd like to propose that we do 100K instead.
So Allison, I will second the motion. Again, we need to keep an eye on the total dollar amounts here and the time. And in the spirit of being positive and moving forward, I think keeping 200 is reasonable.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Appreciate that. Councilmember Cormack, back to you. And after that, I have Phil, Seth, Nis, and Koo.
So that's it for this one. We're just on this one motion, right? Not on anything else in this item? Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Phil, Seth.
Well, actually, I was pretty happy with Councilmember Cormack's approach to this, and I agree. And so I wasn't going to speak, but let me just ask a question. What are we about to vote on here?
So we are about to vote on a motion to eliminate contingency accounts, but all contingency accounts, but to leave 200,000 for the city manager.
Okay. Well, I'll support that. I think that's reasonable. And, if we need $5,000 for Ada's Cafe, I don't want it to come back to council.
Thank you. Councilmember Nis. You're on mute, Liz.
Several controls today. I'm not going to support this. I can't tell you how many times we have talked about a contingency fund, and this is very much what councils tend to do, is pick very small amounts of money and spend a half an hour on it. We have a huge budget that we need to discuss and get through in just 2 days. And I think worrying about this amount of money this early is really not productive. So I would have trusted any of the contingency funds. They seldom get used. And I think as they get used, in particular by the city manager, makes sense. Otherwise, it's going to come to you as a separate motion. You'll have to get it on the calendar. Believe me, it is so much easier to have a contingency fund. These are very small funds.
Thank you. And Councilmember Koo.
I wanted to ask Councilmember Cormack, is the HISRAP contingency fund being also eliminated? Yes?
That's what Councilmember Tanaka proposed, and I have not heard from staff if that is allowable. I know there's different categories of that.
So will that impact the HISRAP people who benefit from that? Organizations? Staff?
Yes. So Kyrene Jose here. The HISRAP contingent account is something that the council allocated within the last few years to help with any unforeseen or urgent needs associated with the HISRAP program. It will obviously impact the allocated funds that are available to be distributed to HISRAP organizations as part of that grant process, but this is a contingent account, so they don't necessarily use it as part of the base funding level. So it is a policy call for the council on whether or not they would like to reduce the funding allocation to that program.
And some of their organizations are organizations that support teenagers, mental health, and food banks and so forth.
That's correct.
That's correct.
That's correct. Yes, I would like to ask for a friendly motion to keep this fund as a contingency fund for these, especially for what it's stated for. It has a specific place where it goes. And I would like to have the maker and the seconder reconsider and return this HISRAP fund back into this contingency fund.
Okay.
I'll accept that.
There's a friendly amendment to maintain the HISRAP contingency fund. Is that correct?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Can I accept that?
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Then I was wondering, if it would be possible for the city manager to provide a allocation when you use the contingency fund that you have, that we're voting on right now at the 200. So is the 200 staying with the city manager in this contingency fund according to this motion?
Yes, I believe that's the case.
Okay.
Guys, I agree. We're spending a lot of time on this. My understanding is we said 50K for his rep, 200K for the city manager. We freed up $149,000 total.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. I think I'm the last speaker on this, and then we'll vote. I agree with Councilmember Niss and Cormac. There is actually some utility in these contingency funds. The $200,000 for the city manager is 0.001% of our projected general fund budget next year. So let's move on and focus on things of greater import. Okay, let's go down the list and vote on this. Council, this is on the amendment to eliminate the contingency funds except for the city manager's 200,000 and his rep. So, Councilmember Cormac.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes, and can we keep a running list of pluses and minuses as we go?
I'm sure staff is doing so.
Staff is doing so.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Niss.
I don't agree with eliminating contingency funds, whatever that vote ends up being.
Well, how do you vote? Yes or no?
I'll vote yes on the amendment and no on the motion.
No,
So
we're voting on the motion as amended.
then it's a no. Let's go back to that. I don't want to get rid of the funds.
And Councilmember Koo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, and I will vote yes as well. So that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Niss dissenting. Councilmember Tanaka, we are now back to you. Do you have anything else on this one, or can we move on?
I don't think you asked for my vote, but okay.
Did I not? I'm sorry. How do you vote on this?
No, so I guess it's 5-2, right?
Wait, no. How do you vote on this one?
On the amendment, right?
No. We're voting. The amendment was incorporated. We're voting on a motion to eliminate the contingencies, but maintain 200,000 for the city manager.
Well, I vote yes.
Okay. That's fine.
No, I'm saying I didn't get the vote on the amendment. That's what I was saying.
It was incorporated. You guys agreed to it. Okay, so that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Niss voting no. We are done with this motion. Councilmember Tanaka, the floor is yours again.
So my last point here, I'm not going to make a motion for it, is just that I know we're going to be talking about a lot of transfers in and out, and what I suggest is these transfers are a way to do what we want. So rather than focus on transfers right now, what I suggest is we leave the transfers at the very end, because Kylie and team will figure out what the transfers need to be to support the programs that we want to make happen. So I don't think we have to stress out the transfers too much right now, because of the fact that it's just literally taking money from one pocket to another, and it doesn't actually mean, there's not actually a real tangible impact to the city.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Filseth, Niss, and then Cormac.
I had a question for Kristen. So we spent a bunch of time talking about Coverly. So we're gonna reduce the Coverly commitment by $2.5 million. What's the next thing that would fall off if we had to go deeper than $2.5 million?
The next piece of Coverly?
Yeah. What if this group came back and said, you know what, we need to get another $500,000 to $1 million out of this? What would the next thing to go be?
Well, the most think the most used spaces by residents are the fields and the gym. I think the theater is used a lot. I'm not sure how much is for residents, and how many are, people just coming to performances from all over the region. I'm also wondering what sort of allowances we'll be able to have to use theaters in the next year or two. That's something that we just don't know. So if I had to choose right now, I would probably say the theater.
The theater. That's an interesting thought. I mean, it's probably not the kind of thing where you could say, well, let's give it up for a year, but then we want it again in a year. Right? It's probably not a load balancing thing like that, right?
That's right.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Niss.
See if I can unmute properly. Okay, are you hearing me or am I still muted?
You're good.
So I am looking for something that I think we had up there briefly, which was our 32.6, the general fund CIP. Do we have that someplace where we could look at it?
Sure, that is on page of the operating budget on page 324.
Okay, so looking at that, I think that is one of those where we should go from the, instead of from the 16.5, and I'm looking for it in the middle.
That $16.5 million adjustment is in attachment A, exhibit 1 on page, I believe, 11, but let me check.
I think you were right.
Nope, it is on 10. Sorry.
Thank you. So I think that's one of the ones where we should look at reducing our general fund transfer to capital. And I think that's the one where we can go from the 30, where we can up the base and we can transfer more into the general fund. And that amount, I think you said would be 16.6, am I correct?
Councilmember, is your intent to eliminate the transfer from the general fund to the capital fund altogether?
Well, I might like to do that, but that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting it be a smaller amount.
Understood. So might I point you to after attachment A, exhibit 2. So in the CMR, roll all the way through to the summary of capital activity.
And Councilmember Niss, might I just suggest that after this non-departmental budget, we're getting right to the general fund capital budget and those transfers more explicitly, where we'll be discussing the projects, their costs, and what the transfer may be. I hear you on wanting to reduce the general fund transfer, but maybe item number 2 on our agenda for today is a more appropriate place.
Well, with your suggestion, Mr. Mayor, I'll do it there then. However, you know what my intent will be.
Understood. Anything else on this round? Okay, thank you. Next, I have Councilmember Cormack, followed by Mr. Vice Mayor.
The one remaining large thing in this topic is I'd like to see if any of my colleagues would like to put the Section 115 trust contribution into the parking lot.
Second.
I'll support it.
Great. Done.
We're talking about that under the pension item, right?
Yeah.
Yes and no, actually. I mean, the pension item is more about a policy. I think this is specifically, how much money are we going to put in there? And I think it's interesting because my second and my third might go in different directions, but we need to decide this.
We need a discussion, not just a parking lot. So when will that happen?
I don't know. Let me ask staff.
Wrap up tomorrow, and ideally,
afternoon.
if we go faster, we get more time to do that.
Okay, well, I'm just going to say out loud, so as people are thinking that even though it's an unusual year, well, asking people 10 years from now to pay for services we're getting this year. So I will be looking to see if we can add back that 1.7 million.
Okay. Do the council members Filseth and Tanaka have quick comments on this, or can we move on? I mean, quick.
Well said, Councilmember Cormack.
Councilmember Tanaka. Okay. All right. Vice Mayor Du Bois, I think you are next.
I withdraw my hand.
Okay. So the board is clear. I think we've been through this one. I will move tentative approval of what is left.
In the interest of moving along, I'll second.
Thank you. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Just speaking to it, I think we've been through this. We are already an hour behind schedule. This is a complicated one because it touches a lot of different areas, but we are going to have a deep dive on each of these items as we get to the relevant sections. I don't think we need to spend more time on this. Councilmember Cormack.
No need.
Great. Any comments or amendments to this motion? Great. Let's go through and vote. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yep.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yep.
Myself is yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Non-departmental is tentatively approved by a vote of 7-0, minus everything we parking lotted for the time being. All right. We next move to general fund capital budget, including the general capital improvement plan on pages 50 to 283, and the Cubberley capital improvement plan on 285 to 299. Does staff have a report on this one?
Yes, reporting for staff will be Brad Eggleston and Kylie.
Yes, and I'm going to breeze through the beginning in the interest of time. So this first slide is the baseline budget. So again, crosswalking amongst all the various documents that the council and public have before them. This pie chart reflects what's in the actual capital binders, okay? This is the allocation of our general capital improvement fund and the Cubberley fund. So to tie the conversations from the prior item to this item, this is funding sources for these two funds include the transfer from the general fund, the pass-through of TOT, and then the piece of the PAUSD lease that transfers 1.8 million to that Cubberley fund. So major funding sources and interlinks between the general fund and these two funds. This is how the funds are allocated over the 5-year CIP, with the largest piece being buildings and facilities. Bear in mind, that's basically our public safety building for the most part. So the capital project or capital improvement fund, if you open your capital budget documents, the binders are on pages 51 through basically 298. So big section. There's just shy of 100 projects that are outlined in here. And then to orient the council to the attachments, so in that staff report 11322, if you think I have that memorized by now, you are going to be looking at attachment A, exhibit 2, page 1 and 2. And then staff has provided, following that attachment, a revised source and use for the general capital improvement fund. That shows what would remain over the course of the 5-year CIP. And then at a really high level, this is what we discussed yesterday. This does include a reduction in the general fund transfer. It's about $8 million in 2021, 20 million over the 5-year CIP, meaning staff didn't reduce that general fund transfer for all 5 years. It's only reduced within the first 3 years of the CIP. You also see the TOT receipt losses that are forecasted based on current estimates. And with that, I will turn it over to Brad Eggleston, our Public Works Director, who is going to go through the rest of the PowerPoint. Brad?
Thank you, Kylie, and good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. On this first slide, we wanted to touch on the criteria that we used to evaluate making reductions based on the decrease in funding for projects that we've been discussing. So we considered health and safety, council priorities, and funding sources as the primary considerations. For instance, funding is proposed to remain for all the council infrastructure plan projects except the downtown parking garage. We also considered project timelines and impacts as part of the prioritization. And again, I just wanted to emphasize, as I also mentioned last night, that the increased investment the city has made over the past decade in infrastructure helps to mitigate the impacts of making short-term reductions to ongoing work like streets and sidewalks. So next slide. So here are the major changes that are proposed from the proposed capital budget book. The downtown parking garage funding is reduced by about $21 million. That's the biggest piece. What's left in the project is the in lieu parking fee funding. And as we mentioned, staff hopes to work with the council to find a different way to use that funding, but that would still allow us to provide new parking spaces downtown as intended. Related to that, Stanford Medical Center development agreement funding of $8.2 million that was in that project was moved from the garage to the Fire Station 4 project. That's an accounting change in terms of where that funding is allocated, but it doesn't actually impact the cost of the fire station project. The Embarcadero Road at El Camino project has been removed. That's mainly due to uncertainties about the project that pertain to the grade separation future project. And then our bicycle and pedestrian plan implementation, bike lanes project. This project has been on hold for a while. We proposed a fairly significant reduction, but even at this level of reduction, it's still funded at $2 million per year, which will still allow progress to be made. Ventura and El Camino medians projects were both decided to be lower priorities overall in the context of the reductions that were needed. And then lastly on this slide, on the positive side, the Birch Street Improvements Project that adds a new park space for Bulware Park is now shown as funded. Next slide, please. So these are the most significant projects here that are still proposed to be funded. And you'll see the Public Safety Building, Fire Station 4, and Phase 3 of Charleston and Ross Rodero are there because they're priority council infrastructure plan projects. You'll see some municipal service center projects that are really needed quite badly to replace equipment that is obsolete and past its useful lifespan, and really to maintain the MSC as a safe workspace for the multiple departments that operate from there. And then street maintenance is listed here. It's really the most significant of a number of ongoing annual capital projects that have proposed funding reductions, but this is one of those that we typically spend the most on, so we wanted to call it out. And then we didn't list it here, but given some discussion last night, I did want to specifically address the Highway 101 bike bridge and where we stand with that. You know, this project is already under construction. There was some discussion of potentially terminating the contract, and I just wanted to call out that there could be serious contractual and claim issues that could result from doing that. If we were to pursue that, staff from Public Works would need to work very closely with the attorney's office. Now, just a budget for the project in terms of the capital fund, the total budget for the bridge, if you exclude the staff oversight costs, is $20.5 million, so just over 20. And we don't have exact figures, but our estimate is we've spent about $5 million already on the design and the construction work that's already happened since we entered into the contract. And we have almost $11 million in grants and contributions to the project, which includes the additional $1.5 million that we've discussed before from Santa Clara County, which actually was just approved by the Board of Supervisors this morning. And so I just wanted to point out that the bottom line here is that the remaining cost on the project is in the main being funded by these various grants and contributions. And that's why staff recommends continuing with the current contract that we're now working with. Next slide, please. So shifting on to the Coverly Improvement Plan, This slide summarizes that the Coverly Property Improvement Fund receives revenue of $1.8 million annually under the terms of the lease with the school district. You'll see there are expenses of $1.3 million proposed in fiscal year 21, with lesser amounts than in the remaining years of the 5-year plan. And as shown in the last column of the table, over the 5-year plan, $3.5 million in proposed expenses compared to $9 million in revenues. Now, the expenses here in the projects support ongoing maintenance such as roof replacements, carpet and flooring replacements, and just general repairs that are frequently needed at this aging facility. We do know that looking forward, the strategy for maintaining Coverly and using these funds will need to be adjusted based on progress and what happens with the Coverly master plan, as well, frankly, as the discussion we've been having about the outcome of the discussions with the school district about the Coverly lease and which areas of the facility that the city continues to lease. Next slide. So council saw this slide summarizing the proposed changes to the general fund transfer and resulting expense reductions during last night's presentation, but I think it's a good reference for the discussion today. I'm not going to walk through it in detail, but I'll just point out that on a summary level, the proposed budget reduces the general fund transfer over the 5 years by $46.4 million, and all the expense reductions in projects that are shown in the bottom section of the table result in a 5-year expense reduction of $41.5 million. The difference of about $5 million between those revenues expenses is the draw on the existing fund balance in the capital fund. So with that, that concludes the staff presentation, and I'll turn it back to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Eggleston. Really appreciate that. Let's go to members of the public who may wish to speak on this item. Once again, we are on the general fund transfer to the capital fund and Coverly infrastructure funds.
Hi, Mayor Fine. This is Kim in the clerk's office. As of right now, I don't see any hands raised, but if members of the public wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 if you're participating by phone. I'll give it a couple seconds. Still no hands raised. So no speakers at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's come back to council for a round of questions to staff. And we've been speaking with the clerk. These presentations were sent out this afternoon at 1:01 p.m. The title of that email is PowerPoint presentations for today's budget hearings. Okay, the first hand I see is Councilmember Philseth.
Thank you. A couple quick questions. Thanks for the update and the lucid description of the encapsulation of the bike bridge, Brett. Is any of the outside funding at risk?
We haven't heard any indications that any of the outside funding would be at risk. No.
Is there any reason to think there might be some indications of that, in the not too distant future?
I don't think so. I think we're
not that I've heard.
We're solid.
Okay.
All right. That would be different though if we stopped the project, quite frankly.
I hear you. Okay. And the other question I wanted to ask, sorry for kind of a bonehead question, but I'm still trying to understand the assumptions for the infrastructure transfer in years 2 to 5. It's, overall, it's going to be a $41 million reduction from what? Right? Is that from the long range financial forecast, or what is the?
That's the reduction from what had been forecasted in the proposed budget book.
But the proposed budget book only goes out a year.
It's the
Council member, sorry for interrupting. If you go to your capital budget document on page 63, I'm sorry, 62, you'll see on there what the original transfers were from the general fund. In that budget document, it was 164 million over the 5-year period. And if you look at the revised attachment to the city's CMR, the summary of capital activity, that's reduced to about 118 million.
Oh, yes, there it is. Very good. Thank you very much.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Filseth. Next, I have Councilmember Cormack.
Thanks so much. Get my timer going. Okay. Let me just be sure I understand. Attachment B is all we need, right? Everything in attachment B is correct, and it incorporates the changes from attachment A onto the binder.
You got it.
Okay, so let's work with attachment B. First question is about Bixby Park. Is it urgent that we do Bixby Park this year?
I don't believe it's urgent. Council member, I think we've discussed this even during budget hearings last year, that there's been an ongoing process with the Baylands Comprehensive Conservation Plan defining what the scope of this project would be. And to my knowledge, we're still not there to the point of really being able to move forward with design and planning to have a project move forward anytime too soon.
Okay, great. The Performing Arts venue seat replacement. I remember discussing this last year. Do we anticipate being able to reopen? And presumably one of these is Cubberley and one is Lucy Stern. So is it urgent that we do these given the changes that may occur?
I'm not sure. I would ask CSD Director Kristen O'Kane.
Who has magically appeared. Hello.
Hello. So they are a safety issue. So in normal circumstance, I would say yes, it's pretty critical, but given again that it's unlikely we would be able to open the theater soon, I think it could be deferred.
Okay, great, thank you. Moving right along. I see Ramos Park has disappeared entirely from the 5 years, and Rinconada Park is still there. So I'm going to assume that staff has done their usual excellent job figuring out where there are problems as opposed to things that would be nice to haves. I appreciate seeing the Newell Road, San Francisco Creek Bridge placement project in there. That all looks good. Sorry, I forgot at the beginning to say thank you for somehow intuiting that the major changes that you made, those I think are appropriate. And then my last question has to do with the Baylands flood protection levee improvements. You know, that's a long-term problem, sea level rise, so a little concerning to see it go from $1 million this year to 100K. You could just touch on that.
Absolutely. And I think, in fact, what's left there might be staff funding. I'm not sure. Our intent really was to draw that down entirely. And the reason is that that funding was placed in the project at the time that we entered into the feasibility agreement project under SAFER with the JPA. And that was assuming that when the feasibility study was done, we would move forward directly into a design phase with the JPA's consultant. In reality, it's taken a long time to get to the end of that feasibility study. And right now we're coordinating very closely with the Water District and the Army Corps of Engineers to try to move the project forward eventually through the South Bay Shoreline Study. So this was essentially funding set aside that was going to be needed for design in the short term if we had pursued that process through the JPA.
Okay, so this specific project is going away, but I don't think that means that our sea level rise problem is going away.
Absolutely not.
Okay. And then the final thing I wanted to say is escaping me because there are too many pieces of paper here. So if there's a second round, I'm sure I'll remember it by then. Thank you. Perhaps the vice mayor wants to go or choose.
Did we lose Adrian?
Looks like we've lost Adrian.
Temporarily,
Okay.
hopefully.
I think I saw mine in this.
I stepped out for a second. I texted you, Tom, with the order. Sorry if you didn't see that. Next, I have the vice mayor, actually.
So on the public safety building, have we sold those COPs yet? And do we expect them to be impacted?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite pick up the question.
The certificates of participation, have those been sold?
They have not yet. And in fact, Kylie could perhaps give a more precise response in this, but we are definitely looking at the potential impact of the current market on the sale and in consultation with our financial advisors.
Okay, and on the bike bridge, so have we signed the construction contract?
Oh, yes.
Yes, about 5 or 6 months ago, I believe.
And then can you just list the very major projects that are in progress? Those are all continuing, right? The Junior Museum, the CalAF Garage, any other big ones?
I think those are the biggest projects.
We do have a couple of utility projects that are underway.
I'm really focused on, non-utility projects. And generally, I think we should be focused on those right now, the non-utility ones.
Yeah, we've got some significant ones that are wrapping up and finishing closeout, but like the fire station and the first 2 phases of Charleston or Ross Federo. But for most intents and purposes, those are completed now.
Okay. So I just want to make a quick comment. The capital plan is really important, but I think a lot of it is not necessarily urgent. And the proposed budget before all this hit was really a record amount budgeted for non-utility capital expenses. I mean, we had 115 million this year, 51 million next year. And even with these proposed cuts, a lot of these projects are funded. And so I think some of these projects could be deferred in the crisis for 2 years. We'll still have difficult cuts, but we won't have to decimate our services. And a lot of those services are the reason people choose to live in Palo Alto and not somewhere else. So I just want to say that up front. I think we should do a couple of rounds. I think we could end up asking staff to propose cutting X amount of dollars from the transfer from the general fund, or we could talk about specific projects that may be time consuming. Personally, I think we should consider some shovel-ready projects. I think the Roth building is shovel-ready. They're talking, as we heard today from Hal, and we got some letters. I think they've lined up some funding. They could do it in phases. So it could be maybe 2 million from our general fund or from our capital budget to help fund that. That building is falling down. Can you talk about, I thought the Ventura fixes were necessary for the childcare. Why are those on the chopping block, or why can we defer those?
Well, they are building systems that are kind of past their time, and work that eventually does need to be done. But in terms of the other projects we were considering, like for instance, in comparison to the MSC work, those seemed higher priority.
So the MSC was one in particular. I thought, again, it seems important, but is it urgent? And what if we deferred that for a couple of years? That was quite a big chunk of money.
That project has been deferred a number of times already. A lot of those systems are from the 1960s. I'm told that our electrical system there and switchgear there are concerns with our staff that some of that equipment could fail at any time and essentially leave us without the building systems that are needed for them to be functional.
And if I could add one dimension to that, as Brad and I have talked about that project in particular, that understanding the challenge in front of the council in terms of the CIP investment versus operating, in particular for a project like this, if it were deferred, let's say for a year, then that would be manageable. If, on the other hand, if it were deferred and funding taken away so that funding needs to be rebuilt, then that would likely presume a much longer delay, and that could be problematic. So just something to consider as you're evaluating options.
So the ones that would be kind of on my deferral list, subject to discussion, would be the fire station, potentially the public safety building. I know that would be a big discussion. Some of the bridges, I'd like to understand like how time sensitive those are. The El Camino pedestrian project, understanding what we could maybe skim back on bike plans. And then street maintenance. I mean, our streets are very high quality. Could we cut back more for a couple of years in that area?
5 minutes.
Yep. Could you just answer that last question about the street maintenance? Could we cut back more?
Absolutely. So what's proposed right now in the adjusted budget you see has, I believe, a reduction of $1 million in street maintenance from what had originally been budgeted for the next 2 years. We've been looking at this. There might be some potential to make some additional reduction, but really what we can do is kind of limited. And in fact, a significant amount of the funding in the coming fiscal year is from grants, vehicle license fee funding, and SB1. And one thing that's kind of a major constraint as we look at streets funding is the maintenance of effort requirements under the SB1 legislation, where essentially when that passed, the state looked at what we were spending both on streets, on the capital and operating side, and they include a lot of other things that we might not typically think of in that category. And if we don't maintain that level of effort moving forward, then we don't receive that funding. Now, granted, that's about, I think, $1.3 million a year, but that's a constraint in our looking at how that works.
I believe that also applies, Brad, to Measure A. It's typical for transportation fundings that the measure maintenance of effort requirements are part of the conditions.
Do you think they'll adjust those with COVID, though? Do you think some of these
It's possible. It's possible that it could be suspended. It wouldn't be eliminated altogether, but it could be suspended for a year or what have you. It's true. I think just one other consideration, again, as you proceed down this path, I think one element that Brad did not get into is the concept of the counter-cyclical investment. And to your point, having shovel-ready projects that can be ready for bid, recognizing that we will, the upside of a recession is it does have the potential for benefiting construction bidding prices. And so in the case of the public safety building, that's the primary project that is close to ready to bid. And so we would expect that it will give us a bellwether on what actual bid prices are. And we may need to adjust our bid timing based on that as well.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Next, I have Councilmember Koo.
Kylie, could you direct me to the page that you directed everybody? I missed that page number.
Sure. In the capital document, the capital budget document, the page I was referring to for Councilmember Filseth was page 62, which is the beginning of the summary of capital activity for this fund. However, as Councilmember Cormack alluded to, attachment B of the staff report 11322 is actually this combined summary source and use. So that's what ultimately would be moving forward. The other two documents provide incremental changes.
I see. And I was looking at attachment A, exhibit B for some of the capital improvement. So would I be able to work off this?
Yep, those are the incremental changes.
Okay. So, there's on page 1 of 2, it says building system improvements. What might those be?
Brad, that would be A Exhibit 2, the building system improvements, PS 01003.
Would those be the MSC items for safety?
No, the MSC items specifically are called out as MSC.
Oh,
I
okay.
believe this is an ongoing project for general building necessities, but Brad, do you have more on that?
I'm sorry, I think I'm looking at the wrong document. Are we asking about the building system improvements?
Yes.
Yes.
The capital project?
Yep.
Okay, yes. That's an ongoing annual recurring project that funds smaller improvements to all sorts of building systems, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, to fund things at various city facilities. And then typically, if a project is much more substantial, similar to like what we were talking about with MSC, it would be proposed with its own funding rather than relying on the annual recurring funding in this project.
Okay, and is this something that we can defer? I mean, you're saying that it happens annually. Brad?
There are plans for the funding in that project. I think we may already have made some reduction to that. Yes, I see that we did make a $300,000 reduction to that project.
Okay. So Birch Street, PE 19003, that is already completed. Is that for the purchase or is that for improvements?
That is for the improvements.
Okay. The sidewalk repairs that's in here, is that through any of the county or state funding from any of those SB1 or?
No, the sidewalk repairs project is funded entirely by the capital fund.
Okay.
And we have made reductions of $1 million a year to fiscal years 21 and 22.
Okay, so in general, I agree with what Vice Mayor Du Bois has said, going for shovel-ready projects. But also, in addition to that, there is also the animal shelter, if you can, if that is something that we should continue on. Of course, JMZ is almost completed, and then there's also the Roth building. I think those are something to keep an eye on and to work towards finishing. Going back to the bike bridge, the 101 bike bridge. So does that mean after all the numbers that you provided to us, is the 1 million from Google still in there?
It is. When I mentioned about close to $11 million in grants and contributions, that includes the $1 million from Google.
Okay, so that means that on the city side, we need to fund about how much? 4.5 million?
It's on that order. That it's already funded in the project, but looking at the numbers, the part of what's remaining in the project still to be spent that will be coming from the city is on that order of perhaps $4 to $5 million, with the rest coming from those other grants and contributions.
And also, in case it wasn't clear, Councilmember, this is actually in the contract. The construction contract has already been awarded, and
right.
Contract is
just
already
trying to figure out how much money after all the money that is already provided. Okay, thank you for now while I'm still looking and becoming oriented with the book.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss.
So could we again, and picking up some of the things that the Vice Mayor has discussed, and attempting, I mean, we're coming at this two ways. We're trying to take some small amounts, which we did with contingencies, and now I'm trying to pick out some big things. And thank you, I think at this point, Brad, for the bridge going forward after 10 years. Yes?
Sounds like a question.
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
I just want to hear it more than once.
Yeah, we're very excited about the bridge moving forward in the progress.
So am I. So looking at Fire Station 4, it looks as though there are some opportunities there. Can you talk about that a minute? And I think, nod your head, the Vice Mayor is missing, I don't know where he is. There he is. So I think that Tom discussed this as well, but that looks to me, it's here in a couple of spots, and it looks as though that might be a possibility.
Yes, on that project, as I think council knows, that's one of the 2014 council infrastructure plan projects. With Fire Station 3 completed, we're essentially ready to issue the RFP to bring on the architect to design the new Fire Station 4. So
However,
we're kind of ready to jump into the design process, which will probably take close to 2 years, looking back on what happened with Fire Station 3. And if anyone's unfamiliar, the main reason why Fire Stations 3 and 4 were proposed to be rebuilt, other than just kind of their age, and I think neither of them really provide the full space that the fire department needs for modern equipment needs, but neither of them were able to be seismically retrofit like we did with pretty much all of the other fire stations. So the other fire stations are seismically sound. Our new Fire Station 3 is seismically sound, and now Fire Station 4 is the remaining one that still has these concerns.
right. However, so I'm again, you know, we're all trying to make sure we're on the correct page. The top of mine says Exhibit A. It says Attachment A, Exhibit 2, and you've listed the fire station there. The long-term funding on that is $9 million. But do you anticipate starting, and where is the funding that I'm not seeing on this page?
Yeah, the other source and use document is probably more helpful for that.
You have one at the back of the page too.
Okay, so what's currently proposed for Fire Station 4 is $1.7 million in fiscal year 21, which is funding there for us to fund the design process. And then the construction funding, which totals $8.15 million, is shown split between fiscal years 22 and 23. And the reality is it may not be feasible to even begin spending construction funds for the fire station before fiscal year 23.
So if we were to defer that for 1 year, I know that would be disappointing, but I would think that would be an obvious savings for at least 1 year.
It would for 1 year. I'll just say that kind of a complicating factor as we look at balancing the capital fund is that we're always showing a 5-year plan and trying to make changes and adjustments that still leave us with a positive fund balance at the end of the 5 years. I think that's also a complicating factor here because we're choosing a revenue scenario that's fairly conservative, the scenario C, translating that into the changes in revenues over the entire 5 years. But it may be that if we defer certain things for a couple of years, we may not see the full impact of that scenario.
So after we get done with the other questions that the mayor is going to allow, I think that is one of the ones that I don't want to steal your thunder, Vice Mayor, but I think that's one of the ones that we could consider deferring.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss. Next is Councilmember Tanaka.
So I'm kind of glad we're here because this is the bigger dollar values that we have in our budget. So yeah, so I think we should kind of rank these projects in terms of value to the community, and also how shovel ready are they, and how urgent are they? So I think some things like fixing the roofs make a lot of sense because otherwise you get more damage and more cost. So some of that stuff makes a lot of sense to me. But the other part is because these are such large dollar values, if we're able to delay it by a year or two, that it really brings in a lot of money or potential money to our general fund and the services that people expect. So I think all these projects are valuable, otherwise they wouldn't be listed, but I think a lot of them can be delayed. So the public safety building, to me, it's kind of, it's a really, really big, triple digit million type project. And I don't know how easy it is to get grant funding for the stuff, for it to be shovel ready. I would imagine smaller projects are probably easier to get funding for, but I don't know. I mean, we're in unprecedented times. Maybe there'll be these large grants we'll get from the federal government, perhaps. We're still not going to get it from the state government. The state government is doing pretty poorly. So the only place we probably get it is from the federal government. But it's such a large amount of money that I just doubt that we'll get that. So I think the vice mayor is correct on this one, in that the public safety building probably should be one of the candidates we want to delay. And it's such a large amount of money that just delaying it by a couple of years actually adds a lot of money to a lot of other things. It gives a lot more flexibility. So I think delaying the public safety building seems to make a lot of sense to me. I think that to what Councilmember Niss and the Vice Mayor also said in Fire Station 4, I think that also seems to be something that we could delay. While not ideal, it's something that seems to, it wouldn't have a dramatic effect, and yet it will save, maybe not as much as delaying the public safety building. And then the bike bridge, I I understand what staff is saying, but we have a kind of a cash flow issue, right? Because the amount of revenue coming in this year, or this 2021 fiscal year, is going to be delayed. So my question to staff is, how much can we delay the bike bridge without losing our grant funding, but keeping a lower burn on it? So maybe it takes a little bit longer to finish, but we don't have to have as much cash out this year or next year, versus maybe the original plan, which was trying to finish it as quickly as possible, just to give us more buffer. So I don't know if Brad, you could talk a bit about that.
Just hit mute instead of unmute. I think it'd be very difficult under the terms of our construction contract that we have to try to slow the contractor down in terms of the speed at which they completed the project and that we paid them for the work. I mean, ultimately, the one result that I do know that would come from that is all of their overhead costs, which are substantial, and potentially as well materials costs, and the cost for the construction administration by our designer. The longer the project goes, the higher all those things are. So if it was feasible to do that, which I'm not sure, and there could also be aspects about things like seasonal work and when work is allowed in the creek there. The one impact I do know it would have would be raising those kind of general conditions and oversight costs.
Thank you. So I have noticed, I think you guys probably saw it yesterday, the CPI, Consumer Price Index, came out. It actually was negative, right? So labor costs should be going down. But I get your point in terms of the other overhead and whatnot. I do also wonder about the rail. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the grade separations are going to be really expensive. I don't know how much help we're going to get on that. Maybe that's also one that we should. I don't know how this endangers the funding, right? Or there's a little bit of funding between us, Sunnyvale, and Mountain View, but how much, how much concern there's about that. I think the City Hall upgrade, I don't know whether that's really critical. Can that be pushed out more? The other thing is, I saw a lot of emails on the Newell Bridge, and kind of like on Ross Road, when there's a lot of controversy on a project, I think we should delay and try and use the time to get some community buy-in, especially if it's an expensive project. So like the Newell Bridge, to me, also is one of those that we should really delay, and we should delay just for practical reasons, because I don't think from the emails that we've been getting from the community members, it doesn't seem like a lot of people are on board for this. And so I think when it's time to make a motion, I think the public safety building, Fire Station 4, bike bridge is, I don't know, it sounds like we're locked in this, but if not, the rail grade separations, maybe that's another one for delay, and also the Newell Bridge. And these are all fairly hefty items. And if we're able to delay this by 1 or 2 or more years, it gives us a breathing room on the general fund to be able to not cut as heavily on the services that people expect. And these are ones that, especially like the public safety building, the fire station, they're they're not going to feel as much, at least not for a
5
long time.
minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you. A couple of my colleagues have asked some questions about rebidding, things like that. Two quick questions. So one, I was hoping we could call on Chief Blackshire for some comments on Fire Station 4 and give us some context there of what it would mean to delay or, you know, potentially cancel that project for the time being.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Geo Blackshire, Palo Alto Fire Chief. So in regards to Fire Station 4, you know, their obvious concerns are what Brad had already mentioned in regards to seismic, not being able to be seismic retrofitted, and accommodation of equipment, and the lack of AMA, American Disabilities Act, what features that they don't have currently. And there's also the issue of equipment. And, you know, if you go to Fire Station 4 right now, you'll notice that there's an ambulance sitting in the backyard of the fire station, because we just don't have a lot of room to put some of the equipment and resources that we use for emergency response. And, you know, this equipment can be anywhere, you know, an ambulance for almost, you know, $400,000 to $500,000, and a fire engine, you know, up to $700,000. So this would provide us the opportunity, and not insurance, but the opportunity to find ways, and innovative and creative ways to protect our equipment also from the elements which it's sitting in right now. So it's just having a more secure facility, ADA compliance, better separation for gender concerns as well. They're there, but, you know, we have to make accommodations for that because the station is so old. And then there's the AMA component. So primarily that's what we'd be dealing with.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And given that so Fire Station 4 is Middlefield and East Meadow.
That's correct.
Up by the ballpark there. Considering that we just recently finished Fire Station 3, and, like, forgive my ignorance here, is there any way of thinking about that we just finished one fire station, it's brand new, and we may delay another one that obviously needs replacement, but are there any ways to kind of mesh those two together? I'm just wondering in terms of how we deliver fire services.
I'm sorry, when you say mesh them together.
I'm just wondering is, you know, we have a number of fire stations around the city. Is there a way to make do with the fact that we have one brand new fire station and one older one, which we may delay replacement, or is that really not an effect?
Well, you know, to be quite honest, Mayor, whatever decision is made, we'll work through that. I mean, if it's a decision to delay the project, we'll still operate out of Station 4 until, you know, the project's ready to move forward, if that's what you're asking.
I think to the mayor's point, these are independent decisions. There's unfortunately no benefit to the service overall because they're operating independent structures.
Yeah, two separate projects.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Thank you, Chief. And the next one, and excuse me, I'm not sure if one of my colleagues touched on this, having to do with parks, the Rinconada Park improvements. A fair bit of an outlay over the next couple of years, totaling about $5 million over the 5 years. And I was hoping staff could speak to the necessity of those improvements.
I'll try to answer that and then let Darren Anderson jump on to add to that if he'd like. I believe that in the Rinconada Park improvements, the investments that you see in fiscal year 20 and 21 are the work that was needed to be done to the side of the park that's near the JMZ. So there's some pathways, there's kind of the gateway to the park. I believe there's rebuilding and relocating a playground. And it's all the things that really were a package that went together kind of as part of the city's contribution to the JMZ project. Now, looking out in fiscal year 25, you see another $3 million. That is the second phase of the Rinconada Park Master Plan. So you might recall some years ago, we did prepare a Rinconada Park Master Plan. Initial funding that was for that got pushed out several times, and some of it kind of ended up going to support the JMZ project. But that's what that is.
Okay. And then should we be at all concerned? I think I recall correctly, in the operating budgets, we're looking at roughly 50% reduction in park maintenance. Should we be concerned about potentially programming funds for new park improvements if in the next few years we think we're going to be investing less in the maintenance? Is that kind of a strategic concern we might have?
I think this one, Kristen, could you weigh in on? I think the primary reductions that we're looking at while under the CSD budget is to medians and other non-parks related landscaping. But go ahead, Kristen.
Sure, thank you for that. Yes, a lot of the landscape reductions is to other areas outside of parks, but there will be some impact to parks, but it's for aesthetic purposes. So what would remain is ensuring that parks are safe. There could be less cleaning done in parks, but the maintenance and the landscaping wouldn't go away. It would just be reduced.
Okay, thank you very much. I think those are my questions for the time being. So let's go to a second round, opening it up to more questions, comments, and motions, including tentative approvals, changes to this budget item, or parking lot items. And the first hand I see is...
Can we do a 5-minute break?
Oh, good point. Thank you. Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break before we get back to that. So if we can all be back here at 3:30. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thanks.
Okay, I think I see 6 of us. Everybody, Councilmember Tanaka, I'm sure, is on his way back. So after this, we're going to go to a round of council, again, questions if you want, comments and motions. But first, I believe the city manager had a couple comments.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So council members, just perhaps trying to get a sense of where the discussion's headed. I think what we're hearing is some interest in identifying specific projects that could be deferred in order to really free up some funds, which completely understandably would be the motivation. Yesterday, when we swapped the order here, I cautioned you about the issue of the actual funding mix that goes into each one of these projects, and that to the extent that our real goal is to identify what can be freed up from general fund, the matchup between the individual projects and then the portions that are general fund eligible is a complex step. And so what we might suggest would be to perhaps identify those projects, and then staff is going to need to do some follow-up work to identify how much of the general fund can be can benefit from deferral of some of the projects. I know that and I mentioned that this could be a frustrating discussion because that what's often referred to as the color of money issue really will take some follow-up work on behalf of staff, because there may be situations, take for example the fire station, we've got SUMC funds there, and that is not directly general fund, but there may be ways for us to reallocate that to other projects that can get to general fund. So there's an intermediate step I just want to flag for you as you proceed. The other issue is to note for you that you are now officially 30 minutes behind. And so how deeply you try to identify specific projects may ultimately not be all that fruitful for the goal. So perhaps just flagging the projects that you'd like us to take another look at for deferral is sufficient, and then give us some space to come back to you and let you know how much general fund we think we can generate for those based on that action.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So just as Councilmember Cormack says, translating Ed, if we look at fire station replacement for PE 18004 and we see $750,000 in next fiscal year, it may not be $750,000. Those monies may not be fundable. And so I was thinking during the break, there are kind of 2 ways of going about this. One is for each of us to kind of list, projects that we think should be delayed, cut, or other action taken. The other is maybe we provide a target of a reduction in the general fund transfer, an additional reduction for the next fiscal year, and staff could propose projects. So either way, I'm open to it. Want to leave that to you all. And the first council member I saw was council member Filseth.
So thanks. I'm really glad the city manager said what he did, because that's sort of because we're sort of listening to us here, and I think we need to have some care here. We seem to be sort of going down this path that, if we can defer $1 of capital spending to next year, then that's another $1 we can spend on services this year. And I think we got to be pretty careful about that. In general, I think it's a good idea to look at deferring things and maybe stretch it a little bit to do that for a number of reasons. You don't go buy the new sports car, okay, in the year that you just got laid off, okay? At least most people don't. I guess I know a couple people that would, so I think it makes sense to be conservative that. But in addition to the fungibility issue, there's this issue of what do we do with the money? And the temptation is to say, well, we'll go spend it. But if we're just going to defer it for a year, then we're going to need it next year. And, then we're going to just have to cut those services and maybe even deeper next year in order to make it back, right? So, it's the discussion of a cash flow problem, but what we really have, I think, is not a cash flow problem, but a revenue and expense problem. The problem is our revenues are way down. Okay, we're going to have to cut expenses accordingly, and there's only so much we're going to be able to fund that by pushing out deferrals, right? I think as we go through this process, we're going to be presented with, multiple opportunities. I mean, this is the city manager's keep up versus catch up issue. I think we're going to be presented with multiple opportunities to borrow from the future, to spend, to buy a Beyond Burger today, okay? And I think we got to be really careful about that. And I hope that's something that if staff looks at some of these, that they will consider how much does it really make sense to alleviate pressure on operations versus how much of it is borrowing from tomorrow to buy a Beyond Burger today. The one exception to that, though, I think that we ought to take a look at, and it also makes sense, is the issue of the budget stabilization reserve. Okay, so we're 20 million in the hole on the BSR, and there is some yin and yang between the capital plan and the budget stabilization reserve, right? We're going to need to replenish that somehow, and deferring capital projects and using some of that to replenish the BSR is something that I think we ought to take a look at, because we kind of do want to have the BSR back, right? I mean, again, I think what we have here is, to be really arcane about it, is a solvency challenge, not a liquidity challenge. But if we bleed our reserves down to zero, then we could have a liquidity challenge too. So I think it's conservative to sort of not let the BSR hang out at half capacity for years and years and years. And so using some of the deferrals to refill that is something that staff will look at too as we come up with our list and they look at what the implications are and so forth. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Filseth. Next, I see Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to use a different metaphor than Councilmember Filseth. I think if refrigerators are on sale and yours is broken, it might be an okay time to spend money. So, and I'm going to say, I just want to respond to a few of the
Beyond Burgers don't need to be refrigerated.
Wouldn't know.
Pretty sure
It's a little early in the meeting, guys, to be losing all sense of decorum. We have many, many hours to go, but appreciate that. I would not support adding the Roth building and deleting the fire station. I would not be in support of that. I think we need to think long and hard before pushing out the fire station. With respect to the Newell Bridge, I don't see Councilmember Tanaka on, and I think there are a number of things that are relevant to the comment that he made. One is that the vast majority of that funding is coming from Caltrans. The second, that is an absolute requirement for the SFC JPA Phase 2 project. And while we have received 3 emails from individuals, the Architectural Review Board gave it unanimous approval quite recently. it is absolutely a health and safety issue that go forward. So I would not be supportive of deferring that. I find myself reliving 2008 because we're going to end up with libraries versus police again in some respect. We're going to end up with it here and then there. And I just want to share for those of you who didn't follow it at the time, and I think we're seeing some of it now from the public. Police station, maybe it's like a refrigerator or a roof. It's not that exciting to pay for, but you kind of need to have it. It's exciting to pay for libraries, and people were willing to pay for libraries. We were willing to tax ourselves extra. We were not willing as a community to tax ourselves extra for the police station. And councils before us for many years have known this is a big problem and have worked and worked and worked to put us in a position where we might be able to do it. So the other thing we learned is that, how am I doing on time? I have to check my time. Oh, good, only halfway through. Is that inadvertently, we ended up saving a lot of money when we built our libraries because we happened to be contracting out during a recession. And we may have the opportunity to do that on steroids this time with a much bigger project. So that's something to keep in mind, the history of why we've gotten here and the opportunity we might have. Now, I want to make sure I understand this. Ms. No say we're only talking about 7.6 million here, right? We're not, 7.6 million is all that we have currently planning to fund from the general fund to transfer to capital. Is that right?
That is correct. That would exclude the TOT pass-through.
Yeah, right. Okay. So that's not going to, I just want us to separate the police station a little bit from this year's 7.6. I totally agree with Councilmember Filsa's philosophy that we can't do this just to pay for services this year. I don't think that's the right way to think about the decision we're making. The police station is a separate discussion because it has to do with the debt we would be taking on going forward. It's not really about this year's operating budget in the same respect. So I just wanted to share a little bit of that history on that. When we get to motions, I think putting the police station in the parking lot will be something I'd be willing to support.
We are at a time where you're welcome to make a motion or parking lot items if you're inclined.
Certainly, I will move that we put the police station in the parking lot.
Is there a second and third for that? And maybe if you would explain what you're hoping to get from the parking lot on it.
I'm leaning towards supporting it, but I just don't think in the time that we now negatively have remaining, we'll be able to come to agreement. So I'd like to put it in the parking lot until we go through everything else. But actually, let me just withdraw it because nobody else jumped on and let's see what else people want to do.
Okay.
Oh, Liz wants to second it.
Councilmember Niss? Can you you're on mute.
It'd be so nice to go back into City Hall at some point, wouldn't it? I think because what we're doing now is we're kind of getting lost in a lot of details. If we can at least stick this in the parking lot for now, by the time we think about it for a while, because we're now on a round where we're going to say, here's what I want, here's what I don't want. I think that's a good one because that's a big one to talk about. That the parking lot really means, let's just think about it for a while.
Thank you. Is there a third on parking lotting the police building? Sorry.
Yeah, I'll third that.
Okay, great.
Okay.
That's in the parking lot. Councilmember Cormack, back to you.
Nope, I'm done. My time has expired.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Niss, you are next.
We set it for 5 minutes. So several things. Yes, the 7.6 is correct. And I just want to remind us because I love our new libraries. I love Mitchell Park and I love Rincon. I like what we have. However, when I got elected, the results of having bid again and having bid low showed up later when we suddenly had contractors who couldn't meet the demands. So I'm very enthused about rebidding where we can, but also very aware that that awkward time between 2011 and 2013 or 14 was really tough because at least one contractor went broke and left town, left us in a real pickle. Molly will remember that well. Those that I could defer pretty easily are Bixby, Rinconada, the fire district. I know we cannot stop everything, but definitely we've just finished one beautiful new fire district building. So I think that that's one of the ones that we can, those three, I think we can defer easily. And I don't know when we're going to get to motions on this, but Adrian, would you nod your head if you are ready for a motion like that this time, or do you want to go wait?
You are welcome to make a motion.
Okay, so I would move at this point that we defer the Bixby, Rinconada, and fire department expenditures.
Okay, so there's a motion to defer Bixby, Rinconada, and do you mean Fire Station 4, Councilmember Niss?
Yes, Fire Station 4.
Is there a second for that?
So Liz, I'm partially there. I actually wanted to try to get out a list. So I don't know. I kind of want to put out several things at once. I'm trying to figure out the best way to do that.
Well, does your list look anything like mine, my 3 look, or not?
It's those 3 plus some others.
Well, then maybe you should start by seconding this and we can start negotiating.
It's yeah, I'm hesitating because it's maybe quite a bit different.
And maybe you shouldn't.
Well, I don't know what yours is going to be, Tom, but you know what?
Hold on a minute.
I'll pull my motion for now and wait and see what yours does, Tom. And if it includes enough of mine, I can second yours.
I'm also wondering if this isn't better served, in 2 other ways of thinking. So one is identifying a potential reduction target and asking staff to come back. So of the 7.6, we want it to go down to 6.0 or 5.0, something like that.
That's the classic way.
I think that may be better for us. The other way of doing it is doing it asynchronously, where we work with staff for each of us to identify projects we'd be willing to delay or cancel. And then staff can come back and show us, where council is aligned. So I might recommend that too.
So I'm holding my motion in abeyance, but I want to say one last thing, which is at this point, I'm not ready to talk about the Roth building or what it needs. It has sat there for 20 years, and although it certainly isn't improving by the day, I think there are enough interested people that it could go forward, at least in a safe way. But I don't think this is the time for us to get involved in a brand new project. Even though it's 20 years old, it still will be a totally new project to us.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss. Okay, Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, so I have a question. Is there a possibility of transferring money from the capital fund back to the general fund?
Well, I think that would depend on, we basically need to trace the dollars in order to know what issues would be created.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Is it, can I share my screen? See, I got too many windows open. All right, can you guys see this?
Not yet. Yeah, now we can.
Yes, so what I was doing is I was looking through all the projects, and I was kind of getting to where you guys are talking about that. We should rebid what we can, but trying to set a goal, like for staff to come back maybe with some proposals, but looking to defer a total of 20 million. And my list was the fire station, taking $1 million from this El Camino pedestrian project, deferring the seat replacement, doing the electrical, but deferring the roof at the MSC, deferring, seeing if we could spread the public safety building. So trying to defer 10 million of it through a combination of things. And I am concerned about COP sales in this market. Defer Rinconada Park.
Tom, are you trying to share like a screen? Because all I see is just your slides.
Am I sharing the wrong screen?
I think so.
Thank you.
We are seeing your Gmail slide on the staff presentation.
All right, let me try this again. Let me close some of this. Okay, how about now? Now are you seeing a list that I was talking to?
Now we see a Google Doc of your minutes for today, I guess.
Does it say look to defer to total to 20 million? Yes. Right. So this is what I was saying is we would set a dollar goal like you were suggesting, Mr. Mayor. I was listing potential projects that I think we could potentially defer some portion or all of. And my list again was fire station, the El Camino pedestrian project, the seat replacement, the MSC roof. And I'm not sure if we can do a portion of the public safety building, Rinconada Park, Bixby Park. We could add to this list as a group. I am actually interested in looking for sources, not necessarily general fund sources. I do think Roth is shovel ready, and what I'm hearing is if we could even come up with 2 million this year, we would have a project underway. Vance Brown's ready to start. I'm concerned about the Ventura building. The El Camino Embarcadero intersection, we didn't talk about it. There was no money for this year. It was supposed to start in 2022. It's just been removed. And I was concerned about the flood levies. And so my motion would be something like to have staff come back with an analysis of the impacts to the general fund and other funds that could accomplish something like this. And I'm being a little vague. I'm really want to try to collaborate on this, but I was trying to put together a structure that I thought would work for us.
So just a question, because it seems like you're getting to a motion. Are you proposing deferring those projects and adding these other ones, or are you proposing deferring a total of 20 million and reallocating 5 million? I think we need to decide which way we're looking at it.
It's kind of both. So the high level is defer 20 and look at reallocating 5. And then maybe we could, like you said, maybe we could all suggest projects. I don't know that we will necessarily agree on one list. You know, this would be my list.
And quick question, is your 20 in fiscal year 21?
Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at all the 21 numbers and I was trying to pull out what I thought was coming from the general fund, but I guess I'm sure some of it's wrong.
And so then, I mean, this is 1.7, 2.7, 3, 4, 5.
I can't read it.
Like your listed things are about 16, 17 million deferrals.
Right.
And would that mean we're reducing our general fund transfer?
Better.
Or are you looking?
Well, part of the reallocation, I think, would be some of these things are coming from other funds like park funds or other things, right? And so I would think it would be a combination of like somebody said earlier, how the transfers work. I think we'd try to leave up to staff.
So, I mean, maybe if you can firm up your motion for the clerk and our colleagues, that would be helpful.
So here's my motion. Have staff come back with analysis of the impacts to the general fund and other funds to accomplish, say, deferral.
So Tom, I could second that if I think what you're doing is you're leaving wiggle room in there. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
And you're saying perhaps others could add something to this?
Well, or I think maybe the motion is what I have down here at the bottom.
Well, I'll tell you, it's in 6-point type on mine.
Okay, let me see if I can make it bigger.
That's better.
And
Getting it, it's a little bit better.
yeah, and maybe we do what the mayor was suggesting, and that council members can submit projects for consideration. Maybe they can get a sense from hearing each of us where the majority lies, but I don't know we have time to come up with a definitive list right now.
So you want to defer 20 and consider allocating 5 to other capital projects with council members suggesting projects to staff. Is that what you mean?
Yep.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor as written out here. Is there a second for this?
I seconded it before.
Mr. Vice Mayor, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, so again, I hear what council members Filseth and Cormack said. I do think what I said initially that, these capital projects are important. Not all of them are urgent. And I do think we can defer some of these. It does push things out a number of years, but I think given the situation, it's probably the right thing to do.
Councilmember Niss?
Well, I think this is heading in the right direction. As you said before, Adrian, there are 2 ways when you go about budgets. Sometimes council say, this isn't going to work. You've got to cut this many million and come back to us. And this is kind of a hybrid of saying, well, here are some of our ideas, but we'd like you to look at this, with a fine-toothed edge to it and come back to us. I think it'll work. I'd like to just look at Kylie for a minute though and say, Kylie, is that clear enough that you could work with that or not?
Why don't I step in and Kylie can elaborate? I have to tell you, council members, this would be an incredible distraction from the work we have ahead of us. That I'm going to equate what his Vice Mayor described as deferral, but I'm assuming that the purpose of deferral is to take the funds allocated to those projects and spend them elsewhere. And so that in and of itself means cancellation effectively. And so deferral, I think, is not functionally what we're talking about. That's one issue. The other is for a capital improvement program and to move projects like these, any of the variations we're talking about are multi-year decisions. And the ability for staff to actually deliver on dropping or adding projects is in and of itself a multi-year decision. We've got to cut $39 million in the next 30 days. We are not going to be able to do that if you give us this assignment.
So thank you, Mr. Manager. I was going to go to you next.
Just one quick comment on the motion.
Hold on just one second, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm of the same opinion as the city manager here. I think there's a reasonable approach we can take to reducing the general fund transfer to our infrastructure projects. And remember, these are 1- and 5-year projects. I think the motion here, though, is really deep and broad, and it worries me a lot. You have a comment, but I would implore you to please withdraw this.
So
Yeah.
I think, Tom, we could go at it in a better way. Hearing comments from staff about how difficult it's going to be, and go back to something that is simpler to deal with.
Okay, I will withdraw it, but I think what staff needs to hear from us today is that the blue ribbon infrastructure list is not sacrosanct. There were no cuts to any of those projects. I think you've heard from all of us today. We really need to go back and look at some of those projects and delay them. And yes, it means a number of years, but that's kind of the situation we're in. So I appreciate staff trying to cut capital projects elsewhere. I frankly was very surprised that none of the cuts, except for the downtown parking garage, which I think we need, none of the cuts were to that list. And I think you've heard us talk about the fire station, the public safety building. We were talking about some serious changes here, so I don't want that to get lost, but I'll withdraw the motion and look for somebody else to propose something that accomplishes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Next on my list, I didn't raise my hand, but I put myself on the list. I think we're getting in the weeds here a little bit, and the other thing I'm hearing is there's really quite little agreement on how we should prioritize these CIP projects among the 7 of us. And I think that's kind of the exercise we go through annually, where we go through the CIP budget and, you know, we try to stack rank projects as appropriate based on their funding sources. And we're in a poor position here to do that, given some of the dollars of different color, as the city manager mentioned. I really apologize that we've gotten an hour or so into this, but I think it would be much better for us to decide what level of reduction in general fund transfer we want to make, and let staff come back with proposals on that in deferrals or cancellations. And at the same time, I would totally encourage all of us, we can write staff saying, I want this project to stay, these ones shouldn't, in my opinion. I do want to note something. I've been thinking about what Councilmember Filseth said about, you know, not spending tomorrow's dollars today on services. And 7.6 million as a transfer out of 200 million is 3.5%, 4%. And if I think about it, that is not an exceptionally large amount to be investing in our infrastructure, which is durable and permanent, even in a down year. So I'm going to give up the mic in a moment, but I would be much more interested in my colleagues. If we're transferring 7.6 million in fiscal year 21, what do you think that figure should be? Should it be 7.0 million? Should it be 5.0? Should it be 0? I think that would be a much more helpful exercise rather than us going through and identifying projects, which I think, frankly, will just trigger, you know, kind of a political fight over what's important to each of us and what we think is good for the community. Anyways, next is Councilmember Tanaka.
So, I think in some ways it's our jobs, the 7 of us, to figure out what is important. I think it's actually very hard for staff to politically know what is the right, you know, how to like sort these projects. But I realize what the city manager is also trying to say. He's trying to get this thing done soon because he has to, and so I understand that as well. So I guess from the city manager, I guess the issue we had with the prior motion is that it would be very time consuming because you're getting input from all 7 of us, and you have to kind of stack rank it, and then you'd have to figure it out. What if you just got a vote, up or down vote right now on, you know, maybe the top 3 projects that you should look at cutting to get a certain dollar amount? Is that something that's more feasible versus having to get a bunch of rank list from all of us on projects? Or what would be feasible to kind of hit your deadline, but still, I think, accomplish what the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Niss were trying to do?
I think that the setting of the dollar target would be ideal. And we have heard the concerns and the issues that folks have raised about individual projects. So we can come back with our guesstimate of how best to strike the balance among the projects. But it's really the top line, bottom line, however you describe it, that we most need.
The only challenge I have with it, and I understand why the Vice Mayor made the suggestion, is politically, it's like the 7 of us are accountable by the residents, right? If they don't like the decision we make, we're out, right? And so I think to make the priority, I mean, otherwise you have to kind of like guess what we're thinking about, right? I mean, if you just get a straight dollar amount, I don't know how you figure out what's more important versus non-important, because each 7 of us have probably different opinions on what that exact list is. In fact, I'm almost sure we actually do. But I almost feel like we need that robust discussion among the some of us, because otherwise you have to make this impossible.
Each other.
Like you have to figure out like what does the majority want, right? And it's really, unless we actually take a vote on it, I don't know how you figure that out.
So ultimately, that's what we do every day, or at least every week when we bring things for you for approval. But that said, here's my suggestion would be: give us a dollar amount today, and put the discussion of the specific projects to the end of your budget hearings. And you can tell us at that point what your list might be, but set the priority on setting the target. That's really where we need the guidance in order to be able to proceed with the rest of the issues in front of you.
I almost feel like we should do by the item versus by the dollar, because I would say the public safety building, which I think that is in the parking lot, so that makes sense to me. The fire station, the bike bridge, I don't know if there's legal loopholes we could use to get out of it. The Newell Bridge, there's some that are on my list I could think of, right? And there's other ones which maybe are more critical that maybe we shouldn't do. So I guess because I think from us, we think about it in terms of what the community values, right? Where do residents see? We don't think about it unless on the capital side from the shared dollar point of view. And that's why, I mean, I almost think it's better for us to give you the list of important projects and you to figure out the dollar than for us to figure out the dollar, because we're making numbers up from thin air, essentially. But we know, because we hear from constituents all day long as to what community values, right, or doesn't value. So that's why I think it's better for us to actually maybe debate the projects, and then you guys figure out the dollar value, because I think we're more experts in what the community wants than we are in some arbitrary dollar amount which cut from the capital. So anyways, so the public safety building is already in parking lot, so I want to get on that. Okay, let me try a smaller one then. So I'd like to make a motion that we delay Fire Station 4.
Is that a motion or a parking lot item?
I mean, maybe you could tell me. I mean, I'm not really clear as to what should be a parking lot, what should be
Parking lot is a revisit during our wrap-up sessions, and if you were to make a motion and get 4 votes to delay Fire Station 4, that would be embedded into our budget.
Okay, so I don't think there's more information. I think we know what we know now, and I think that's enough. So, okay. But I've heard the Vice Mayor, I heard Councilmember Niss, maybe others, who said, well, maybe we could delay Fire Station 4. So I'd like to put that out and see if there's any support for it.
All right, so there's a motion by Councilmember Tanaka to delay Fire Station 4. Is there a second? Hearing none. Councilmember Koo, are you talking? You might be on mute.
I'm still on mute. I'm sorry. Yes, I'll second.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka and Koo are moving that we delay Fire Station 4. Do you want to speak to your motion in second?
I think, the Vice Mayor and Councilman Niss already spoke about Fire Station 4, and I actually happen to agree with them. So I'm just trying to figure out a way for us to move forward. And so we could do one item maybe one items at a time. And then if there's no support for these other ones, we just don't do it.
Understood. Councilmember Koo?
It's already spoken to.
Okay. Councilmember Niss, you're on mute. You are still on mute.
What's the amount that we agreed that this was allocated for next year, for 21?
It's 750,000 in 21 and just over 4 million in 22 and 23.
Okay, but we're just talking about the amount for next year.
No, Tanaka is moving to delay Fire Station 4.
For how long?
Mr. Mayor, I hate to interrupt, but my numbers show 1.7 million.
Yeah, that's what I saw. Right.
Page 5 of attachment B.
Sorry, I'm reading the transfer from SUMC. You're right. Thank you.
And just to note all of these numbers, Fire Station 4 right now is proposed to be primarily funded by SUMC funds.
I saw that, yes.
And those are not the fungible funds, right? Or quite as flexible?
They are fungible, but they are not necessarily fungible in the sense that we could transfer them back to the general fund. They would need to be invested in another capital or some other type of investment that falls in line with the development agreement terms.
Thank you. Okay, so Councilmember Niss, if you're speaking to this, please continue.
Yes, and we are agreed on the 1.7, correct?
Who are you talking to?
I think that's a question for staff.
Mute it again.
So the motion as it reads right now says to delay Fire Station 4, which for me, I would read as the full project, which is about $9.9 million. Councilmember Niss, you're referring to the allocation for FY 2021 specifically, which is 1.7 million.
Yes, and that's what I'm looking at, is to defer that. And then my thought would be that within a year that you could come back and visit this again, and then the funding is still there, because the funding from SUMC, from Stanford, is not going to go away.
Okay, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so just to be clear, I think all of our proposals, at least from my perspective, have been to delay 1 year, right? And then try to pick up.
This is 1 year.
Oh.
That's what I'm supporting.
I think we're
actually, it's a good point. Maybe we should make this a little bit more specific for 1 year, because it's the 2021 that we're going to get hammered by, right? So yeah, that's a good point. We should make it more clear.
But I meant for staff. So again, I think we're being pushed down a much more prescriptive route. That's why I was trying to propose something a little more flexible. And again, just to put things in perspective, and I'm trying to make sure I got the numbers right, but the total capital improvement fund this year is $115 million. It's an extraordinary year. And there's 8.7 million in reductions. And so we're still spending 107 million on capital projects. And I know we wanted to focus on the 7.6 million for the general fund, but I think part of what we're hearing from council is, you know, what is the flexibility in that capital plan if some of these projects are delayed a year, start a year later? I know there's been a lot of planning, but if we're going to vote on these project by project, I'm less comfortable. I am going to support this project on the fire station, but I actually like the idea of sending a target to staff and having you guys come back, hearing our concerns from the community.
I actually like that idea as well, by the way.
Yeah.
So,
but I feel like, you know, the city manager was pretty negative on that approach. So I feel like we're going to go down this other approach, that's maybe less than ideal.
Guys, I've got to jump in because I really think we're losing the trail here. There are three ways we can do this. We can go through project by project and vote them up, vote them down, delay them, cancel them, etc. We could give staff a target for reductions in the general fund transfer, which is, I think, where most of us are interested in, to give some flexibility and infusion of capital back to the general fund. Or three, the vice mayor, you propose something else, which is reduce the overall capital budget by X amount. And I think the city manager was pushing back on that because it was such a large amount, and it would include reshuffling very large multi-year and, you know, projects with very different dependencies. So he didn't see that as a responsible action given our budget season and the timelines we have. Those are the three ways we can do it. Mr. City Manager. So
you're summarizing it. You're summarizing it well, and that's what I'm just pointing out. We're focusing on this $7.6 million bucket, and we're still talking about spending over $100 million in capital projects. Just so everybody.
If I might, Mr. Vice Mayor, just to clarify, I was not pushing back on whether it's the transfer versus balance, let's say, from the CIP. It's the identification of actual projects and the shuffling that I really see as problematic for us at this stage. So if, for example, it were, and I think maybe where your head is beyond the 7.6 million, that we would actually find or draw an additional X million out of the CIP, that's direction that we could take. And you know, again, presuming that what we're looking for is general fund dollars out of the CIP, I think that's a much more, that's certainly something that staff can accomplish
All right.
If I might say something, I'm the seconder on this. I just wanted to say that, one of my biggest concern is that, once we start a project, and even though the money is only allocated for 2021, the thing is a commitment has made so that we are obligated to continue to fund that project until it is completed. So if it's on something like the public safety building, that's a lot of money, and as the vice mayor had said, the COP, we don't know how it's going to do. But I would like to suggest if we were to give you a number, as you said, Ed, and then you come up with the projects or a list of projects, and then we prioritize what is it that we would like to see, either deferred or either, I think it'll be deferred. So, that would be one way of doing it, if that's something my colleagues would consider, if it's amenable to the manager. But don't we have to decide on this one first?
This is the motion on the floor, and right now we've had Councilmember Tanaka, Koo, Nis, and Vice Mayor Du Bois speak. The next hand I see that hasn't spoken yet is Councilmember Cormack, and after that, Phil, Seth, and Fine.
So just to wrap up my comments,
Mr. Vice Mayor, it's Councilmember Cormack's.
Oh, I thought you had called on me. I thought I was talking.
Councilmember Cormack, will you give the Vice Mayor a moment to finish this?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Yeah, so again, just to be clear where I am, I would like a more flexible process rather than going project by project. And I think we should agree, are we only looking at 7.6 million? Or are we looking beyond that to impact maybe this larger capital project as the city manager? Right.
Councilmember Cormack.
I think my colleagues are making the assumption that all 7 of us want to take money essentially from the capital fund and put it in the general fund, and I don't want to do that. So I guess just to try to move things along, I'm still supposed to be speaking to this one, right? This isn't my regular turn.
Yeah, this is.
Okay, so I will be voting against this, and I strongly urge the mayor and the city manager to come up. Maybe we need a 5-minute break for you guys to chat, to figure out how to move forward, because this is, I don't think we're discussing the things that need to be discussed.
Thank you for that suggestion. Councilmember Phil Seth, do you have a comment on this one?
Not at this time.
Okay, so my comments here, I really think this is the wrong approach to take it project by project, and so I'll be voting against this motion. Councilmember Cormack, hear your feedback. I agree, we have lost the trail a little bit and are getting lost in the weeds. So maybe after this we do take a quick break. Councilmember Nis, are you hoping to speak to this again?
No, I've spoken.
Okay. Councilmember Koo?
I agree. This is a very, very messy way to go about doing this kind of planning. And I would actually really prefer to what I had suggested earlier. And I am also open for you and the city manager to talk and come up with a process and a way to do this a little bit more cleaner. So with that, I'm going to withdraw from this motion. And I hope to hear of a better process so that we can come together on getting this through.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. So the second is withdrawn. The motion is off of the floor. Friends, this is a team effort, and I'm relying on each of you. There are multiple ways we can do it. I think the city manager and I have outlined them. We can choose a target for reductions in the capital fund or in terms of the transfer, or we can go project by project. If there are other ways of doing that, I'm happy to hear them. I try to give all of us the flexibility to ask questions, make motions and amendments per the rules of our chamber. So it's kind of where we are for the moment. I do want to ask actually one of my colleagues a question. Councilmember Cormack, you mentioned you were not looking at reductions in terms of the transfer back to the general fund. Could you explain that a little bit more? And maybe I misrepresented you there.
No, I'm not prepared at this time to reduce the amount we are contributing from the general fund to the capital fund.
Okay, so then can you explain what you would be interested in for this section?
The stabilization.
Ready to, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I didn't know I was on.
I think we should decide if 7.6 is the right number. So if the mayor would like to move things along, you could make that motion and then people then can adjust that number up or down as they wish.
Great.
Going project by project is like already 5 things on there. Just those of us who've been on finance committee know that they're got restricted funds. We're not going to be able to pull it back. Unless someone can explain to me, I am not comfortable taking money from our capital fund and putting it in the general fund. Because I don't see how we're going to do that next year.
Fair. Okay. Let's clear the board for everything. And, I will take Councilmember Cormack's suggestion. So right now we have a transfer of 7.6 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I see nod.
Right.
So I'll move tentative approval of this section, assuming a transfer of 7.6 million.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Just speaking to it really quickly, I don't think this is the opportunity for us to go through project by project on the capital fund. There are a lot of things in here which are much more complicated than just removing a fire station and saving, $1.7 million in the next year. I don't think it actually works that way. I think there's a fair argument to be said that we may want to reduce the transfer from the general fund to the capital fund. There's another fair argument that we may want to reduce the capital infrastructure fund overall, as the vice mayor was positioning earlier. So I'm putting this up as a straw man for tentative approval, including a 7.6 million transfer. And I'm happy to discuss whether that number is too high or too low. If you think it's too high, say not 7.6, but 6.0, and then staff will come back with the $1.6 million gap. Councilmember Cormack.
Happy to second to move things along.
Thank you. Next hand I see is Councilmember Tanaka.
Well, as I said at the beginning, this is one of the largest source of funds. I realize there's restrictions on them. I realize it's also politically very difficult for us to decide on this because there's a lot of them and it's also big money. But because it's big money and because we have a big revenue shortfall, I think it's actually our duty to have the robust debate needed to figure out what stays in, what goes out. I think staff has made their best attempt to come up with that list, but they're not the elected officials, we are. And it's our duty to figure out what does the community need and need more and need less. And I know it's hard and it's messy and it takes time, but I think that's why we're here. So I can't support this because I do think that this is, when we get back to this later, well, assuming there is iteration like we talked about yesterday, because if we don't take some of the big things out on this item, what's going to happen is there will be smaller items like the College Terrace Library and other things that we all cherish that are going to get wiped out, crossing guards, right? If we don't take action on these big items, which for the most part, these capital projects can't be deferred without having a sizable impact on the community. And so if we don't do the hard work now on this item to delay some of these projects, what will happen is this will crowd out all of the list of horrors that's proposed, of all the cuts and all the emails that we've been getting, of all the programs that people cherish. Those are going to become reality. So to make space for those, we have to look at some of these big items like what we're looking at here. We have to have the robust debate and we have to take things off or delay them. Otherwise that list that's in the transmittal letter is what's going to happen. So that's why I can't support this.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah. So a couple things just to be clear. So a lot of these capital projects also are funded by impact fees. And I think understanding if those fees can be used for other things that they're in the category of. So the park impact fee, for example, are there other cuts that those fees could apply to? So just want to make that clear. I'm not implying that we're taking some of this money and just wildly putting it into the general fund. But again, I still feel like the 7.6, we should be looking larger than that. So I'm not going to support this motion. I would like to understand if the transfer went to 0, what that impact would look like. Again, I'm not even convinced that is the right answer, but I don't think keeping it at 7.6 is the right answer.
Thank you. Councilmember Niss.
Just make sure, and can you hear me?
Yes.
You know, this doesn't seem to be going where I thought we were going with this. I could have supported perhaps 5 million, but this seems to be sort of an abrupt turn from where we were headed. So at this point, I'm a no.
This is open to amendments. You can certainly propose a different number. I put this in as a straw man. If you want to propose 5, we can take a vote.
Let me try that. I'm not sure from where we're heading because I don't think I hear your seconder sounded pretty definitive on the amount. So let me try that. I'll try an amendment of 5.0 transfer to see if I get a second.
Is there a second for that?
Perhaps she could make it as a friendly amendment?
Yes, I could make it as a friendly amendment.
Are you going to, would you accept that, Councilmember Cormack?
I would.
Okay, in the spirit of camaraderie, I will too. I personally think it should be a little higher than that, but good enough. Quick question to staff. The Vice Mayor was asking, what would this look like at 0? Can you tell us what this will look like at 5 million and what it would look like at 0? Even just a quick portrait.
I think, and I see Brad's queued up and Kylie as well, so feel free to jump in. My thought would be similar to what we talked about previously. We'd need to come back to you and say which projects would we reduce the funding on. And based on the discussion this evening, I think we have a sense of the ones on your radar screen. So that would be our next step. I don't know how long it would take us to do that. I suspect we wouldn't have it ready for tomorrow, but we'll try to turn it around as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Next, I see Councilmember Koo. Councilmember Koo, I think you're on mute.
I'm sorry, I can't support this. This just, I can't support this. It doesn't take into consideration the community needs, and it's really disappointing in the way that this is going to go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have one council member who hasn't weighed in, so even though your hand's not up, I'm going to call on you, Councilmember Filseth.
Well, this is the important stuff, actually. I mean, I really see this problem at a very high level, and we're grappling with it at a high level. Is, you know, the revenues are fixed. There's not much we can do about revenues, although a couple of the departments have proposed some mechanisms to increase revenues, but by and large, the revenues are fixed. And that gives us 3 knobs to twist. One is the transfer to infrastructure, one is the expenditure on services, and one is the level of the budget stabilization reserve. And so we got to optimize between those 3 things. So, I mean, this is pretty gear-headed stuff, but the staff's proposal of the total of $16.5 million transfer, reduction in infrastructure transfer, so the total of 16.1. You know, I think that works. Okay, so what what Councilmember Niss is proposing is to reduce that to 10 or 11 million or something like that. It might work. I don't know if it works, right? Boy, hey, I shudder to do this, right? How do you share a screen on this?
Big green button at the bottom that says share screen.
Share screen. So, okay. So does this look like a giant ugly spreadsheet?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So where I got this number, that's where you put in the, sorry about this. That's where you put in the infrastructure reserve drop. So staff's proposal is it's minus 16.5, and I'm going to change that to minus 11. Okay. Okay. Now, in order to do that, I mean, if you do just that, in order to do that, the point is to spend it on services instead. So I'm going to go back here and take this $4.75 million drop in community services just for the sake of argument and make that 0. Okay. So I think what happened is we just raised our expense line over our revenue lines, and so we run out of money in a couple of years if we do that. But I don't know for sure. So I think the kind of thing that the council member is proposing needs some thinking. Okay, I don't know if this is right or wrong. Okay, but it needs some thinking to understand what the ramifications are. So that's why I think an iterative process that we're going through is time for some, to try a couple of different things, is so important, right? So my inclination is to not support this motion, but spend that actually finance needs to do it. You spend some time thinking through this and figure out if it works or not. Okay, because clearly we can make it work this year. The problem is what happens in the out years. Okay, because the revenues aren't coming back. I mean, we got a new revenue and expense line, and we got to live with that. But we still got to be able to fund our infrastructure. We still got to be able to put we still got to be able to replenish our reserves if we're going to be in steady state. So I would like to, this thing that staff has proposed, I believe works from a financial standpoint, okay? There may be other things that work too, but I don't know. And I think we ought to give ourselves some time to evaluate that before we commit to them. That's sort of my 2 bits. So my inclination is to vote no on this.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
How do I get back to the screen?
I think you
Stop
should be
there in the middle.
Stop sharing.
Stop sharing.
Thank you for that. I see a hand from Vice Mayor Du Bois, and then I'm going to suggest we vote on this. And since it probably is going to fail, take a break.
So just to be clear, Eric, on your model, you are not, you're not assuming that any projects were canceled, or does it delay the project? I mean, if we just say that some of these projects, some project that's in our list now is going to be 3 years later.
Right.
I mean, that's essentially what happens to balance the budget, right?
Well, I think you got to go look at when the expense hits 3 years from now and make sure that make sure that it works. Okay. I mean, my inclination is that, and again, to me, the safe thing is to, if you're going to defer capital expenses, put it into infrastructure or the section 115. Okay, because now you're still got assets in one side and expenses on the other, and you're not mixing the two. Right? So.
All right, can we go back to the motion, clerk, and let's vote on this. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
No.
Councilmember Filseth.
No.
Myself is a yes. Councilmember Niss. Councilmember Niss, I couldn't hear you.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Ku.
No.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Okay, so that fails on a 3-4 vote with Vice Mayor Du Bois, Councilmember Filseth, Ku, and Tanaka voting no. All right.
Can I make another comment?
Sure, but then let's go on a quick break.
Real briefly, though. I mean, we could put something like this in the parking lot, right? I think we need some time to think about it.
The whole capital budget?
No, you mean the
No,
motion?
no, the infrastructure, the $5 million infrastructure transfer change.
Why don't we do that?
Councilmember Cormack, do you see that as helpful?
No, because we've just figured out where the middle is. So it's council members Niss and council members Vilseth.
Yeah.
And so the 7.6 was the original. So we had 3 for that. We also have 3 for 5. So I don't know what putting in a parking lot is going to achieve. Because staff isn't going to be able to provide any more information.
I'm sold.
No, but we get to sit on it for a while.
Well, we're going to take a break, so we all get to go sit on it and think about our behavior. Let's take a 10-minute break. I know this is long, folks. I know it's going over time. We have a lot of tough work to do, and let's come back by 4:50. Thanks so much.
4:50, got it. 4:50.
Minutes past our break, and we've got 4 of us back here. Hopefully our other colleagues can hear me speaking and join again. Thank you, Councilmember Koo. All right, I hope that break was refreshing and refocusing for all of us. We still have a lot to get on with tonight, and if I look at the schedule, we were planned to be done with this item at 3, and we still have to get to the Coverly side of things. I think we have everybody at Councilmember Tanaka. So I was thinking about this and thinking particularly on what Councilmember Filseth said, that ultimately we have a revenue problem. We have to adjust our expenses to be solvent with that. And there are fundamentally only a couple, you use the term knobs, that we can turn. Whether that is contributions to our budget stabilization reserve to bring them back within target, contributions to our 115 pension trust to pay down existing pension obligations, and transfers to the capital fund, which we're talking about now. And then finally, the big one is, the services that we delivered this year, and those dollars go away as we deliver the services. And I think Councilmember Cormack also identified something interesting, that it seems like maybe a majority of council is in between the numbers we were talking about, so between $5 million and a $7.5 million transfer. That remains to be seen. So I'm going to try one other motion, and if not that, we can have a short discussion, but then I'd advise we move on to the next part of this, which is the Coverly infrastructure. So the motion I will try is that we reduce the transfer from the general fund to the capital infrastructure from 7.6 to 6.0 million, but reserve the difference for the budget stabilization reserve or pension contributions. And
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. So what it's looking at here is I'm trying to square the circle and identify a few things I think council has talked about. So one is there's certainly a desire, I think, among the majority of council to reduce some of our expenditures on the capital side, given some of the revenue shortfalls we have. 2, as Councilmember Filseth pointed out, there are only so many knobs we can turn, and pensions are paying down long-term debt and debt that we're accruing year to year. The budget stabilization reserve is money saved away, and it's for a rainy day fund, which, as we saw in this fiscal year, we used, and in next year may need to rely on, or in future out years. And so it's not really money spent. Money spent in our departments on services, while extraordinarily valuable and the core of what we do as a city, those dollars evaporate by the end of the year. We spend them on salaries, on supplies, on service delivery. And so there's kind of a balance to be struck between those. And so I hope this motion, which if the clerk could please bring it up, I'd appreciate, is on the one hand, reducing some of our expenditures on capital funding in this fiscal year, and then not spending those dollars on services, but reserving them for longer term savings or investments. So that's the motion.
You're fine. This is Kim in the clerk's office.
Yep.
Would you kindly repeat your motion one more time?
Sure. So reduce the transfer from the general fund to the capital fund from 7.6 million to 6.0 million, but reserve the difference for the budget stabilization reserve or pension contributions. And I know those can be broken down further, but just leave it at that. So that's my motion. That's my chit chat. Councilmember Cormack.
Very well said, Mr. Mayor. We really are participating in a balancing act, and we're at the middle of the seesaw here. And we may not know if 6 is the right answer or 5 or 7.6. I want to remind everyone we're going to get another shot at this on the 26th. And we're going to see all of these little pieces and parts put together, and we can fine tune it then, right? So I appreciate the mayor's hard work to get us close to where we'll have agreement.
Thank you. And it's reserve the difference for the budget stabilization reserve or pension contributions. And we can flush that out later. Councilmember Niss.
So I would have preferred another number, which I tried before, but politics is the art of the compromise. And what we are doing whenever we're doing a budget is we're compromising. And the compromise should be such that both of us are unhappy in some way and perhaps happy in another way. But we do have to move through this. But we also have to remember that our goal with this is to try to provide sufficient service to our city next year as they recover, as hopefully we recover from this incredible situation we have been in. And that we have sufficient to continue providing those services that I think are so important to our community. So I'm supporting it kind of like that.
Thank you. Councilmember Filseth.
So I think this is okay, because if you move it from basically the capital fund to the budget stabilization reserve, or arguably the pension trust, depending on how it all comes together, I think it's okay. I think it's the same, in many ways, the same thing. The key is you don't just go spend it. Right? But I'd like to ask the city manager, if $1 million this year comes in less from the infrastructure transfer, is there a big impact to the capital plan? Should we worry about that?
I think that would be manageable. And again, I think it does require us to come back to you with the adjustments to the project level budgets to reflect this.
Okay. The thing that strikes me about this process is it's a challenge for us in so many ways right now, because as former Mayor Niss has said much more articulately than I'm about to. The process of government, right, is inherently about, you get a bunch of people in a room with different perspectives and try to reach a compromise, right, that makes the most people happy. And, I'll call that politics for want of a better word. But we find ourselves in this situation because the problem with that process is it doesn't always work, okay? Now, I don't know if this is the case of that or not, but, when politics meets math, politics wins until it doesn't, and then there's hell to pay, okay? So we have to be careful about this kind of stuff because it's not what we're used to. Okay, thanks.
Well said. To the clerk, general fund to the capital fund. And I know those are inartful terms. Vice Mayor Du Bois. I think you're on mute.
All right, I'll do it a couple of times. So the break was useful. Let me clear my mind a little bit. So I think what we've been struggling with to a large extent is this kind of chicken and egg problem about us kind of indicating maybe some preferences for projects, staff needing to analyze kind of what could be deferred, and trying to see if those things match up. And there's also this idea of deferring a project but still needing the money to fund that project in the future. But there are things that we can do which I think would free up a portion of funds. And so I do think we're missing an opportunity here. And that's why I wanted to start with the capital fund. If this motion passes, we're going to help our unfunded pension liability, but we're going to have our hands tied when we get to the main budget. So I heard a couple of ideas. I just wanted to summarize those. If you guys could stick with me. So I thought we started talking about the police public safety building. If we defer that a year and we don't sell these COPs, we're basically deferring a year of interest payments as well, right? And obviously it's a big project. There could be other challenges. If we transfer less of our general fund to our infrastructure, we have more money in the general fund. There's also, we haven't talked at all about the planned transfer of TOT to capital this year. That's scheduled to be 6.5 million. That's another annually generated source. And then again, a lot of these capital projects are funded by impact fees. Those are also can be looked at as annually generating sources. So if we deferred a project, we could, and it was getting $200,000 of impact fees a year, we could potentially free up $200,000 and still have the money to do the project next year. So again, I feel like we're really missing an opportunity here. That the proper thing to do is really get more analysis from staff on some of these decisions. I feel, people are tired. We spent time on this. They just want to move on, but I think it's a big mistake. So I'm going to try a substitute motion, and it would be a combination of decreasing the transfer from the general fund to $5 million to be used in the general fund, and a decrease of the TOT transfer to $5 million, with the decrease there being applied to the pension fund.
Okay, so there's a substitute motion decreasing the general fund transfer to $5 million to be used in the general fund, and decreasing the TOT transfer to be used in which place?
In the pension.
In the pension contributions.
Or what you said, BSR or pension.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion?
Can I ask a question? So this is from 8.5?
Let's just keep it to whether there's a second or not.
Well, I could second it if I understood it.
Okay.
What was your question?
So are you decreasing from 8.1 to the 5? Where are you decreasing?
What is 8.1?
So
the general fund is 7.6.
Oh, okay.
And TOT was 6.5.
No. I'm sorry.
Okay. Going once, going twice.
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Tanaka. Vice Mayor, do you want to speak to this?
So this is also a compromise. We tried the 5 million once. This is basically that same motion, but it's introducing the idea of also looking at the TOT. And again, I share the interest in putting more money into our reserve or our pension. And so I think looking at this as a source of that, and I would even soften this to say that we should have this analyzed by staff and brought back to us before it, becomes part of the budget.
I think that either one in all these options. Councilmember Tanaka.
Well, I don't particularly like this either, but I mean, it's like, as Councilmember Nish said, compromise. But I really think that the services that are being proposed to be cut, when we will talk about this later, tomorrow, today, whatever, are dramatic. And a small change here makes a big difference to all the other things that we talk about. And so we need to make room So more room we make here, the better it is. And again, I think the delaying of public safety building or the Newell Bridge or all these other fire stations, all these things we talked about a year or two, the average person in the city isn't going to care that much about, but they're going to start caring about if the crossing guards disappear. They're going to start caring about if the library is closed. They're going to start caring about the art center being closed, right? So there's all these things that people are going to be super upset about. And so small changes here really do help. And I think it's unfortunate that we can't have a discussion that's able to start moving some of these items off the plate or delaying them so that we can make room for things that we know the community cares about. I think we all know the community cares about these other items. So I think I'll support it because I think this is better than the other motion.
So just a rejoinder there is we absolutely have the opportunity to move on to other items. That's the process we're going through here. We just happen to disagree. I think one quick question actually, Vice Mayor, do you know the current, so the general fund transfer is 7.6 to 5 and the TOT is what to 5? 8.6?
6.5.
6.5 to 5, okay, thank you. I saw council members Cormack and Filseth next.
All right, question. You're decreasing the TOT transfer by 5 or to 5?
To 5.
Okay.
So 1.5 million into the pension.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I thought some of that was fixed. Could staff please address the portion of that that is actually required for us to transfer?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Cormack. By council policy and vote, the council or previous councils, including this council actually, have chosen to allocate the TOT associated with certain new hotels, as well as the TOT rate increases recently approved by the voters. There have been 2 ballot measures recently. And the council has chosen by policy that these funds would be used to fund the 2014 council infrastructure plan. So whenever the staff builds the annual budget, we calculate the incremental TOT from those 2 rate increases and those specific hotels and make that transfer from the general fund to the general capital fund. The TOT is a general tax, so it is a fungible source. It's by council policy, though, that it's been dedicated. And that's how we discussed it as part of the ballot measure as well.
So the 6.555900 is our previous policy. That is the, no, I can't support
That's
this.
correct.
Okay, I won't be supporting this. For the reasons I said before, I can't support either part of this.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Filseth.
Well, yeah, sort of where Councilmember Cormack is. I think, we promised something to the voters and, we need to be consistent with that. And I think we specifically told them that wouldn't go that we wouldn't be raising taxes to pay pensions, right? So as for the other piece, this is a highly constrained problem, okay? City makes a certain amount of revenue, we send a certain amount of expenses, whatever's left over goes to infrastructure. I mean, fundamentally, it's pretty straightforward. And the constraints are what they are. And there's a lot of pain here. No question about it. But, wish isn't a strategy. I wouldn't want to say we shouldn't have staff look at it if we think it's a good use of staff's time and figure out if this, if the puzzle pieces can fit together. I just think it's premature for council to direct it right now without sort of, without without Dr. Fauci telling us.
Okay. Let's please vote on the substitute motion. Councilmember Cormack.
No.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
No.
Myself is no. Councilmember Niss. Councilmember Niss, you're on mute. You're still on mute, and we need an audible vote. I need you to speak, please. Can you say?
No. No.
Okay.
I need something to hold up.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
You're voting yes? Okay. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so that motion fails 3-4, with council members Cormack, Filseth, Nis, and Fine voting against. We return to the main motion. I think we should just vote on this and move on. So let's go for it. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois. Sorry, I couldn't hear you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Filseth.
Hi, sorry, remind me again, we're voting on your motion.
Main one.
This one.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. I am a yes. Councilmember Nis.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo.
No.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Okay. That passes on a 4-3 vote with Vice Mayor Du Bois, Councilmember Koo, and Tanaka dissenting. Thank you all. That was super tough. As we mentioned, we will come back to this. And there are other kind of moving pieces, whether it's TOT or the BSR pension, which we'll be able to evaluate in time. Does staff have a separate presentation on the Coverly side of things?
We do not. So we actually don't need specific action on Coverly. We would take your prior direction on the parking lot to include the capital as part of what we come back with on Coverly.
Okay. Are we wrapping up this item then?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you all. So we are done with item number 2. Item number 3, which was scheduled from 3 to 5 p.m., are our public safety services, police department, emergency services, and fire. These are operating pages 185 to 192, 223 to 227, and 239 to 246. And if staff has a presentation, please kick it off.
Are we going to stop for dinner at any particular time?
I was going to say, Mayor, would you just want to take a moment for a point of order in terms of the schedule? Because we are at this point 2 hours and 15 minutes behind schedule and in the middle of the scheduled dinner break. So I can share my screen with the council, but just also for the public as well that may be watching. Staff is ready to do, what schedule-wise, what the council can withstand. But you can see that the next item starts at 5:45 with community library services. You have internal service departments from 7:45 to 9, and the pension funding policy discussion at 9 to 10 tonight.
Okay. Let's go around really quickly and say what you'd like to do. Councilmember Cormack.
I think we should stop and eat.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
I think we need to adjust the schedule and not try to do all of this today.
Okay. Councilmember Nis.
I don't mind waiting to eat, but I really would like to be here beyond. I'd really like to be done at 9, but if we can be done at 10, that would be nice.
Okay.
Eventually, we're getting pretty stale, you guys.
Councilmember Filseth.
How long do we need for a break for dinner?
We can do 20 minutes if that's okay by folks.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
I don't want this to go real super late either. Yeah.
Councilmember Koo.
Stuff here.
Councilmember Koo, do you have a preference?
Is there any way to add another day, or is that not going to work out?
We're already considering adding Thursday.
Okay.
Evening.
I say we stop at 10, wherever we are.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Well, I think it's rather ambitious to try to do what we did on a finance committee with 7 of us. We used to do with 3, so I think that's super ambitious. And then it's even more ambitious given the state of the finances, which is a big mess. So I I think there has to be a bit of a replan here because I think at our current pace, it's going to be hard to do a thorough job, which we actually have to do. And it's a lot of hard decisions. So I think we need actually a pretty major replan of the agenda and schedule to be effective. But in terms of dinner, okay, to answer your question about dinner, I do know that at 5:45 we're going to do the community services and stuff. Where I can imagine a lot of community members were planning to call in for that. So I'd suggest that we try to stick to that. Maybe the public safety services got to move somewhere else. But I think people will be disappointed if you move it somewhere else.
Understood. So what I'm hearing is let's take a 20-25 minute break. Mr. City Manager and Vice Mayor, let's just chat about potentially replanning some of these items. And Mr. Tanaka, I hear you on potentially if we skip item number 3 and just go to 4, that may be the smoothest. But
I think the community is going to expect to be able to talk, but I don't know.
I'll chat with the City Manager and Vice Mayor. All right, let's take a break until 5:45.
Could I say one thing? I think police and fire is going to be one of your biggest issues. And I wouldn't put it off for too long because that's really going to demonstrate to you where we may have other issues.
Okay.
So where?
I hear you and I see nods of approval. Okay, let's all go on break. And Mr. City Manager.
At that point, if what we come out of this break with does not move public safety, I think we probably have some people here that want to speak to public safety as well.
I'd really like to go to that next, to be honest. We're already out of sync. Why don't we stick with public safety? It's not going to take forever, even if people want to speak to the library. But I think we already broke, we broke the rules last night. We moved everything around. I would far rather stay with public safety. It's my 2 cents.
Okay, I'm seeing nods of approval. I'm just going to make that call. Let's stick with the schedule, but we have 25 minutes of break.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Housekeeping, we are right on schedule if we are skipping an item, so we're about 2 hours behind. We are going to go in the order that was originally agreed upon. So the next item we'll deal with is number 3, public safety services, followed by community and library services. It seems unlikely that we'll get to item 5, internal services departments, or item 6, a discussion of the pension funding policy tonight. That said, we are going to take public comment for items number 3 and 4 concurrently at this time, understanding that there may be some people who've been waiting for 2 hours to speak on public safety and others who understood community and library services to start at 5:45. So we're going to take comment for both of those at this time. Mr. City Manager, any comments or should we just go to public first?
Perhaps just as a question of order here, it might make sense to take the public safety comments first. And that gives a little more time for folks who join and are trying to figure out what's going on to then give their testimony.
Fair point. Let's try that. So to members of the public, if you're interested in commenting on the public safety services, fire, police, and emergency management, please raise your hand and the clerk will help you. And then we will have a second group where we can go to folks who are interested in community and library services. And if the clerk could please help me with our members of the public who wish to speak.
Yes. So our first speaker is Roger Lerick. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay. My name is Roger Lerick. I'm a resident of Palo Alto. I've lived here since 2002. And I would make the personal appeal that budgetary considerations come from places other than the fire department. My suggestion would be whatever the largest budget in the city would be a more than proportionate healthy target for budget cuts. I would also suggest for revenue, there's an enormous amount of construction and I'm sure they pay some hefty fees to begin with. However, those audiences tend to have, although they may have power to influence elections, they also have very deep pockets for contributing when times like this are the necessity. On a personal level, the fire department, in my opinion, is of the top notch. If they were to experience scaling back, the next party who might need them might not be responded to as quickly, and I suspect that that could cause a life and death consideration. In a personal experience, the fire department was responsible for responding to a bicycle accident on Park Boulevard in 2012, where a student was creamed by a minivan, and their response was probably the reason that person's still alive today. That person is my son. So I would appeal to the board that you do not find your haircutting from the fire department.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Harshit Gupta.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So yeah, I wanted to talk about similar issues as the first person talked about. I work in the research park area, and I'm really concerned about the reduction in the fire and EMS response budget. I feel really safe working in that area with the kind of facilities we have currently, and any reduction might cause like a reduced sense of safety and me being able to go to work. With the upcoming fire season, it is really critical that we preserve our current resources, and especially with the pandemic, we need a fast response team in any case where a person might need it. And I wanted to just make sure that that is heard. I'm pretty sure there are other areas where the city can cut the budget, but the fire and EMS department, I think, is essential and should stay at the same level of operations as right now.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Tongsan Kobilka. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you for taking my call. I would like to make a plug like the first two, the earlier speakers, also to put a plug in for the fire department and the police department. During this time of the COVID pandemic, everybody's anxiety level is heightened. And if I were to hear news about the cut to the fire department, it would just add to it exponentially. So my husband and I, we've lived in Barron Park for 30 years. Our street is full of elderly residents, and we have seen the paramedics come by every once in a while, and it just gives a very reassuring comfort level to all of us. We can go to work not having to worry about our elderly 94-year-old neighbor. If she fell, she would have the paramedics at her door within minutes. With budget cuts, it's going to play a very negative role in advance response time. And recently with the fire at the dish, it's just too close to home. I think maybe it's a selfish reason, but it is important for all of us to feel safe at the time when we have the COVID pandemic, when there's not much we can do about except social distancing and hope that if we need any help, the paramedics will be at our door. That's all I want to say. They have done a very fantastic job in at least giving us, our family, this sense of calm and peace of mind that our medical needs will be taken care of. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Srinidhi Shrisha. You will have 2 minutes.
Hi, I work in the research park area, and I'm concerned that the Palo Alto City Council is reducing funding for fire and EMS response. I would feel much safer if we preserve the current resource levels, and I would advise considering cutting other areas and preserving fire and medical response services at the current resource levels. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Michael Solorzano. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I think I want to take a moment and go maybe an hour back to the discussion that I listened through earlier. For me personally, I would like to see the project list, the risk and reward analysis, the general fund return on investment, and how much funds are being recovered by some of those proposals in order to see council make a more educated determination on which funds or how much funds can be recovered and which projects are priority or versus nice to have. Speaking specifically to the fire department, some of the budget cuts that are being proposed, as a resident of the community, I feel like fire department is the first responders, and cutting any services there, whether it's administrative or on the front lines, ultimately will lead to response time increases to a community that is filled with elderly. And I think that puts a lot of, it's a life or death risk at that point to cut those funds and increase the response times. And so I hope that you can find other areas and preserve the funding for the fire department.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Michael Epstein. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thanks for taking the time to listen. I agree with the sentiment of a lot of people expressed earlier that we shouldn't really be cutting fire and EMS. Especially with COVID going around, it's like important that we have fast response times. So cutting the budget might, result in slower response times, result in people not getting to the hospital fast enough. In general, it's like, California itself is a hotbed for fires, and we're going to be getting into the fire season soon. So it just doesn't seem like a rational thing to cut the fire department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that concludes our public speakers.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time and continuing our public speakers, I think next we should maybe go to public speakers who wish to speak on community and library services budget. So if you're interested in speaking on that topic, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or push, I believe it's *9, but the clerk should correct me.
Yes, it is *9.
Great, thank you. And let's go to those folks, please.
All right, our first speaker is Ryan Donahue. You'll have 2 minutes. You may start now.
Oh, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, sorry. Good evening. I was born and raised here in Palo Alto. I attended public school here all my life, and I live here today. And the Arts Center has always been a part of my life and my family's life. Today, I'm on the board of the Palo Alto Arts Center Foundation, which is the private fundraising arm of the Arts Center. As a kid, the programs I experienced there left lasting impressions on me. And today, my 2 children, as well as my 80-year-old mother, attend weekly classes and camps at the Arts Center. That's 3 generations of my family who are active members there. 50 years ago, a group of Palo Altans recognized the value and potency of creativity for the city of Palo Alto and the need to give it a home, and they created the Palo Alto Arts Center for that purpose. And next year, the Arts Center is celebrating its 50th anniversary. And I realized that speaking right after so many folks who are sharing impassioned messages about our public safety, thinking about the importance of something like an art center is probably a little bit challenging during such hard times. But the art center really does play a critical role in our city. And it's what's unique about the art center is the unique public-private partnership that exists. The Art Center Foundation helps to subsidize programs there in a very, very meaningful way. And though the Art Center is staffed by many creative people who are prepared to deal with a reduced budget, it would really be short-sighted of the City Council to force extreme blanket cuts onto the Art Center. Please give the Art Center the ability to think creatively and partner deeply with its foundation in order to continue such vital programs for our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Karsten Plesser. You have 2 minutes. You may speak now.
All right. Thanks for hearing my comments. So my name is Karsten. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, and I would like to ask the council to consider the impact of reductions in programming and community services, in particular on the working families. Now, I'm part of the Palo Alto Art Center community. A shortage of meaningful options really means that kids, and we have a daughter, will spend time otherwise. A lot of our activities have had to move online, and parents today are at a significant pressure, both at work and in parenting, in creating meaningful options for our kids. The Art Center has always provided, or the programs the Art Center has run, provided a window into our community and allowed kids to make friends. Perfect example is meeting a neighbor in one of the Art Center focus groups and then swapping kids' books through that connection. Eliminating or reducing these services mean that kids will be a lot more isolated. Parents will struggle for options, and isolation really will impact on kids' mental health going forward. The focus groups that the Art Centers run suggest that kids, and particularly parents, want their kids to participate in online activities and are also willing to support outdoor summer camps in compliance, of course, with social distancing guidelines. So my appeal is to not cut services that provide tangible benefit to the community, and in particular, working parents that are now under double pressure from both work and having to create meaningful options for kids at home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Tom Brink. You all have 2 minutes. You may speak now.
All right. Hi, I'm Tom. I'm the co-president of the Art Center Foundation, and I really want to speak to the crucial role of Palo Alto's community services, especially the Art Center. I understand I'm a Palo Alto resident and cuts will be necessary and very difficult. So we're prepared for that. The Art Center is prepared for cuts. What I want to emphasize is the importance of maintaining the heart of the programs that serve the community as we look at those budget reductions. I want to make sure that we're minimizing long-term damage by retaining programs that would be difficult to rebuild and minimizing loss of staff. These would be cuts that would be too hard to repair later. And it's very important to maintain the strength of the institution. As Ryan mentioned, the Art Center is looking forward to its 50th anniversary next year. It's been a treasured community center for all that time, providing arts education and building bridges to otherwise underserved local communities through programs like Cultural Kaleidoscope. We have a large community at the Art Center of hundreds of volunteers and donors who pour personal time and resources into the mission of the Art Center, and they build a tremendous leverage on the city's investment. And so you're getting a lot more than you're putting into it. It's a central part of our lives in Palo Alto. I played with my son when he was an infant in the garden sculpture, gone there to learn art, bought beautiful pottery from local artists at the ceramics studio. It's a really wonderful place that we don't want to hurt the center core of it. It serves around 150,000 people in the 2018-2019 year when they measured, just 150,000 a year. And people want to go back to the Arts Center. So I just want to make sure we don't lose the heart of this as we tighten our belts this year. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tom. All right, our next speaker is Linda Lenoir. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You may speak now.
Thank you, City Council, for all you're doing during this very difficult time. I'm going to speak about youth community service, and in particular, the Youth Connectedness Initiative, which is now going into its 3rd year. As you all know, during this time of social distancing, our youth and families need more connections, not less connections. I'm on the Safe and Healthy Schools Committee for the County Office of Education and also on the Suicide Prevention Intervention Work Group. And now we are trying to plan for re-engaging students and re-engaging parents and families. As you both all know, actually here in Palo Alto, within the last month, there have been 2 recent deaths. People are looking towards more relationships and more support, not less connections. It is really important for all of you to understand as well that the funding that the city hopefully will vote for this evening for YCS is also matched by Santa Clara County. And this initiative is going into its 3rd year. As we have seen in surveys that we have done with our students, many of our students feel like they are not connected and want more connections. Youth community service during the sheltering in place time has worked with youth to reach out to their peers, to reach out to families, to make sure that people are not feeling isolated during the sheltering in place time. So I'm asking you to please consider the importance of keeping people connected to each other, not disengaging people. There are mental health issues, and many of the mental health issues that are being brought forth now are around anxiety and around separation and relationships. So please consider funding for YCS for this next year. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Linda. Our next speaker is Joe Lee. You'll have 2 minutes. You may speak now.
Am I unmuted? Can you hear me okay? I am here to support the College Terrace Library and to ask the council that you do not support plans to close it. For many older residents, of which there are many in this part of town, taking public transportation to a library that's across town is not only difficult, but also dangerous in these COVID-19 times. And because of where the other 4 Palo Alto libraries are located, downtown, Children's, Rinconada, and Mitchell Park, walking for these seniors or biking for our children is not really a reasonable option. And at a bigger picture level, please understand that you're cutting not into flesh, but rather into bone. Our city libraries, which really help us with mental health and public safety services, the fire and the police, et cetera, should really be the last things that we cut to balance our budget. The net savings of $167,000 for closing the College Terrace Library hardly seems worth it, given these concerns. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Carolyn Tusher. You'll have 2 minutes and you may speak now. I apologize, our unmute is a little laggy. Can you hold for 1 moment, please? All right, so we'll have to skip Carolyn for now. Our next speaker will be Mara Wallace. You will have 2 minutes and you may speak now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm able to hear you.
Sorry. Thank you so much for taking the call.
I'm calling in support of the Palo Alto Art Center, and I will simply echo all that's been said in its favor thus far in an effort to save us a little bit of time. But I also want to make two suggestions. The team at the Art Center, under Karen's able leadership, is wonderfully capable and creative, and this is a perfect time for innovators of Silicon Valley and the creative people who work in the arts every day to find ways to keep programs going without having to cut too much. I think that there are solutions available. I would be more than happy to help discuss those that can leverage the fact that it is a public-private partnership, and one hopes that that could be of use in this specific time. Nothing wants to be cut in this time, and I so appreciate the difficulty of the decision y'all are making. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mara. All right, our next speaker will be Carolyn Tusher. You'll have 2 minutes, and we can't seem to unmute you. Okay, our next speaker is Elizabeth Fetter. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You may speak now.
Dear Council, my name is Elizabeth Fetter, and I very passionately feel that the College Terrace Library should not ever be closed. I'm a freshman at Palo, and I live at 2255 Wellesley Street in Palo Alto, right next door to the College Terrace Library. To me, this library is a second home. It provides a place where I can relax, surrounded by not only what I love, but by others who are passionate about it. If the library closes, I and many others in this area will no longer have quick access to handheld books and other reading materials. I will have to bike a minimum of 3.5 miles to the closest library, Mitchell Park, and some who live further west may even have to go as far as 6 miles. In a day and age where many teens are consumed by electronics, one would think that society would be putting an even greater emphasis on reading. Strangely, this closure would be doing the opposite. If this library closes, I know for a fact that it will discourage so many teens and younger children in my area from reading. But the accessibility difference is not the only dilemma my community and I would face if the library were to close. Do not misunderstand me. I have no quarrels with the Mitchell Park Library or any of the city's other branches, although I do not understand the fairness of the College Terrace Library suffering from the backlash of budget issues when the city recently splurged on a total remodel of the Mitchell Park branch. In fact, the College Terrace Library is not only a sanctuary where I can do one of my favorite things in the whole world, read, but it is also what helped inspire my love of reading and what continues to fuel it every day. I feel so very strongly that if this library were to close, it would drastically reduce the amount that many students in this area and I read, not to mention eliminating the things that make reading so enjoyable to me, like receiving recommendations and opinion for the new series or books. Plainly speaking, the College Terrace Library, it was what made me to love reading, and I feel that it is something my surrounding community and I would be very much lost without. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Carolyn Tusher. You will have 2 minutes, and you may speak now. It seems that we're still unable to unmute her.
Let's just give it one more moment. Can staff please try unmuting Carolyn and then offering her to speak again once more?
Okay, Carolyn Tusher.
Now, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good. Good. The Palo Alto Art Center opened its doors 50 years ago. Its growth has been slow but sturdy. Today, the Art Center serves 150,000 people annually and enjoys a national reputation. The children in our programs now may be adults by the time Palo Alto's funding of community services returns to current levels. We must find a way to continue our basic art programming for these children and teens, even at scaled down levels. How can we maintain what the center has achieved? First, the city should keep in place the basic elements of its children's art programs, though necessarily at reduced levels. Many of our offerings have been developed over decades and are unique to our art center. 2, strong partnerships with grant makers and individual donors will be essential. 3, support from outside sources will greatly multiply the impact of art offerings, but they cannot replace the programmatic leadership provided by city staff. The staff and the foundation together make a strong team. Cultural Kaleidoscope is a good example. The National Institute of Museums and Libraries has awarded $250,000 to the Art Center in support of Cultural Kaleidoscope. 4, Art Center programs are interlocking. An art center without exhibitions is hard to imagine. 5, long-term planning will be more, not less important if we are to maximize our limited resources. We need not lose what the Art Center has achieved over its 50-year history. With careful budget cuts now, Palo Alto's art programs can survive.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Okay.
All right, our next speaker is Jeremy Ehrman. You will have 2 minutes. You may speak now.
Hello, this is Jeremy Ehrman. I grew up in Palo Alto. I worked for many years at the Children's Theater. Until the coronavirus closures, I was working at the Palo Alto School District. I'm really disturbed that the council is proposing sweeping cuts to the Children's Theater, including all performances for fiscal year 2021. We don't know what's going to happen in the next 6 months, and I feel that to simply cut as much as you can now, not knowing what's going to happen, is dangerous, because once the cuts are made, you really can't add to them. But if you're a little more prudent with the budget and leave things in, there's always an option to adjust things later. But once they're cut, they're gone. And I really feel it's a mistake. So many programs that so many people rely on, that so many children rely on, are being proposed in this budget for being cut. Children's library programs, children's library hours in general. People rely on the libraries, you know, who don't have internet at home. They're the only public computers that our society provides. And I think many of these cuts, I understand that there are funding issues, but I really think that the city should also try to look at alternative funding, find ways to keep the programs going, because these programs are extremely valuable at the Children's Theater, at the libraries, at the Baylands. Maybe to you, they don't generate revenue, so you think they shouldn't be done, but they generate value for this city, and that's their purpose. So I really ask you to find alternative sources of funding, work with the friends groups, the support groups that work in the city. Look for funding. Think like an arts group. Look for grants. Look for funding. Look for community partners. Look for companies that were founded in Palo Alto or have offices here that are willing to help out. Look for help. Don't just do it alone. Ask for help from Mountain View. What are they doing? Palo Alto seems to be cutting its budget in a very different way than all the other cities in this area are. So I ask you to consider that. Look at the other cities. Maybe talk to them. See what they're doing. Don't just cut alone. Just think smart. Thank you so much.
But oh wait, there's one more person or 2 more people who would like to talk. Leif Erickson, you'll have 2 minutes. You may speak now. There seems to be a lag on the unmute button again. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
This is Leif Erickson with Youth Community Service. I'm calling to reinforce the messages that you've received in support of the Youth Connectedness Initiative, which is a teen mental health program here in Palo Alto. We work with peer leaders, with teens. Our staff trains them to reach out to their peers. We have matching funds from the county. It's a match of funds from the county and funds from the city. And if we lose the funding from the city, then we will also lose the funding from the county, and that will be the end of this teen mental health program at this critical time. The teens have been working for several years, developing their skills in partnership with other teen wellness programs in the schools and in the community. They do things like interviewing Dr. Shashank Joshi about teen depression and anxiety issues, and then they edit that and share that out through Instagram to reach their peers. And we know from the research that issues like this, kids listen to other kids more than they may listen to adults or their parents. So it's important that this messaging continue. Only a few years ago, youth wellness was one of the council priorities. And I would remind you of that and ask you to find a way to continue so that we can access the county match for this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that concludes our public speakers for the community and libraries. Oh, there's one more person, Jonathan Ehrman, who would like to speak. Jonathan Ehrman, you have 2 minutes and you may speak now.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hey, yeah. Obviously, I want to speak in support of these things. Look, we've been sheltering in place for 8 weeks. We're told, we have to stay at home for, months to help deal with this problem. And what the council seems to be saying is, when we come out from this, and many of us, our sectors of work are gone. There is nothing, but we're doing our part. And what we're told is, when we come back, because we're all ready to go. There's nothing wrong, or depressed with those of us who are waiting, to come back and do things. And the council seems to be saying like, when you come back, you're going to come back to a city which has, less opportunities, less going on. Everybody is ready to go back to, libraries to see performances, all these things. When it obviously is safe to do so, we'll put these things together. People want to go. There's going to be a new, junior museum, zoo building opening up. And, instead of encouraging people to come and be like, yes, here it is. Everybody's welcome. You're like, okay, we want to put fees on this. We want to cut these hours here. It's like, you need to find ways to promote these things because this is what the community wants, and this will help build. It's like you're cutting your own throats. You're saying, well, we think this is going to worst case scenario, so we'll cut all this stuff, and then it will just be worse. You need to find a way to encourage activities to thrive. You need to find a way to encourage people to come even more to the libraries or to the junior museum and zoo or to performances when that's allowable. But especially the junior museum and zoo, it's not going to encourage greater use to say, okay, we're going to make you pay all this money to come. You should be hunkering down on the fact that yes, it's free and all are welcome and please come check it out. That is the message you need to send to people because people are ready to go. There's nothing wrong with those of us, who are sitting here waiting for all of our community activities to resume. And we need that community there. And not be looking around going like, oh, well, it sucks. We spent those, 2-3 months, and, however much other time it spends to get larger just to come back and be like, oh, well, there's nothing there.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Justin Laksamana. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You may speak now.
Hey everyone, I'm Justin. I'm a student from Palo. I also am a peer leader at the YCI program. I've been with this program for almost 2 years now, and it's definitely given me, a student, a platform to really vocalize the issues that are coming around our community and what we would like to focus on fixing there. Our main focus so far has been mental health. And for YCI has given the ability to students to really create projects and publish them out to the public to really show what this means to us. We've done videos on depression, ADHD, and it's been really helping out the community. We just recently did ask your mental health questions to a professional, and that went really well. I definitely value this program very much so because it gives me and my peers a platform to really speak out and say what we think we can do to help the community. It really gives us that chance to see what we can do for Palo Alto. It's been definitely something that I value. Ever since I joined the program, it definitely feels like I have a voice. It definitely feels like I'm being heard now. I joined this program in order to have a voice in the community because I want to help as much as possible. So I'm hoping that we can still keep YCI in the community because I definitely see all the good it's been doing. And I guess I can end it there, but yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. If anyone else would like to speak on the matters of the Community and Library Services operating budget, please raise your hand or press star 9. All right, that concludes our public speakers.
Thank you so much for helping all our members of the public provide their comment, and thanks to everybody who joined us on Zoom or dialed in. We really appreciate your comments. Okay, we now return to council, and our first order of business will be a review of the public safety services. Does staff want to kick it off, please?
All right, yes, Kylie, why don't you go ahead and lead us off?
Okay, thank you, Ed. Thank you, Mayor. As you alluded to, we're on to public safety services. So we have our 3 chiefs here. We have Chief Johnson with PD, our fire chief, Chief Blackshire, and our OES chief, Chief Duker, that are going to be going through their department budgets. And you can see the operating budget pages are listed on the first slide. So it is safe to say that council can just pull out their operating budget documents and look at the department sections for those 3 departments. And then look at the staff report 11322, attachment A, exhibit 1. And you will be looking specifically for those departments on the pages. And so, for example, you will find the fire department on page 7 of 23. You will find the Office of Emergency Services on page 11 of 23. And you will see the police department beginning on page 14 of 23. And the police department continues for a few pages. So just to guide the council and the public through this, operating budget documents, department sections, plus attachment A, exhibit 1. And with that, I will turn it over to our chiefs. It looks, I'll start off with a baseline summary, and then I'll turn it over to the chiefs. This will be the standard format, just so the council understands, for all of these service area sections. So hopefully it'll help us get into a groove and a rhythm. The first slide is always going to be a summary of what's in the baseline budget. So in the budget physical documents, it's going to have your revenues and expenses by department, as well as the full-time general fund and all funds FTE, the staffing allocations. This is really there to help the council understand and the public understand where we're working from. And it's from these numbers that we're making additional adjustments as outlined in attachment A, exhibit 3. So for example, the fire department is about a $36 million budget with about $11 million in revenue. Remember, we have a large contract with Stanford for fire services. There's the emergency services office, which is $1.6 million. Remember, this is also where Project Safety Net, the cameras are for the Caltrain system. And you can see the police department has a $47 million budget for all of our police and patrol services. So it's from these numbers that we'll be walking through the proposed reductions. And with that, I will turn it over to the fire department with Chief Blackshire. And specifically, you'll be looking in your operating budget document, pages 185 through 192. Chief Blackshire?
See me
And
and
you are
hear
on
me?
mute. There you go.
Okay, good. All right, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Geo Blackshire, Palo Alto Fire Department. Sorry, let me turn my radio down. Sorry. Got a call coming in. All right, so just a quick review on this slide, the balancing strategy. So the fire department's going to seek new revenue streams and move to a flexible resource model based on daily staffing numbers, reducing units on evenings and weekends. And I can talk about that more later. We'll reduce management and administrative staff to its leanest levels, and response times will increase as a result of the changes. And as Kylie said, one of our stakeholders, Stanford, who we have a contract with regards to revenue, any changes to our deployment model requires us to renegotiate the contract to make sure that the standards that were presented in the agreement are still effective. The major proposed changes in the general fund are the following. So there's a flexible staffing model resulting in unit brownouts. And so what that means is that, so typically if there's fire department staff, first responders that are on some form of leave, whether it be sick leave, vacation, workers' comp, etc., we usually backfill that spot with overtime, and that way we keep the unit in service. This flexible modeling brownout would mean that if someone doesn't show up for work, then we reduce that to a different apparatus, or it gives us the opportunity to try and flex that model to try and keep a unit in service. And if another firefighter does not show up on some form of leave, again, we try to find a way to, put that person on another unit. And then if another person doesn't come in, it just keeps rolling till one fire engine, one unit is out of service, and therefore that fire station would be void for that period. And again, that's on evenings and weekends. And so through this process, we were told to, make the workforce a priority, to try and reduce layoffs as a priority, to really try and practice innovation and revenue. And of course, that's tough because, we're always trying to find the best way to, provide resources and be cost effective, but also build revenue. And with the paramedic subscription program and the first responder fee, those are both programs that we feel, one, that it does help out with our situation. Moreover, we don't want to just bring in new programs for revenue. It should reflect better service to the community. And that's what the subscription program is. And we'll talk more about that. Management and administrative reductions. That was first brought up in our budget to reduce, as an example, the deputy chief, which was frozen in the last budget period, and we have a proposal to continue to freeze that. And then we have budget services, ambulance service, which would restore a daytime ambulance, including savings resulting from overtime reduction model. And so this is the ambulance that would typically, that was budgeted to be removed in last budget fiscal year, but we're proposing, instead of bringing the deputy chief back, to keep the ambulance in service due to the service and the need to have the ambulance on the floor. And let me see, where are we? Okay, next slide. So with these cuts, we're still planning to respond to emergencies. That's fires, medical emergencies, technical rescue incidents, and hazardous material emergencies. Maintain an effective response force to stop the escalation of emergencies. For example, that'd be structure fire. And we're going to focus on optimizing our emergency response system. Now, you may hear me speak on that topic, or you may hear me bring that up, effective response force, and I'd like to put that in context. And so an effective response force is the amount of personnel that it would take to, as it says, stop the escalation of an emergency or a fire. And it's important that we focus on that. And I give an example for the dish fire that happened a couple of weeks ago. That was a medium level response, and the resources it took to respond to that fire. And then we had a simultaneous medical call at the same time. And those two calls alone depleted the city of all fire resources. Fortunately, we are part of a county mutual aid system. So we did bring in resources both from Mountain View and County Fire that had to back up our system. And then we would have to rely on county ambulance to respond to Palo Alto in case there was another emergency. So that just gives you an idea how we try to maintain a certain level of resources to effectively respond to mitigate an emergency. Next bullet point, maintain current emergency medical response and ambulance transport services. Again, we're focusing on the service. We also are planning on keeping a paramedic on every single unit in Palo Alto, which is very important, not just on the ambulance, but on all engines and apparatus. And continue to perform fire inspections, state mandated occupancies, foothill residences, businesses with hazardous materials, and new construction fire protective systems. Fire prevention is definitely a key in the city. Definitely making sure that we make sure that the state mandated occupancies are safe. Make sure that every residence in the foothills gets a fire inspection. And hazardous materials is a major focus for us, and it also brings in revenue for that division. And it's also important that we try and keep on touch with new construction fire protective systems, and try and stay on top with that. And any reduction in forces would delay, and prevention will delay the timing that they can get these completed, but we will still keep those in line. So that is the end of my slides, I believe. And council, I will take any questions that you have for me.
Mr. City Manager, were you hoping for questions office by office, or would you rather wait till the end?
Why don't we go ahead and go through all three departments first, and then perhaps turn it back to you for questions at that point.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
So it looks like Chief Duker is ready, and we'll go through the Office of Emergency Services. Chief?
Great, thank you, Honorable Mayor, Council, and staff here tonight. You can go to the next slide. Mine is short and sweet. Essentially, our proposal is to freeze an existing vacancy that keeps us to just a bare minimum to run our core functions in the Emergency Operations Center. By the way, tonight I'm operating from our mobile Emergency Operations Center to mix it up. So one staff reduction to the tune of $109,000. We're also, as Kyle alluded to, going to reduce, it's really O&M, operation and maintenance funding for the IDS, the intrusion detection system, which council approved a little while ago in the context of Project Safety Net. This is, for those who are not familiar, a anti-suicide early detection system. I'll just answer any questions up front about this. 60,000 is a large hit, but that's over a 5-year O&M budget. The system's relatively new. We haven't experienced any hardware failures yet, and it's got a pretty high degree of reliability. So if we do lose a camera or a component, depending on what that is, we may be able to work around it, or we may have to come back to you. Next slide. So obviously, in the midst of the current crisis, the pandemic, we'll be working with the city manager and other executive leadership team staff on a corrective action plan, also known as an AAR, after action report. Clearly, even before this pandemic, we had a very strong interest in the community, the residents, businesses, nonprofits, houses of worship, and so forth. Highly interested in our training offerings, ranging from earthquake preparedness to wildland fire to active shooter training, all of which is done through our office. And that is on top of obviously our very large emergency services volunteer program, which has been growing rather robustly lately. We also, per local mandates, will be updating our local hazard mitigation plan. I will remind the community that just because we're in the midst of this crisis, we do not have the luxury of ignoring the other hazards, whether that's the wildland fire or the earthquake or flooding and so forth. So LHMP is part of that. On that topic, one of our missions in the Office of Emergency Services is to evaluate new technologies and new best practices to mitigate risk, including the Foothills Fire Early Warning System that council was briefed on some time ago. We're going to partner, of course, with not only police and fire, but you were briefed, I believe, in December by the Utilities Department. The CPAU Wildland Fire Mitigation Plan makes specific reference to some of the technologies that we hope to explore. And then finally, whether or not the public safety is built on schedule, OES has a major role in dealing with future technology planning and systems many of which won't physically be in the public safety building. For example, some of the radio infrastructure will be in the foothills as it is now, and is definitely due for some upgrades. So that's the end of our outlook. We can go to the next slide. And off to Chief Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Duker, and thank you for everything you're doing for our community right now, especially in this emergency. And Chief Johnson, I think you're up next. And just want to mention to everybody, I believe it's Police Appreciation Week. So we are wonderfully appreciative of the men and women of your department right now.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. In front of you tonight, obviously, we'll be addressing the Police Department's proposed budget and potential service impacts associated with some of the identified reductions for the upcoming 2020-21 fiscal year. Before I dive into this, let me start by assuring the community that no matter what the outcomes are from these discussions, the Palo Alto Police Department is committed to keeping this community safe and providing the core services required in order to do that. As you can see and will see, these reductions will clearly impact our non-emergency responses, as well as affect our department's ability to be as proactive as we have been. You know, when a police department is asked to reduce their budget by $6 million, there's going to be impacts. This is because 98% of our department budget is associated with committed costs. So there's very little room for discretionary reductions. Therefore, what you'll see tonight is nearly all of our reductions come in the form of personnel. And with fewer bodies, both in the building as well as on patrol, our ability to engage the community and serve the community will be reduced. It goes beyond the proactive policing in order to reduce crime and enforce rules of the road. It impacts our ability to respond to CPRA requests, our ability to keep our front desk open, our ability to investigate crimes thoroughly through our Detectives Bureau, our ability for our managers to work on projects and oversee work groups, our ability to have a presence on social media and be as transparent as we are in working with the community. It will impact our ability to not only provide animal control services within the city of Palo Alto, but for our 2 contract cities as well. And that's just to name a few. Unfortunately, though, our department has felt this impact numerous times over the years, and since 2003, the police department staff has been reduced by 23 full-time positions in various economic downturns, including police officers, dispatchers, record staff, a host of others. And that went from an all-time high of 177 full-time employees to our current 152 full-time employees, as you saw a moment ago. So in one swipe, these cuts potentially will surpass all those steady reductions which have occurred over 17 years, reducing our department another 20%. And let's go to the next slide, please. Some of these impacts areas highlighted on the slides and in your reports, as the council is well aware. You know, one of the things I've shared with this council, especially over the last few years, has been we have worked exceptionally hard in trying to fill the vacancies in order to provide the services the community expects and deserves. When I was hired in 2018, if you remember, we had 13 police officer vacancies, and today we have 4. These positions have been filled with outstanding candidates who are presently working their way through our academy or our field training program. And it would be a major setback if we had to let any of these individuals go and start from scratch. You know, I think most of the community and the council is aware, you know, police officers and dispatchers are very unique positions, and it takes about 2 years from the time they apply for the position to actually be hired, trained, and ready to serve a community. And over the past 2 years, we have processed over 2,000 police applicants, and those applications have led to 24. So it's an extremely competitive environment, and it's very, very challenging to hire even one qualified candidate. We have just recently, over the last year, been able to outpace our normal annual loss that is attributed through attrition, leading to our lower vacancies that we have today. And these recently filled positions have given us the ability to reinstate many of the programs that have been suffered from past reductions, such as having the traffic enforcement team, specialty positions, offering the community academies again, and being engaged within our community. The traffic team, as you know, is extremely valued within the community, and their reintegration has been very well received. They've also allowed us to bring back the juvenile diversion program, which has allowed over 132 juveniles to participate in this program after receiving a bicycle violation. Our specialty positions have been highly engaged with our businesses, our downtown district, and they also work very closely with the homeless population to ensure they're connected with the resources they need. The Palo Alto Police Department Citizen Academy, as many of you have participated in, has educated over 450 members of our community over the past decade on police operations. And from that, we built some very strong relationships. And obviously, as you probably heard and well known, our presence in the schools has always provided a comfort and an extra layer of security to the most valuable asset of Palo Alto, our future. The Palo Alto, the school district is also, we've worked very closely with, and the SROs have been an extremely important part of the Parent Project over the years, a program that fosters supportive family structures and communication. You know, with that said, when identifying these reductions and the impacts, the management team continually considered our primary objective of what this department is here for, and that's to serve and protect the community. This community is extremely high expectations, as it should, and it's one we've always aspired towards. One of the things that the council, when you issued that proclamation of the local emergency back on March 12th, the city transitioned a majority of the workforce to telework status. And as you know, our personnel within the police department continued to report to work because of the essential services they provide. And they have continually adjusted without complaint. In addition to the normal law enforcement responsibilities, these men and women have conducted over 3,000 directed patrol checks throughout our city during this time to ensure residents and businesses have remained protected. We've also responded to over 475 health order violations, and that's just since March 17th. In order to ensure that we have the ability to maintain the core workforce moving forward, part of our proposal not only includes the absorption of our current vacancies, but it potentially will require us to reduce our workforce with many, many other positions that include part-time personnel that are critically vital to support our organization, many of our full-time professional staff, and an extremely large number of our sworn positions of all ranks, including reserve officer positions. These reductions would also have us reducing several management positions with an overall reduction of 35% in that rank, a span of control for one manager for every 14 employees. Now, some might think this overall budget of ours is high, but I'd like to remind not only the council, but the community that the Palo Alto Police Department offers several services that other agencies in the region just do not. Those services are animal control services, parking enforcement, crossing guards. We also have the third busiest dispatch center in the county. That's because we provide dispatch for fire department, public works, utilities, our parks, as well as Stanford Department of Public Safety. All of these add cost to our department. You know, our objective, and as you can see, there are many things we will still be able to do. So I want to end this with the community having that assurance that we will do everything as effectively and efficiently as we can. And we have the highest hope to continue to be able to do that. I know this council has some extremely difficult decisions to make over the next few weeks, and we are well aware of the challenges ahead. And as I said at the beginning, we have every intention to support this council and this community throughout this process. Our only hope would be that if there's any impacts directly associated with our personnel, that we have the time to at least have those occur through attrition rather than immediate layoffs. We have a history and a track record for people retiring on a consistent basis. We have many of those lined up for this year, and we think we can meet the numbers that we may have to do within this upcoming year. So with that, I will be available for questions and comments. But again, I want the community to know that the Palo Alto Police Department will be there for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And to the council, this last slide is looking at overall the service area summary. So this is looking at in total public safety. So across fire, OES, and police, combined the baseline budget was 79 million. And under this, I'm sorry, 85 million. And under this proposed potential scenario with the budget actions that have been outlaid to the council for their consideration, it would reduce that budget by about 7% to 79 million across all three. And if you look at all funds, because there are some pieces that hit other funds, it's about a 9% reduction. So this is just that macro look, ties to the table in the CMR to give council another kind of flyover look of the proposed changes. And I think with that, we will go to the council for any questions, comments. Mayor, your rounds.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Director Nassay. So let's go for a round of questions. First hand I saw was Councilmember Niss, followed by Councilmember Filseth.
So thank you all for coming and being here tonight. I don't see Gio, but I know that Gio is there somewhere. There you all are. So before we start this, Ed, are there any comments you want to make about these specific areas? Because police and fire always, and I think in our survey, came out on the top as they usually do, and frankly, as they should. So any comments you want to make? We're talking about a 9% reduction, right?
Exactly, and thank you, Councilmember. I would just provide the context that, clearly, as you heard from our chiefs, the significance of the cuts involved in order to close our fiscal gap are significant, and really not the kind of actions that we would be recommending under any other circumstances. There's nothing more core to the functioning of a municipal government than public safety. And as such, the depth and significance of these proposals really do reflect this major challenge we have before us. I do really want to commend and thank all three departments for their team spirit in coming forward with these recommendations, because being here in Palo Alto, it's easy to take for granted that we all work together. But the reality is, for those of us who have been in other circumstances, that it can be very, very, very difficult for public safety chiefs to come forward with the kinds of proposals that you see here this evening. And it's really a testament to their leadership, as well as their willingness to work across disciplines in order to be able to address the issues before us. So I would just end there. Thank you, Councilmember Niss.
A question of process and also of concern. If we decide that we don't want to make some of the cuts that are here tonight, you were there for our first meeting of the day and you know what those results are. How would you handle that? We're going to say, we're not going to cut as much as you've suggested. We are going to cut X instead.
Well, ultimately, the cuts need to come out of somewhere else. And so that's the exercise I believe that over the course of the next couple of days, we'll be going through.
So if we say this cut doesn't work for us, you'll come back to us and say what?
Well, here's another, effectively, that's what would be required.
So you're going to give us some options, right?
Ultimately, based on the direction, we could find ourselves being painted into a corner at some point, and so that's really the interaction and feedback we'd like
out of that, right? Yes. So let me ask some very specific questions of the different departments. Gio, you talked about your response time changing. Your response time is pretty good. Why don't you tell me about that and how that would change your response time, which is primarily to calls that need your medical expertise, right?
Correct. So Currently, we do meet our response time because of the resources that we currently have, and that's always the goal. You know, as we have a very positive response time, very positive reaction from the community and the service that we have. And anytime you reduce the level of resources, we would extend response time. So naturally, they would go up. The biggest concern is that as we deplete more resources, we rely more on county resources than we do internally. So just to give you an idea of the ambulance, because you're talking specifically about our ambulance service, and I just want to advise you, and you may already know, but Palo Alto is the only city in the county that has their own, that has the transport right, that has their ambulance business. And that's, it seems like something that's, you know, not such a big deal, but it is, because we are able to meet our response times way below the county standard. So what I'm saying is that a county ambulance, when they come into, so at the, let me see how to explain this. So county ambulance, when they respond into our city, is twice as much time as the average. So our average time, county ambulance, is twice as long. And that's takes our, 6 minutes to about, they're over 12 minutes. Let me get the right data up, excuse me, one moment.
It's okay, it's close enough.
It's all right.
Yeah.
No, I got it. So here we go. So our average response time in 2019 was 7 minutes and 19 seconds. A county ambulance in 2019 is 15 minutes and 39 seconds. So again, that's twice as long. In the 90th percentile, Palo Alto ambulances respond in 11 minutes and 21 seconds. County ambulance is 24 minutes and 50 seconds. So that's why there's so much emphasis on keeping resources available in Palo Alto, because as you know, it's a medical emergency and time is of the essence. So maintaining those resources and keeping them in service is ideal to maintain that standard. So I hope that gives kind of an idea of the importance.
Thanks. And then to ask the chief, where are you, Bob? There you are. I remember sitting there when you were telling us how difficult it was to hire and bring new people into the force. What does this do to those people that you've hired recently, or they may still be in training, whatever that situation is? Can you talk about that group, because that's the group I remember was the most difficult for you to identify and hire?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's definitely been a long road, and I give all the credit to our training and recruiting staff. They have worked incredibly hard in going extreme lengths to find qualified candidates. And some of these candidates that we have, the most recent that just got off training since I've been here, he travels, I think, well over 100 miles each way just to get here. Because he wants to work for Palo Alto. We just had one of our academy individuals who's in the academy. He relocated from out of state and brought his whole family so he could be part of this team. It's challenging, and if we were to have to let them go, it would almost be like a 3-year delay, because if we started from scratch, we'd have to go right back and spend another 2 years of looking for qualified candidates, because the candidates we have, if we were to let them go, I have no doubt they would get picked up by other agencies because they're that outstanding. So again, it would be one of those things. I really doubt they would stick around to see if we're going to rehire them, because there's so much hiring occurring throughout the region, especially for qualified candidates that have already, and many of these are, we have 4 that are still on training here. They'd get grabbed up immediately because they're almost completely done and ready to serve a community. And then we have 7 that are currently in the academies. And again, some of those are coming up on graduation. One graduates on Monday, which would be unfortunate because he would be an immediate grab for somebody if we weren't able to retain him. So again, it would be not only setting us back immediately, it would be setting us back almost 3 years.
Okay, thanks. Adrian, I took a little more than my time. I forgot to time it, but I think those are particularly important aspects for us to contemplate as we think about what to do tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, thanks very much. And so first of all, thanks very much to the 3 chiefs for what you've done here. much appreciated. Public safety is really the baseline foundational stuff in our community. And this is really tough stuff. But with public safety over a third of our total city general fund budget, I mean, we're not going to be able to put things together without touching public safety. Really appreciate Chief Johnson's comments in particular. You know, some really important, really unpleasant choices here. It couldn't have been easy. You're faced with losing a significant number of people. Programs that people really like the traffic team and some of the things that invest in our future, some of the youth programs and so forth. So I was really struck by your comments there. So let me just ask a couple of questions. First of all, it looked, for staff, I think, it looked to me like about 80% of the expense adjustment came from police. Is that correct?
For the overall proposal, or are you asking for this overall public safety?
Overall public safety, yeah. Public safety is down about 9%. I got another question about that in a second, but it looked to me like of the expense reduction, about 80% came from police. Is that correct?
I'd have to do
Go
the
ahead,
math.
Kylie.
I was going to say, I'd have to do the math on that, but you are correct. A significant portion of the budget proposed changes in the fire department is associated with the revenue for the subscriptions as well as transport fees.
That was actually my next question, which I noticed the fire department sort of creative approach here came up with, basically some revenue increases. Are those do those factor into the 9.1%? Or I guess the 6.8% change, are the revenue increases included in that number?
You know what? I think we just did the expenses, but I can confirm that for you.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Filseth. Next, I have Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah. Hey, thank you guys again for the presentations. And we do have tough decisions. So I keep looking at the budget reconciliation pages, which I'm finding to be very useful. And so I was looking at fire on page 191. I just want to make sure I'm interpreting this correctly, Kylie. So if we look, this is showing, I guess, our proposed changes against our 2020 budget. And then you have these proposed changes. And so if we look, this is showing, I guess, our proposed changes against our 2020 budget. And then you have these proposed changes and you get to the original FY21 proposed budget, which I'm going to call kind of the growth budget. And then these cuts we're talking about tonight are being presented against this forecasted growth. Is that right? Am I describing that right?
I was following along for the most part, Vice Mayor. I think what you said is it's a combo of these budget reconciliations like you saw on page 191 of the operating budget with the attachment A Exhibit 1 adjustments, and we're looking at those combined. Is that what your question was?
Yeah, so if I look at prior year budgets, 34.8 million for fire.
Mm-hmm.
There were a bunch of things here. We ended up with a proposed 21 budget of 36.2.
Correct.
And then if I subtract all the cuts listed in the handout, that's the decrease I get to the current 21 budget, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. You've done the math correct.
And then so we were looking at from 20 to 21, we were looking at about 6.8% growth for fire, right? It would grow from this 34.8 to this 36.2, right? And then it looks like police was planned to grow about 5.5%.
So fire was planned to grow about 3.9%. You'll see that on page 188 of the operating budget. And police was planned to grow about 5.5%. And you'll see that on page 242 of the operating budget.
Yeah. So I got the 5.5, but my numbers, again, if I'm looking at the 36.2 versus 34.8, that's a lot more than 3.9% growth.
Oh, is our math off? Let me look.
Or maybe different categories are being included.
No, it is. A change from 36.2 million or 34.9 million up to 36.2 million is about a 4% increase.
Okay. Let me just double check those numbers. So, so what I was getting to is if I, again, sticking with fire, if you take the cuts, you get to about 34.7 million, which is pretty close to what it was this year. Does that sound right?
1 second. I believe so. But let me.
So
yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I think there's two ways to look at these budgets. I mean, yeah, it's a haircut from the proposed growth, but it's pretty much flat against next year. And so is one way to say that is like we're really making like 0.3% actual cuts. I mean, cuts against the proposed growth are things that we haven't even done yet, right?
I hear what you're saying, Councilmember, Vice Mayor, but the cost of doing business goes up every year. And so, you know, definitely from a community standpoint, even though the cost of service goes up, the service level stays the same. And so what we're talking about right now is cuts that will impact the service level. And I hear you that from a dollar perspective, it'll be roughly flat with minimal movement because we're cutting against what the increase is. But in order to do that, we still have to reduce the resources resulting in those service level impacts. And, you know, I think part of this is just you can see what the cost is year over year of doing business. This is salary increases. These are contract increases. These are our pension costs. And so just dollars of today cost more tomorrow.
Right. Okay. That's definitely useful to understand. That's why I wanted to go through that with you and make sure I was getting that right.
Definitely. Thanks for the questions.
And it's even more than the cost of living, right? It's just our costs as a government, I guess, are higher. Yeah. So if I'm looking at kind of static dollars or whatever you want to call it, not accounting for that growth, it looked like fire was essentially flat. Police was down about 9%. So again, what Councilmember Filson said was, it seems like most of the cuts are coming from police. And then the creative addition of revenue in the fire department definitely helped there. I do
5
think
minutes.
What's that?
That was 5 minutes, sorry.
Okay. So just the last thing I'd like to stop on, I'd like to add it to the short-term parking lot. I think, and maybe even before the 26th, I think it'd be really useful if staff could provide us a different form of like the reconciliation sheet that showed revenue and expense for FY20, the original FY21 proposal for revenue and expense, and then the current new proposal. Because really what we have are just deltas, and it makes it a little hard.
So, Mr. Vice Mayor, totally agree with you. Let's get back to that when we come to comments, questions, and motions, okay?
Yep.
Thank you. Next, I have Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. I want to associate myself with Councilmember Filseth's comments and his, you know, demeanor for this. Chief Blackshire, I wonder if you could just give us a brief understanding of the revenue. So if today someone uses an ambulance, what is the charge now? And then how does that charge work going forward?
Okay, so the charge for a transport, for an ambulance transport, is approximately $2,400 now. That's been accepted in the municipal fee. We are able to recover about 40% of that because depending on our payer mix, you know, if it's Medicare, we're getting somewhere around $600 to $700 recovery on that. So we're trying to get full recovery. The whole point of the revenue, and we could talk more about that, but I just want to give you an idea of the, you know, to bring in more revenue to avoid a reduction in force was just that opportunity to keep, you know, the worst thing that we can even consider is to close a fire station. And, you know, anything that we can do to take the place of that, that's what this is. So right now it's $2,400 for a transport, and we're 40% cost recovery. And so anything that we can do as it relates to the subscription program or the first responder fee will help us make up that recovery, and it would go towards program, training, personnel, equipment, etc.
So who would pay the first responder fee? Is that separate from the $2,400 or?
So the first responder fee is a program, and I'll explain that. So the first responder fee is it's a category of fees that are charged by public agencies and that provide medical responding emergencies. So what it does is it's billed to the insurance company, and it's my understanding from the research that I've done is that that insurance companies already have this fee built in. And so by charging the insurance company, or by charging the first responder fee, or by not charging that, we'll be subsidizing the company. The goal is to make sure that it's really focused on commercial insurance and not those that can't afford it, the uninsured or those on Medicare, et cetera. It's focused on our payer mix and what we would recover for those that have commercial insurance. So again, the programs that we are proposing right now primarily are to have minimum impact on the user of the system.
So let me run that through my Chief Blackshire translator. If there's an accident and fire responds, but does not take someone in an ambulance, there would be a fee now that would be billed to insurance. Is that correct?
Correct.
Aha. Okay. So if there were hypothetical members of my family who have had bike accidents, who have not received a charge, then they would receive a charge for that, and it would go to insurance. Got it.
Right.
Thank you. And then Chief Johnson, I hope we'll have a second round so I can explain more. But if we were to add back, let's say one police officer, how much would that be, and where would you want us to put it?
Well, yeah, again, great question. If we were to get one more to the addition, again, I think it's because of our attrition rate that we're somewhat concerned about. And one of the other things without getting too much into the details, but I think, one of the values we have with all the people we've recently hired is they all come into the new retirement system. So they do cost the city less, far less in the long run as well, because they're all under the PEPRA umbrella. But to answer your question, I would really have to look at where we would want it. We have many positions in this organization, and if we had to save one, it would probably, we go on seniority. So it would probably go to, one of the individuals that's currently in our field training program.
Okay, field training. And when we get that number, I think that would be helpful. I see my time is almost up. But can you just tell me how many of those 38 FTE are in police? It's not clear to me.
Oh, so out of our equation, the way it's mapped out right now, we have approximately 15 that would be police officer positions.
But of the 38 in public safety, how many are in police?
Oh, I'm sorry. We have close to 32 total.
Thank you.
I'd also like to just so you understand, it came up yesterday, and I can't remember if it was Kylie, but one of ours. So to give you an idea, we're going by full-time FTEs, but we use an FTE for a lot of part-time positions. So one full-time FTE actually for our situation could equate up to 6 part-time employees. Does that make sense? The one position is divvied up.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember in Chief. Next is Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. So I'm just sharing a survey that I did. The city had done one, and that one showed that public safety was one of the very top desired and that the community wanted to keep in every department. And when I went out and did my survey, the same results came back, where it was about keeping and not reducing police off fire, because that is a security blanket for the community. Now, I do want to say that, you know, I was actually very disappointed earlier that my colleagues and the city manager would not look at some of the things that really does not affect service, you know, in terms of the in terms of the capital improvement projects. This is core. This is, as somebody had said, is the foundation of this community. And
Can we keep this round of questions, please?
actually, I just have to say what I say because I don't have any questions, because this is exactly where we don't want to go.
I'm really trying to keep us on a round of questions and then move into comments.
Okay, in that case, let me just say that did the fire department 2 years ago reduce their numbers by 11? It was supposed to be filled, and then in the next budget cut, they cut the 11. Is that so? It was maybe not during your time, but do you remember that?
Would you like me to answer that, Councilmember Koo?
Yes,
or
please.
are you asking someone?
You,
Yes.
Chief Blackshire.
So yes, that is correct. We did cut 11 positions as a result of the Stanford contract agreement. And 11, we have 11, I'm sorry?
Go ahead, finish.
So 11 positions were eliminated, but at the time we had 15 vacancies. And after the contract was vetted, we filled the additional positions.
How many?
How many did we fill? There were 15 positions vacant at the time, and we were able to fill 4 more. So there was 11 that were eliminated, and then we hired 4 to be fully staffed.
So you've never really recovered all the numbers back even after you had the Stanford contract return?
No, those personnel, those positions were eliminated.
And again, this is public safety, is it not?
Correct.
Question form. As for police, we finally got our traffic enforcement back when Chief Johnson came back, and now it's part of one of the eliminations again. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And what I'd like to know is, has this been vetted with the community? If the community is paying for all of this, that you're gonna, I'm not talking to you directly, Chief Johnson, but more to the city manager, that you're just kind of like going around there coming up with things in order to make the budget fit. And of all things at this time of the pandemic. So is this ever going to be vetted with the general public to get their buy-in on eliminating the traffic program, you know, the SRO? Is that ever going to happen?
Well, ultimately, Councilmember, it's this process, both directly via the City Council as well as the other outreach that we're doing, is the way to get the feedback. And to your point, certainly not popular decisions.
No, but there are core. These are core. Is it not, in question form? And I don't need an answer. Thank you.
Councilmember Koo, I just want to, as in regards to how to put in context losing those 11 positions, what we had to do is get creative on how we staff our resources. And so instead of having a crew on an ambulance and a crew on an engine, both ready to respond, we've had to get, by reduction of forces, resources, we had to join those crews. So now we have crews that cross staff units, and a crew would be both on an ambulance and an engine, and depending on a call, that's the unit that goes. So in the case where typically that would be 2 units out of service, one medical call can therefore take 3 units out of service. So it would be an engine and an engine or else to cut. We have to keep cross-staffing units, having crews cross both units, and that was the proposal we made last year. But that's why we're proposing to keep that ambulance in service this year, because if the loss of the ambulance and with this brownout model, it would increase response times. And so that's how it's been impacted by losing those positions.
And I appreciate you explaining that. And in addition to everything, is that you're asking the residents, not you, Chief Blackshire or Chief Johnson, but what this city is asking is for our residents to depend, when we don't have enough of our own staff, to depend on mutual aid, which means it might take longer, which means that we might have to pay more. So in the long run, there's a problem with cutting our core services.
There's no might to it, Councilmember Koo. The more we rely on mutual aid, the longer the response times are. They're coming from other jurisdictions, and that's assuming that the resources that are coming into Palo Alto are those units are available. Which is why you see when I explained about the ambulances, response time is double the response time of Palo Alto ambulances, because they're coming from the county, their county resources, and the county, they don't staff their resources anticipating coming into Palo Alto. Their primary goal is to cover the county. So when we call an ambulance that's not in Palo Alto, they could be coming from Mountain View, Los Altos, Sunnyvale. That's the nature of how the response times are mutual aid.
Thank you. Thank you for agreeing with me. Thank you.
Next is Councilmember Tanaka.
So first, I wanted to thank the 3 chiefs for being on here, for your staff service and your service. I think it's definitely safety first, especially during this pandemic. Kylie, I was wondering if you could bring up the budget, the proposed fiscal year 21 budget, and go to the fire section, I guess it's on page 187. Could you share that for us, please? And then while she's pulling that up, I have a question for Chief Blackshire. So Chief, just to kind of piggyback off of Councilmember Cormack's question about the first responder fee. So right now people pay $2,400. And I understand that if they have an insurance company, you'll bill them additional first responder fee. But what wasn't clear to me is how much is that fee? So I was looking for like one word answer. How much is that fee if they have an insurance company? You're muted though. You're still muted.
Okay, there we go. And that is the term of the month. We're still muted. So that's the back of the napkin calculation. So the way that it would work is that, the simple calculation is we would take 70% of our medical calls and then divide that by the total EMS. We take 70% of the calls out of medical, out of the total responses, and then divide that by total EMS calls, and then we get that number. So the back of the napkin number for us would be about $400. That would be the potential fee.
So it's basically going from 2,400 to about 2,800 if they have insurance. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Can we scroll down a little bit on this document that Kylie, you have shared with us? Okay, stop here, please. So on the overtime section, I noticed that on the fiscal year 20 to 2021, there's a 15.4% increase in overtime. And I understand from the city manager, or I guess it was Kylie yesterday, that we were spending $4 or $5 million on overtime or something on that order. So I guess I'm just curious. I saw the Daily Post article about all the salaries, and a lot of them are $300-400 plus K a year with overtime. And I guess I know some people actually doubled their compensation with overtime. So I guess I'm just a little bit, in the times when we're having severe budget issues, I'm just curious that this number, this overtime number, still remains at 15.4%, because this is way past the rate of inflation. In fact, the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, just came out, and it went down 0.8%. So while the Consumer Price Index is dropping, the overtime amount is going up about 15.4%, and it's still like that because there was no budgetary changes on this. So I guess I'd like to understand a little bit better about the rationale behind, this kind of double-digit increase in amount of overtime budget in light of our revenue shortfalls. And so I guess I'll ask the police and I'll ask later, but right now I'm just asking Chief Blackshire if you could just kind of explain to the public a little bit about your rationale on that.
Correct. So after we did the Stanford contract and with the reductions and to keep that ambulance in service, it was agreed upon that we would staff that Medic 61, which is downtown, with overtime. So that was a decision, and as opposed to filling it with full-time employees. It was a strategic, a fiscally strategic move to staff it with overtime for 12 hours a day.
Is that still the plan going forward in next fiscal year?
Correct. So that would be moving forward in next fiscal year. And that's why in the proposal, you'll see that we made a recommendation or proposal to remove the deputy chief, one of the deputy chief positions. And that would cut into it, and also to reconfigure how we staff it, which would remove additional overtime, which is your concern, on that unit by the way we staff it. And therefore it breaks even.
But I didn't see a reduction in overtime in the deltas that we were given.
Yeah, it was in the.
At least I didn't. Well,
it's in our report.
I'm looking at page 7 of the big table, and I don't see it. So maybe you guys could point it out to me where it is. But to me, it would make sense, because I think overtime is paid time and a half or double time. So, I mean, it would make sense in a time of extreme fiscal duress that we would try to, cut down on overtime as much as possible. In fact, I would expect a big decrease in overtime, not a big increase in overtime during budgetary times like this.
Yeah, on page 192 in the council member Tanaka, on page 192 in the operational budget, it says the modified staffing and overtime adjustment is 209,000, and that was the reduction, and that along with the removal of the deputy chief would be the balance of what it would cost in overtime to continue staffing Medic 61 with overtime.
Sorry, can you go back up, or whoever's controlling the slides, back to where we were just talking about? And maybe I'm misreading this chart here, but on the line that says overtime, it says it's going from 1.6 million to 1.9 million, right? So this is the fiscal year 2021 proposed budget. So I'm guessing, what am I missing here in terms of?
Sure, let me explain this. Gio, let me take a stab, and if I fall, let me know. But as part of the 2020 adopted budget, the council approved a service delivery change in fire. And what that delivery change was to get rid of the overtime medic, so Medic 61. And so we were going to cease that 12-hour ambulance. Upon further review of that with the fire department based on the medical call volume, it's been determined that that's probably not our best model from a service perspective. So you'll see a reduction in overtime in fiscal year 2020 with us removing the overtime associated with that medic, and you now see us restoring that overtime in 2021 because we didn't actually make that service delivery change. We modified it with the elimination of a deputy fire chief instead, because that worked better from an operations perspective, so that we had the staffing resources and overtime resources necessary for the call volume.
Okay, but basically we're increasing overtime by 15.4%. That's basically what's happening though. From fiscal year 2020 to 2021, it's going up by 15.4%, as the table says.
From a budgetary perspective, yes. From a practical standpoint, no.
Okay, so tell me, why is it practical different from what the numbers we have here? Because there are no other deltas to the overtime that I could find.
Sure. Budget is a planning document. And like we've warned the council, especially with what we're looking at right now, we're making assumptions, but things might not pan out when we go to implement them. So in 2020, we planned to take that medic, that 12-hour medic, out of service. But ultimately, that plan didn't come to fruition. So we didn't see that savings on the overtime side of the budget ledger. So although you might see that reduction in the 2020 adopted budget, in reality, that didn't actually happen. We made an adjustment at mid-year to fix that. So we actually increased the overtime budget in the fire department in 2020. And then we offset it with salary savings from holding a deputy chief vacant. And this proposal solidifies that transaction by eliminating that deputy chief position that's vacant and restoring the overtime for the Medic 61.
Okay, so what you're saying basically is that we spend more overtime than budgeted for fiscal year 2020, and thus it's not as big of an increase in 2021 because
I'm saying 2020 is artificially low due to a proposed service level change that we did not implement.
And then there's as city manager Ed Shikata mentioned yesterday about, overtime and how it works in essential services is that, as we have people that don't come into work and we have to put that unit in service, that's where the overtime comes in. So that can be for any kind of vacation, personal leave, comp leave, sick leave. And that's typically how the overtime is accrued on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, I get that. I guess what I'm trying to say though is it would seem to me that we would try to minimize amount of overtime because the overtime is time and a half or double time. And when people are getting double the salary, it just seems like there could be, I saw that the average overtime is like 22,000 or something like that. And you see some people getting double that. And so to me, it would seem like this is a number you would closely manage if you're trying to deliver the same amount of services to our residents, which I think we're trying to do with a limited amount of budget. So I'm just trying to understand, how this was put together, given our constraints, right? And I understand you have constraints in terms of union contracts and minimum service, staffing, all that kind of. I get that. I was trying to understand, because I think a lot of people would be pulled. Why is overtime going up so much, in a severely down fiscal year?
Well,
That's
also
5 minutes.
And let me just add one point on overtime. Just from a costing perspective, council member, not always is overtime more expensive. If you think about it from a public safety perspective, when you look at the full cost of a public safety position with the pension and the benefits associated with it, depending on the service delivery needs of that particular unit or particular service level, it may make more financial sense for it to be on overtime as opposed to adding to that pension cost.
I understand. It just I look at the Daily Post and I see salaries are literally doubled. So that's why I just wonder how that works. So
right, and as we reduce our workforce, when we reduce the 11 and the positions that are proposed, that's less people to fill those positions on a regular duty, and the people that we hire back are overtime. So that's that's a consequence of a reduction in force.
Okay. My point is, I think we should try to manage it, but it looks like I'm out of time, so I'll have to get my questions on the next round. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Council Member. So thank you, Chiefs, for bringing this forward. Couple quick questions. For Chief Blackshire, you mentioned that, if we reduce some of these services, we have to rely on county mutual aid more. Are you expecting or even seeing that other departments in the region are going to be relying on mutual aid more as well? And would that potentially compound those delays? And
so, that's hard to tell how much they'll be relying on mutual aid. That's to be determined. I know that our call volume is going up, and it's if it goes up and down year to year, it's minimal, but we're over 9,000 calls now. So just to give you an example, there's 2 reasons why we need to be concerned about mutual aid. One is clearly the response time to make sure we get people there on time and a quick basis. The second is the revenue, because every time county ambulance comes into Palo Alto and they transport Palo Alto visitors, workers, or citizens, we lose that revenue. And so last year, county ambulance came into Palo Alto 49 times. And so that's about $42,000 in revenue that we lost to county ambulance. And so again, on top of the service of keeping our resources available, there's also a revenue component to that. So the more resources we can keep available, the better off we are in service and revenue.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. Sure. For Chief Johnson, just 2 quick questions. One, on one of your presentation slides, there were a few small reductions in revenue. I think events, and there was one other area. Let me see if I can find it. So reductions in revenue on animal control and special events. Is that just because of the reduction in personnel or vacancies, or is that preventable in any way? I would just love to hear more about that.
Well, part of it, and I know I have Eric Jensen on the line as well, but part of it, especially with the animal services, a lot of the revenue that was generated went to pets in need. So it was extracted out, and Kylie can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that was a primary reason for the reduction on animal control services. So right now we only retain a few of those positions, and that's the actual officers, and there's no revenue associated with their service.
And then the revenue reductions in special events, is that?
Well, a lot of the special events was a projection of numerous ones being canceled this year. So any fees we would have collected on those are just not going to be present.
Okay, and communications and dispatch, is that similar, just like a reduced calls, or why is there a reduction in revenue there?
So Eric, do you have the answer for that one?
That has to do with our work with Stanford, right, Eric? And our communications contract with Stanford.
That's right. Yeah, the revenues. Yeah, that's correct. The revenues related to communications is directly related to Stanford. We charge Stanford approximately 16% of our service costs to do communications for them.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I appreciate that, gentlemen.
Mayor, fine. One more thing. I'm sorry. I was thinking in your question about if other agencies will be requesting mutual aid more. I do know that they have not, as far as I know, and talking to the other county chiefs, they have not been asked to reduce their resources, so they'll be remaining flat. So if we are to start browning out or reducing our resources, the reliability on mutual aid for us would be more than they would on other units.
Understood. Thank you,
That
Chief.
makes sense.
Yep, it does. And then just one last question for police. Chief, you mentioned a desire, kind of outlining the situation that you have some young officers coming in or have joined recently, and if possible, in eliminating the vacancies or some positions to allow it to happen through attrition. And this may be between you and the city manager a little bit, but I'm wondering, what does that look like in terms of time? You know, how long are we expecting for that attrition to take place? And then what would it be in terms of a cost? If we were to say, you know, absorb these losses or reductions through attrition, is there an additional or marginal cost to the city on that?
Well, we believe there is, and we've mapped that out with the anticipation of expected retirements that are potentially going to occur by the end of this year, this calendar year, which would equate to $1.9 million. Therefore, it is pretty significant. Those are just on the sworn positions, but those are tenured employees, and that could potentially save us quite a bit in order to retain some of the newer employees.
Okay, so effectively,
so it would be about a $900,000 gap saving.
Well, $900.
And Mayor Alto, I don't know that I would necessarily agree with that math, recognizing that this is part of our ongoing discussions with our labor organizations. So
no, there's definitely variables to that.
Yeah, definitely.
Would you help me explain a little bit? Like if we decided at a policy level that we wanted to absorb some of these reductions in police through attrition, so that, you know, some people are able to retire and that we're also able to, you know, then keep some of the recruits who are in the pipeline who have just joined recently. What is the cost? I mean, the chief said it's towards the end of the calendar year. What would the financial cost be to the city? Is it 1.9 million? Is it $1 million?
Well, so to that point, I would just reiterate that this is definitely an area that we are anticipating be part of our discussions with our labor organizations, and really a part of an overall, say, partnership in terms of the role of the both organizations in facilitating exactly the kinds of transition the chief is referring to.
Yeah, and Mayor, if I could, you know, one of the things I think needs to be said is, based on a comment that was made earlier, you know, the city manager's been amazingly supportive during this crisis, And he's left these decisions up to us to put these proposals together. So I do think it's important that the community understands that all the things that are in front of you tonight really are from our department and were decided through me. So it's not as if the city manager, and I don't know if that was what was implied, it wasn't his decision to cut the traffic team. That's just a matter of math. If we have to reduce our workforce, we would have to, and didn't have the overtime to backfill, we'd have to fulfill our minimum staffing requirements. And so it's just a number of bodies to do the job that we're hired to do. So I just wanted to make that that clear. And the other thing, especially with this topic, you know, we've also had the conversation and kind of been given some leeway that if we commit to this kind of thing and with these anticipated retirements, if they don't happen, we're still responsible for making up that reduction, whatever that reduction is, as department heads. And I take full responsibility for that if things do not turn out the way we anticipate them to turn out. So,
thank you, Chief.
That's
I
5
would
minutes.
concur with Chief Johnson about you know, trying to retain our younger employees through attrition, because we have so much invested in them. What it takes to hire them, put them through the academy, and the backfill for them until they fill that vacancy is quite the investment to lose. Phil Swoop.
Understood. All right. I think that concludes our first rounds of questions. Any comments, Mr. City Manager, or just keep on going here?
No, I think this is it. And so I think you can continue, certainly.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, I saw your hand first.
Thank you. So I just want to continue my questions. Kylie, can you bring up that document you had before and go to the same section on fire? And while she brings that up, Chief Blackshire, so first of all, Chief Johnson, thank you for telling me what the span of control was, because there aren't detailed organization charts in the budget, so it's hard for me to know what it was. So thank you. Chief Blackshire, because I couldn't see details, can you scroll down to the org chart, please, Kylie, or whoever's controlling the slides? Okay, so I couldn't really figure out what is the span of control in fire, because this is as detailed as the org chart gets. I was hoping for something a little bit more detailed. But let's just take operations as an example, and I want to see if I'm doing the math right. So it looks like there are, like for instance, there's a deputy chief, and then there's 21 fire captains here. So that's 22 managers theoretically in this department. And then I see 26 fire apparatus officers, and then 34 firefighters. And also those 3 battalion chiefs. So I guess it's, in terms of managers, there's 21 plus 3 plus 1. So there's 25 managers, and then 26 plus 34. So there's roughly 60 employees. Is that right? Is that the way to look at this? There's not a lot of detail here. So I'm trying to figure this out by deciphering this abbreviated org chart.
Now, let me try and, if I could, Chief and Council Member, to suggest that one way to respond to the question would be start at that first line level and describe the role of a fire captain. I think you characterized or categorized that position as a manager. I think, quite frankly, it's a very different role. So it might be useful, if you don't mind, Chief, to just describe that really briefly.
Sure. So there's the fire chief, which is me, and then and the other management would be the other deputy chief. We have the fire marshal. And in regards to suppression, we have the 3 battalion chiefs, and we have a training battalion chief. The training battalion chief is a 40-hour manager, and the other 3 battalion chiefs are shift battalion chiefs, and those are the managers. The captains are not managers. They're supervisors that are they're supervisors on our first responding units. So for the example, the fire engine and the fire truck, that crew is led by a captain. And so that's why you'll see the number of captains that we have, because on every single unit, with an exception of the ambulance, typically, there's a captain that's supervising that crew.
Okay, so basically there's 25 either managers or supervisors, and then there's roughly 60 individual contributors, essentially.
Correct, yeah,
Well,
the apparatus.
So that's actually where I would jump in. So, Councilmember, I think this is a really important point. Characterizing, and I use the rank of captain as a particular example, because to suggest that the captain is a supervisor really short changes, quite frankly, that role, because they are a direct contributor to the delivery of the service that is provided by a crew, a company that's on a call. So it is not like someone like us who sits behind a desk. This is someone who's in there with everyone on the line.
And that's fine. I think Chief Blackshire called them supervisors. So, but I understand. Okay, great. I'm just trying to understand the math there. So if there's roughly, just looking at this one operations department, so there's roughly, if you count the manager and supervisors together, there's roughly 25, and then there's 60 individual contributors that are sole individual contributors. Now, I understand that from what you guys are saying, that the fire captains actually do some of the mix of management as well as individual.
Call them the team captain, basically.
Okay, a team captain. So they do both. They're kind of like switch hitting. Okay. Okay, I'm just trying to kind of figure out the math there. So in terms of like what the span of control is. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then can the chief, can you talk a little bit about like the total number of emergencies you guys handle, and what is that number like roughly a year? I know it depends on what year, and what was it like last year as example, 2019, roughly.
I'm sorry, who's that question directed to, Councilor?
Oh, right, the fire chief.
I'm sorry, one more time, please. I thought you said Ken.
No, no problem. What is the total number of responses that you guys had to respond to over the course of, let's say, this calendar year 2019?
We're over 9,000 calls.
Okay, so 9,000 calls. Okay, great. And how many of them were actual fires in 2019 that occurred? Like examples as a Stanford dish where there's a house on fire or a field on fire. Like
yeah, I think we were at my best recollection is 128 without looking at the report. We had about 128 fires.
Okay, so of the 9,000 incidents, 128, roughly 1.4% were actual fires, but 99 or 98% of them, 98 point something percent are non-fires. Is that the way to understand this?
Sure, that's one way to look at it.
Okay, great.
There's one way to look at the model like that, but yeah, again, that's why I brought up the effective response force, because regardless of, how often we have a fire, if there is a fire, we need a particular amount of resources on that to mitigate and make sure that it can be mitigated effectively. So, on a surface level, you say, okay, well, you only have 1% of your calls are fires, but the reality is that when there's a fire, you need those resources to handle that fire. And that was the example for the dish. That was because it's not fire season yet, quote unquote fire season, that was a medium level response. So that response alone and one medical call depleted our city of all resources. So again, that's kind of the point that you have to look at, is that when there's that call, when there's that 128 fires.
I hear you, and I'm on a timer here, so I'm trying to get through. Yeah, I'm trying to get through.
5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. So let me just try to finish this part off. So what I'm getting at on this is, I noticed that I talked to council members in many other cities about how because the fact that you only get 1% calls fire is actually very typical. The fire code's gone very, very good, so there's relatively few fires compared to decades ago. So our situation is not typical for most places. And so what I found most cities have done is they have reconfigured their emergency teams, where either they're swing paramedics and fire, or they basically don't necessarily send out fire personnel on someone that fell down, right, and needs help getting back up. So I just want to put that out there for my colleagues to think about, because this is a trend throughout cities of the United States of how of the amount of actual fires are plummeting, thankfully, right, through the electrical code and code enforcement, all that good stuff. And so what that enables is the resources to be shifted more towards medical emergencies, which make up the bulk of our emergency response these days. And so I just wanted to understand the numbers for ourselves to see if maybe we're bucking trend and we were like 50% fires or something like that. Because when we see the fire trucks go out, we see them with our ambulance and plus all the engines and stuff going out. But it sounds like it's typical to most cities. So thank you. It's not like an all the time. So I have more questions, but I'll have to respect the mayor's wishes here.
Okay, well, if I could take some of your time, just so you're
Well,
fresh.
I'm out of time,
Or is that our time? I didn't know.
Do you have a quick response to Councilmember Tanaka?
I did. I just wanted to give some context. You know, if we're looking at other agencies, you know, we're running close to 9,000 calls a year. Mountain View's at 5,000, Santa Clara's at 9,000, and we're much more leaner than they are. We have, you know, 98 full-time employees. They have Santa Clara has 167 full-time employees, where Mountain View's at 86. So my point is that we're as lean as we can be. We're running more calls per capita than some of the comparable cities. And so the trend that we're doing is we're running two businesses. They're just running fire engines and they're running with county EMS. Palo Alto Fire Department is running both our fire calls and our ambulances. And so, those numbers I gave you aren't unit numbers. Those are actual incidents that we're responding to with multiple units. So, you know, we have twice the calls of our neighbors next door almost. And in Santa Clara, we have 7 fire stations.
My point wasn't that. My point is, given most of the calls are not fires, since the predominant use case isn't fires, should we maybe optimize for the predominant use case? That's mainly what I'm saying, not anything
and
else.
we've reduced resources. We had a rescue that we had in service that we took out of service in 2008 because, you know, we had to, and then we had 4 on the truck and we reduced that to 3 because, you know, we're trying to be accommodating to the call volume, and, you know, but our resources are minimal, and we're just about as thin as we can be. And
Thank
so,
you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Koo.
I took my hand down. Greg asked a question. Thank you. Although, since I have the floor, I just wanted to say, I appreciate what Chief Johnson said, that it's not the city manager. He gave them free rein to do what they want. If that's the route that they're going to go, then they need to inform the general public, because traffic safety and traffic enforcement has become absolutely important, and not letting the public know what is being cut, what they should know what to expect that's coming at them. Thank you. Thank you for your services and for the report, including you, Chief Duker.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Filseth next.
Can I skip and let Councilmember Nis go first and come after?
If you like, Councilmember Nis.
Am I speaking?
Yes.
So the inevitable has happened. We could tell by a vote we took later this afternoon where we were going. And I think Lydia said it very well. She mentioned that she had done her own casual observation, her own survey, and discovered that, of course, police and fire are top. And the reason that they are is, as we've talked, for all of you who have read Jane Jacobs, you know how that book starts. This is all about ancient cities who needed protection from the marauders. And we don't need it from the marauders anymore, but we do need and we anticipate and expect excellent service, excellent response. Gio, you're still there somewhere. I'm very sympathetic because having been at the county for a long time, I remember working with county fire and the ambulance that I imagine they still have rural, do they?
Yes, they have. AMR has their contract now.
Yes, and I would say out loud, a less than A+ response. So looking at you, Chief Johnson, I'm trying to figure out how we can save some of those new and valuable police that you have hired. And I don't think that's going to be your problem. I think that has to be our problem. You've done your job, you have put the budget together. Our job now is to indicate what we want to do as we go forward. And then we get to say to Ed and Kylie, now make it happen. So I want to talk about that for just a minute, because Ed, if I want to head in that direction, what kind of a motion? Are you doing motions now? Where'd the mayor go?
Mayor's right here. Yeah, so on our second round, happy to have more questions, comments, parking lot motions, or change real motions.
Let me try then I'll make it relatively simple. I would like to take both police and fire as they currently exist and put them in the parking lot. Be able to think about this a bit myself, but I am very troubled the more we talk about cutting back on these two essential services. So pardon?
Well, let me just jump in. A parking lot is where we're asking for more definition or information or requests from staff on something.
Mm-hmm.
So I would advise you not to do it on the whole department. If you're specifically interested in the attrition versus recruitment problem, that may be a parking lot issue. But if you're putting these two departments as a whole in the parking lot, then we're really just not.
Okay, so let's put a finer point on it in that case. With the chief, the parking lot would be primarily about attrition, but I don't know if that's sufficient. It's hard. We're just looking at numbers, and we're looking at numbers and totals and trying to make some sense out of them. And the same with fire. So fire, I actually understand a little better than I do what's going to be necessary in the police department. So let me make a motion, see if I get a second, to put the attrition issue of police in the parking lot, and secondly, to take fire and put the specificity of returns, interaction with the other ambulance operators and so forth. And I think that would cover pretty much what I'm concerned with.
I'll second.
So if you want me to speak any further to that.
Give it one moment, since it's a parking lot item, we need 3 votes to get it there. I would support the piece about attrition and the two departments and how we may, through attrition, reach some of these reductions in service of securing or keeping some of the younger members of the force. The second piece I'm not as clear on. So can you describe that a bit more?
With Gio?
Yes, the piece
Yeah.
about.
But theirs is going to be about response, and it's going to be about how it alters, if he has fewer personnel, how that alters his ability to have the response that he needs, rather than having to rely on service from other parts of the county.
Okay. To staff, do these requests make sense? So one is about attrition and recruitment and how we may stretch that out. And the other piece is about how the proposed service changes would affect fire service response times.
I actually think on the former, in terms of the attrition, that should be manageable. I think we can come back with some recommendations on that. On the second, certainly want to get Kylie and Chief Blackshire's input on this, but I'm looking at the proposal that is titled Emergency Incident Response Services, and that would give us a focus area, and this is what would involve the reduction in ability to respond. So if that goes into the parking lot, then that gives us a specific focus to come back.
I think that does it sufficiently.
Okay.
Yes, I think I've said enough on that. Thank you for the second, Lydia.
I'll support you on letter A. Is there anybody on letter B?
Okay, we tried, Gio.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Rhetorical, it's okay, Chief.
I thought it was, but yeah, we would be interested in attrition too if that was the.
Yeah. Liz and Lydia, sorry, council members Nis and Koo, would you be interested in the attrition issue on police and fire?
Yes, please.
Yes, whatever the word is.
All right, council member Nis, the floor is yours.
I think I've said enough about it. I think, well, let me say a little more. I think because we've spent so much time with the police chief talking about how do you find people to come into Palo Alto, which is a very unusual place to be a police person to begin with. And secondly, I think you look for somebody who's really unusual and willing to do that 100-mile round trip. I think our department is really unusual, and I think you've done a great job with it on top of that. And secondly, as far as the fire department, I think I put that out sufficiently before. But
thank you, Councilmember. Okay, Councilmember Filseth, after you switched, back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, and sorry to mess with the schedule here. We're back up just a little bit of a second here because we're talking about public safety. But really, this is the kickoff to talk about operating expenses, which is where the real crux of the challenge that lies before us is, because there just isn't very much we're going to be able to do about revenue. And the capital side and the expense side are, they can't really overlap as much as we wish they would. So this is where they're going to be the really hard part for all of us, both here in council and also in our community. And so I'm gonna I won't spend much time on this. I'm going to do a little more Excel foo, I think, if it's okay. As we went into this, I really wanted to get a picture of sort of our revenue and expenses in context. And so I hope you can see this, but basically this is revenues, and this is incredibly hard to do as an apples to apples comparison. So I think it's pretty close because I spent a lot of time on it, but it shows something that I think that we already sort of all knew, which is if you look at the source of where our revenues come from, property tax, sales tax, hotel tax, utility user tax, other taxes, and so forth. Palo Alto, by and large, gets more revenue per resident than on almost everything than most local other cities do, whether it's Mountain View or Redwood City or Santa Clara or Sunnyvale or Menlo Park or Cupertino. And the same is true of expenses. We have higher revenues and higher expenses per residents than everybody. And as has been noted, we get a lot of revenue from our property tax, our biggest single one, but we are more dependent, as has been noted, on sales tax and hotel tax than other communities. And these are a couple of things that have been hit disproportionately by the lockdown and the pandemic. And so we find ourselves in a position of having to grapple with that we're going to have less revenue. It's going to impact us disproportionately more than other cities. And then our expenses on a per capita basis, and it's not the only way to look at it. I think it's probably the best one, but it does have pros and cons to normalize to per capita. Our expenses are kind of the same way. And like everybody else, our public safety expenses are probably the highest thing that we do, followed by community service and then planning and public works and libraries and other kinds of things like that. And our expenses have been growing at least as fast as our revenues for the last several years and so forth. And we also, we collect more, we are a high revenue city and we are a high service city. And the problem is that with the collapse in revenue, of course, now we have very difficult choices to make about our expenses. And this is kind of the way our city works. As everybody has said, nobody really wants to cut any of this, right? I mean, what you're looking at here is a big part of the reason that people like to live in Palo Alto. But the reality is we're not going to be able to do all of this in its current form because of what's happened on the revenue side. And what I'd say is, if that's not bad enough, it's actually a little bit worse than it looks, because even before the pandemic, we had some already existing long-term fiscal challenges ahead, notably the inexorable rise in our pension costs, which, in good times, it's one thing. You say, well, we got all this other stuff going on and so forth. We'll do that later. But in bad times, it really exposes that one as well. So we kind of have a double whammy going on here, although it's mostly the pandemic, the pension, the long-term liabilities thing is kind of a chronic expense, but it's in there and it's going to bite us too. And it's going to continue to drive up our expenses, even if we go through expense adjustment processes like we're looking at here. You look at all this and you say, well, gee, I hope our community doesn't divide into camps and, these people don't want to cut that and these other people don't want to cut this and these other people don't want to cut this third thing and everybody have a fight about it. I don't think we're going to do that. I think we're going to pull together and get this done, but it is going to be a challenge. And the reality is we have, go back to the knob analogy, we have very few knobs to twist on this. In fact, we have about 3, okay? One is
5 minutes.
One is we can pay people less, okay? 2 is we can do less services and programs, and 3 is that we can look at our service models and how we deliver things and see if we can find some work to do there. And the reality is, I think in town we actually do have a few sort of high-cost service models worth looking at. And I think that the fire department in particular, has done some really interesting work on this. I mean, fire is one of the ones that you look at. And first of all, part of the reason you look at this, and particularly in public safety and community service, is so much of the budget is there that any incremental change you can make adds up. And I think fire did some pretty creative work in this a year ago with the Stanford contract problem in terms of rebalancing between day and nights and ambulances and fire trucks, because as my colleague Tanaka pointed out, we still fundamentally work under a structure that was designed to fight large numbers of fires, but our actual service has shifted pretty strongly in the direction of medical services. And so you look at that and say, well, maybe there's opportunities to sort of optimize to that for a slightly different world. And I think the work that the fire department did a year ago is that kind of thing. Because the reality is, we don't really have a lot of other alternatives other than cutting services. And so,
Councilmember Hillseth, just to jump in, you are over your 5 minutes. If you could maybe wrap up the thought, and we will certainly come back to you.
I thought I was on my second pass here.
Yeah, but we're still trying to do 5 minutes each. Just to.
All right, I'll be very quick here because I'm almost done. We are faced with a lot of, on the one hand, we say, gee, I don't want to cut this. On the other hand, we're going to end up saying, people are going to end up saying a lot of, gee, I really like that youth program, or I really like that other thing. I guess I'm going to miss it, okay? And really our only defense against that kind of thing is to look for different ways to deliver services for a changing world. And whether, in the particular case of public safety, whether that terms of which kinds of people we use for which things, or how many people and vehicles need to be on such and such a call. Clearly you need fewer if it's somebody with a broken leg than if you do a forest fire, right? Other jurisdictions are doing things where they sort of cross-train fire and police and so forth. I think we got to look at some of those models, and it's really important that we think through that process, particularly at this difficult time, because this problem is not going to go away even after we get through this exercise. We still got the long-term liability problem. We're still going to be in a world of faster expense growth versus slow revenue growth and so forth. So this is not going to go away after this summer or this year. So I think we really got to get creative, and that's my plea, is that let's get creative and figure out how we can fundamentally make our service models more appropriate for the world we live in today. Okay, thanks. Shut up.
Sure. Vice Mayor Du Bois, followed by Councilmember Cormack.
Yeah, so that was really interesting information Councilmember Fulton just shared. And it's really interesting to see how we compare to other cities. You know, I do think Palo Alto does provide rich services, and again, that's why people choose to live here. And then we also are supporting a large daytime population, so maybe those.
Mr. Vice Mayor, are you still there?
Looks like we lost him.
Let me text him quickly. Do we see him on the panelists at all, or nothing at all?
Looks like he dropped off my screen.
Okay. We'll go back to him when he rejoins. I think he just started, but next in line, I had Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to pick up on Councilmember Philsett's concepts and thoughts about rethinking how we deliver services going forward. I think it has a lot of merit. I don't think we can do it in the next 6 weeks. So I think that's something that would go in our long-term parking lot, which I think we have. I don't know if we put anything there yet, so I'll just toss that out as a thought. I think that's an interesting way to think about things, especially as our population changes and ages and what people want and need evolve. So that's where I think that particular thought might go. And I have a specific question for Chief Johnson around the cuts and the vacancies. So if 32 reductions are in police department, we also have information that shows you have 15 vacancies. Does that mean you would actually be planning to reduce 17 full-time people? Is that the general concept, or am I missing something?
No, you're absolutely correct on that. And if they're looking, you're looking for a win and a win for us, I would say.
Not looking for a win. There's no winning today.
Well, I'm just saying to try to find one. You know, we have an amazing team, and if I was a head coach, I would take every single member of this team in the battle with me into the playing field, and we could fulfill everything this council and this community wants with the team I have today. And if we have to lose the 15 vacancies, that would be a great start, and then give us time to build the rest out. I just think by going so deep, it'll be challenging to rebuild this team to the caliber we have it today and providing the services. So I can keep every aspect of this organization in play with the members I have today. And I know that still is a lot of reduction, and it's still not as much as maybe we would like, but we can fulfill our obligation either way.
Okay, thanks so much. I don't think I started my timer. Maybe I did. Nope, I didn't. So I'll wait for Assistant City Manager Laconges and Henny to cue me when I'm done. I think this is actually a juncture that I want to say a few things I was hoping to say last night that we just didn't really have an opportunity to. We're talking about numbers. We're not really. We're talking about people. We're talking about people who work for us and are going to lose their jobs. We're talking about people who live here in this city and they're scared and stressed already, and we're going to take away things they care about. And the other people that I've been thinking about ever since this weekend is actually the 7 of us making these decisions. So I just want to encourage us as we go through this to be as kind as we can to the people who work for us, to be thoughtful about the people who are sending us emails. I don't think they're being controversial or upsetting, or there was some word in one of them. I think they're showing us how much they care. And finally, I want us to be kind to each other because truly, the 7 of us, we are in this together, and there's only one way out, and it's through.
Nicely put. Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. The Vice Mayor is trying to rejoin the call. I just texted with him, so we will give him another shot when he gets back. This is still the second round. I haven't commented on that. Where are you at?
I downloaded on my phone.
Welcome back. It's your floor.
I don't know how much you guys heard, but what I was saying was, you know, if we look at safety it's about 35% of our overall expenses. And the proposed cuts that the chiefs put together come to about 32% of our cuts. So it seems like it's pretty much in line with what we need it to be. And I trust them to come up with these budgets. So I'm supportive of the proposed budget as is.
Think you just froze, Mr. Vice Mayor.
I finished.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fairly supportive of the budgets. Okay, thank you. I've got a couple quick comments and then we'll go for round three. But of course, you know, motions are welcome at any time. So, you know, over a week ago, we asked for a $39 million reduction in revenues. And this is the outcome of that. With that predicted or projected decline in revenue, we cannot outlay the same services that we have in the past. That is regrettable, and I don't think any of us are happy about it. You know, per council member Filseth's graphs and points, like we have to square that somehow. And there may be a longer term issue here in terms of service delivery. I do agree it would be nice to see how we can, you know, refresh and reinvigorate our public safety models. But agree with Councilmember Cormack, the next 6 weeks are probably not the best time to do that. Kudos to our fire department for some of the revenue you were looking at and proposed here. I think that's great and would encourage every department in the city to try and be creative in that way. But at the end of the day on this one, I'm somewhat aligned with the Vice Mayor that, you know, these reductions are somewhat proportional to the size and expense of the departments. As all of us have noted, public safety is probably our primary and core mission to keep people safe and healthy. And I think that is so true today, probably more than any of us have seen it in our time here in Palo Alto, actually. So, you know, our hats are off to everyone in our public safety organization, in the city, the county, the state, no question. That said, that there is, you know, competition among the different knobs, the metaphor that Councilmember Filseth has used. If we turn one up, we got to turn another one down. And if we, you know, reduce the reductions, if we reduce the cuts in public safety, that means another area has to go deeper. And there's very little wiggle room here, right? We did ask for the most severe scenario of $39 million reduction in revenue. And it hurts. There's no question about that. I just don't see much wiggle room. I am interested in the parking lot item that Councilmember Nis, Koo, and I brought forward earlier about how can we soften the blow in terms of retirements and vacancies and new recruits. You know, I would absolutely love to add back fire service or the emergency services vacancy or police police officers, no question. I just am somewhat at a loss at how to do that, given our situation. So anyways, in conclusion, somewhat aligned with the Vice Mayor on that one. Councilmember Filseth, thank you for the graphs and kind of expenses and revenues. I know that took a lot of work. And Councilmember Cormack, thanks for your words on encouragement and camaraderie. Very true. Okay, we are going to our third round. I will note to folks, this item was scheduled to be done at 7:45, so per usual, we are half an hour behind. Our third round, Councilmember Tanaka, you are first.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Filseth. I really like the graphs. I did something very similar, but not as pretty. So, and my numbers also show what yours show, which is we have the highest amount of revenue per capita and the highest amount of expense per capita. So just talking about the knobs that Councilmember Filseth started talking about. One is pay cuts, and you know, we could look at the newspapers, we could look at what people are saying. Honest truth is, our public safety is probably one of the highest paid areas of the city. There's no question about it. I mean, our public safety is paid a lot more than the median income in Palo Alto. So many areas, look at Stanford Hospital. I was talking to my brother-in-law. He's a pediatrician down in San Diego, and he took a 61% pay cut. And so the people are taking massive pay cuts. We don't have to take a 61% pay cut. If people just took a 17% pay cut, we would be done. We'd be done tonight. We would solve the budget crisis, right? Now, I realize not everyone could do that, and that's a bit extreme, but certainly I think upper management could do that. And I think it would be a good show of shared sacrifice for the people below, especially if we have to lay people off. I think that would be a really good thing. I know for fire, when there's vacancies, I hear the hundreds of people that apply. So I think we're paying pretty well already. I also think about organizationally, right? I think Councilmember Phillips and myself already talked about, can we change, because our fire department really is a medical department, just does a little bit of fire once in a while, but it's mainly medical. That service change I think is important. But the other thing I've been thinking about is, do we need 3 separate departments, a police department, OES, and fire, or can it be combined? Or can we combine perhaps with the county? So that's the other thing is, are there efficiencies by reducing upper management? I think about police. I think there's like maybe 1 or 2 PR people or social media people. And do we really need that if we're cutting traffic cops or traffic enforcement? So to me, like, I think if the public had a choice between a couple social media people versus feet on the streets to enforce traffic and doing code enforcement, all that kind of stuff, I think people would rather have the actual service of police versus the communication and PR stuff, public relations stuff of police. And then, the other thing is, we have the pension liabilities, the unfunded pension liabilities, and the real liabilities that we have to pay every year. And so the other thought is maybe we should outsource more in terms of, every full-time employee costs us a lot of money. But these are things that we could do to enable us to deliver services similar to what our residents expect right now, but at a lower cost. But it's hard, right? Because there's organizational issues, there's union issues, there's structural issues, there's a lot of different things that go on. But if we're able to look at some of these knobs, we could actually make some headway. Now, there's no way we can do all of this. It's only not within the next, by end of June, but maybe we could do some of this. I, for instance, don't think that, like I said, we need the public relations people in police. I just don't think that's appropriate, especially at this time. I guess let me start off with this first, which is, and I guess I think taking steps towards changing our delivery model is one of the biggest things for the bucks that we can have in our fire, or what we should really call medical services department. And so I think we may not be able to accomplish it by the end of this budget cycle, but this is the one big thing that if we do, we could deliver services, save quite a bit of money, and repurpose that money for other areas that we have to cut really, like the police department can cut pretty deeply, right? And I could see that. And I think a lot of the community members probably not be very happy about that. I'd like to make a motion that and I don't think we could necessarily accomplish it necessarily in this budget cycle, but make a motion that we start looking at changing the delivery of services from a dominant fire-oriented model to a dominant medical-oriented model. And I'm hoping I'll get a second on this.
Thank you. Is this a change in the budget or for one of the parking lots?
I'm not sure, actually. I could use your advice on this.
I'll turn it over to the city manager. I mean, my gut tells me it's probably a long-term parking lot issue, but leave it to the city manager.
I would certainly agree, Mayor, Councilmember Tanaka. This would be a long-term parking lot issue, recognizing the dilemma we've got in that our situation is driven by a fiscal imperative that has hit us very quickly, but the kinds of change that you're referring to is really not something that could be done overnight. So long-term parking lot would be the right way to approach this, and I can work with the chief on identifying the appropriate scope to undertake that in consultation with the council or policy and services as you see fit.
Okay, so long-term parking lot.
I'll support you on that one.
I would second it, but I think long-term parking lot is the right place for it. I think that's the right approach.
So I think Councilmember Filseth, I think we are looking at this in long-term parking lot. So is that you, myself, and Councilmember Tanaka?
If it needs a motion, I thought it was already there.
It looks like we're getting it.
Oh, actually, I don't know that we defined the votes necessary for long-term parking lot. Okay, I think we did say it was 3, so that would be consistent. I would just note, if this goes there, that I do think there's some misperceptions in terms of the assumption that the staffing model is built around fire. It is really built around all hazards to respond to all nature of emergency. And as Chief Blackshire and I have chatted about, one could argue our staffing model is really built around the response to heart attacks as the classic emergency responding to, and again, whatever might be encountered in order to address that type of emergency. So I wouldn't want you to set this referral off based on a misperception, but nonetheless, I think, and also to acknowledge the amazing work that the department has already done, again, born out of necessity, but the staffing model that we implemented subsequent to the Stanford contract with the cross-staffing and really adjusting staffing based upon demand really is groundbreaking among agencies. And it's one I quite frankly brag to other city managers about all across the country. So that said, I want to make sure that as we always are willing and certainly enthusiastic to go explore what that next change might be, that it doesn't shortchange the work that's already been done.
I don't think any of us intended that way. Councilmember Tanaka, does that?
This sounds good. So I think we're done with this, right? Because we just need 3 people to support it, right? And so we're done on that, right? Okay. So the second thing is, and I don't know if I'll get a second for this one, is I think we should use whatever budget that we use right now for our social media and PR in any of our public services, or I think I'm really talking about police though, for feet on the street, people actually doing traffic enforcement, tracking down criminals, figuring out people who are breaking in cars, stuff like that. So I think that's one motion I'd like to make, that we don't invest in PR, we invest in real police people.
Mr. Shikata?
Yes, just for clarification, Councilmember, on attachment A, exhibit 1 of the 11322 that we referred to, that's actually part of the proposals that are before the council. So you don't need to take a special action. That's a part of the package that's before you.
Okay, so you're saying that all all 5 PR people that cost us $1 million a year are going to be eliminated, or what are you saying?
I have no idea where that number came from, but within the police department, as was described, reduction in police relations, this proposal reflects that reduction.
Okay.
This will result in the elimination of proactive news releases, completion of the Palo Alto Police Department's annual report, basic and advanced citizens police academy, and the elimination of National Night Out.
Okay, I thought there were 2 though. Or is it only 1, or are there 2 social media PR people in police?
Chief
I thought also Captain Perone also did this too, if I'm mistaken, or I think
the position we identified, there's 1 position associated to that position. Captain Perone used to do it as a collateral, and that's exactly what would have to. And I'm not saying Captain Perone would retake that collateral, but we still are going to be obligated to do news releases, press releases, and we're just going to have to figure out a way to do those without a PIO.
Okay, because there were some other names I saw that came up on the Daily Post list of people. So like De La Vega and Hartley, are those PR people, or I don't know.
That's one and the same, sir. That's her. That's her name of a person that's assigned to that position.
Okay.
Let's also please try to stick to city budget books and documents, not the Daily Post.
Okay. Well, had to ask a question. Thank you.
5 minutes.
Oh, that's it.
Good time. Thank you. Next, I saw Councilmember Niss.
Still muted?
You're on.
When we talked about this last week, I'm talking about the budget in general. When we talked about it, what we said was we needed to make we had to make a decision between an A, a B, and a C. I was kind of at a B minus, but we ended up with a C. Did we at that time send a message that we would not alter that vote again or not? Help me remember that. I thought we had left it somewhat flexible.
I think you gave us direction that led to the proposals that are before you today, and the council remains having some flexibility until we get basically back with you on the 26th.
Okay, so at this time, it would seem as though we are talking about the two groups that we agree appear to have the highest priority in our city. And we are saying that what is here cannot really be altered much. Whereas I thought we had said last week when we had this discussion that we could stay somewhat flexible. And if we needed to leave the really tough C that we had chosen then behind, we could do that. Wrong?
Well, I think it's a question of...
Do I remember it differently?
Well, I actually don't recall the specific discussion around flexibility. Ultimately, I think it comes down to how you proceed with the hearings you're having this week and where you want to be at the end. As we're experiencing now, I fully understand that the list of to-dos here are not pleasant. And as such, I do certainly recognize that the process we've laid out would allow the council to say, this one's problematic, either bring us another alternative, or we'll just keep track of the math. And that as we get toward the end of the hearings, we'll be able to tell you how we're doing against our goal.
Well, I'm trying to figure out if we need to revisit the CIP. That's where I am. So that's simply to put that out there, because we're looking at these budgets as though they can't be altered. And that's so different from the way I've looked at a budget before. Usually you look at a budget and you say, here's what we need to alter or not alter and so forth. We came at this very differently, was the result of our discussion last night. But this, in my opinion, is not the way that we usually we look at what do we need to begin with. And then we look at how we're going to provide it. So we made our cuts early on today. And I'm feeling somewhat regretful for some of the decisions that I've made.
So Councilmember Niss, just a quick response. One, as we've emphasized, and it's a cliche now, this is not a normal budget year. It was this council by unanimous vote that chose the $39 million projected reductions in revenue. And then finally, all these things are interdependent, right? I mean, if we decide to provide more funding for our public safety services on this item, it means we've got to give up something in community services next, or we have to go back to the capital budget and get rid of a park or a fire station.
Or we have to go back to the CIP, right?
But yeah, but that means a park or a fire station or the police building or something,
Well, I would say in response to that, Mr. Mayor, there are times when I think that our police and our fire may have more merit than putting up a new fire station, or may have more merit than finishing Bixby Park. And I think some of our viewers probably would think the same.
Understood.
So I think we've got to think very carefully, because we are making our trade-offs. And as we do this, I think we should do, frankly, just what I'm doing, try to assess, have we made the right decisions? Are we heading in the right direction? And not become absolutely stuck in a number that we have chosen and not be willing to move in a direction that is better for our community from whomever is looking at it from their standpoint.
Understood. Thank you. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, Councilmember Ness. I've been thinking about that. First of all, I want to say I support the parking lot item, looking at the cost of services and orienting towards medical. I know it's a long-term item, but I think it makes a lot of sense. I think sometime today, somebody said that our expenses always seem to grow to match our revenue. That really hasn't been true. Our operating expenses have not been growing in proportion to revenue. During our normal times, we've been socking away a lot of surplus revenue in our capital infrastructure plan. And that was the plan. But now that revenue is down, our expenses need to drop until that revenue recovers. So I do think it's important to keep in mind that CIP, the capital infrastructure plan, is a knob that remains for us to consider until we complete this budget. So I kind of want to I want to be able to come back and revisit the CIP. I kind of want to suggest that we put something in the short-term parking lot, that we would revisit it at the end of Wednesday, just as an option to provide additional funding. And again, staff said that they're kind of keeping track of the plus and minuses as we go through this. So I don't know if there's any support for that.
I'll support it. I will support it.
Can you be more specific about what you're asking for?
Whenever we get there, if we're going to add additional days, I guess it would be after those additional days that we revisit the CIP and we look at if council puts items in the short-term parking lot that either increase or decrease expenses. You know, we'll end this discussion and we'll say we're $1.5 million short, or whatever it is. And that at the end we revisit the CIP and we again take a look and see if there's a project that we want to significantly delay or even cancel that would actually cover that.
So it's at the end, revisit the CIP to pay for short-term parking lot items.
Yeah, I mean, to kind of scope it though, like as we go along, it's not open-ended.
Well, I mean, by there at the end, it is becoming open-ended, and we're getting a little circular here. But you had a motion. Let's have the city manager comment quickly, and then I already heard two colleagues chime in supporting you.
Sure, I would just note that if with that direction, we could, as staff in parallel, look at the CIP and see if we could identify $1 to $1.5 million that could be freed up based on the discussion we've had here. We basically got a half a day of non-council meeting time to do that, but we'll get staff working on it and see what we can come up with.
That was an example dollar figure. I think you'll get a feel for how many programs people in the majority maybe have real angst over. But and with that, I think I'd like to go ahead and just move that we tentatively accept the proposed budget for safety.
Thank you. Let's just get the parking lot item first. Just make things good. So the vice mayor moved, seconded by Councilmember Koo, and I think it was Councilmember Tanaka, to place in the parking lot an item to revisit the CIP to pay for parking lot items. That's roughly it.
Yeah, roughly it.
And Councilmember Koo and Tanaka, you two supported this, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So that is in the short-term parking lot, and then Vice Mayor Flores, back to you.
If I may, Vice Mayor, okay.
Yeah, so again, I just made the motion to tentatively approve the proposed budget.
For public safety?
For public safety.
I'll second you on that. Do you care to speak to that?
Just what I said before. I know these are tough cuts, but it seems it's roughly in line. It's actually, again, a little bit less than the overall expense that public safety is out of our total budget. And I think they did a good job of making hard decisions.
Thank you. I'm just speaking to my second. It's pretty much my comments as well. This is a super tough pill to swallow, given this is really our core obligation and responsibility to the community. But we are facing very tough times, and it's going to affect everything. Okay, let's please clear the board. I do have after Vice Mayor Du Bois to go to Councilmember Koo, and if this fails, but let's clear the board, please. And sorry, to the clerk, can we just clear the hands? And okay, so now let's have a discussion about the motion on the floor. Please do hit your hands if you would like to speak on this. And I'm just writing down. Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
So I'd like to understand if I vote yes on this, would we have an opportunity later to make adjustments? If we wanted to add back, for example, if the attrition part, for example, up there changes things, what is the method will we be able to add that back?
My understanding is yes. If the city management team could give us a little summary there, that would be helpful.
I'm not sure I'm following. So
Okay, let me try another hypothetical. Let's say we find something in the next section that we can save $200,000 and we want to add it back to PD. Is voting yes on this preclude that? Would that be a specific motion in the next item, or somehow would this amazing parking lot at the end of the day or the days, we'd be able to refer that separately?
Sure, all of the above can work. So if the council wants to be specific about where additional savings would go to, similar to what we did in the CIP, where we said, let's reduce that general fund transfer, but reserve that funding for either BSR or the 115 trust, the council could provide that direction. I would say that when the more specific the council gets, the more difficult it is for staff. So broader directions, such as we would like to look at restoring services in PD, is broad enough that staff can actually work with that, as opposed to specific restore this thing. So I would say the council is going to give that guidance, that those parameters would be more helpful.
Great. Thank you. That's so helpful. I am not comfortable with the police department budget. I'm willing to vote yes on this motion, but I'll be looking for items as we go further.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Councilmember Niss. You're on.
I'm voting no, because I think that this doesn't have enough flexibility for me. And I was concerned about that when we were dealing with the CIP, and had forgotten that when we get into this particular area, and this is where my inner responds to what I know is going to be especially important to the community. I often think in the olden days when we used to drive home late and you'd pull into your driveway at 11:30 or 12, and I would never worry because, we have such a good police force. And I remember one night when I was home alone and some terrible noise was going on, and I called the fire department, who, by the way, Gio was here in about 3 minutes. And all was well. It turned out to be something rather fluky. I don't want to say, I don't feel really comfortable with this budget yet. And even though I appreciate, Kylie, you're telling us, yes, things could be moved later, but I'm not ready to accept this.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka. You're on mute.
Thank you. I think so. I think this is a valiant effort in terms of trying to make the ends meet. So I think staff did a considerable job in trying to make this happen. But I'm also with Councilmember Niss. I'm thinking like the police definitely got hit pretty hard here. I think the community really wants some of the traffic team. But the question is, how do we fund it, right? So we either take money out of the CIP, last item, or there's a thing that we put in the long-term parking lot, but that probably wouldn't yield any results before we have to approve this budget. But the one other thing that I'm hoping that the maker and seconder would consider, and would gain my support on this, would be for us to ask staff to take one more look at streamlining the management. So like in the little example I did with the fire, it looks like there's a, one supervisor to manager to, individual contributor on the fire. Now maybe the numbers aren't quite right and more adjustments could be made and better calculations, but I do wonder if we can, by looking at all three departments together, figure out how we could streamline the organization in terms of get rid of some of the upper management so that we keep some of the people on the street, especially like the traffic enforcement that I think a lot of people care about. And so if we could ask staff to maybe not tomorrow, but maybe next week sometime, to come back with a revised proposal if they really scrutinize the management ranks to see if there's ways we could squeeze out, at least keeping one of the traffic enforcement people. I could support this. So I don't know whether the maker and seconder would be amenable to this, but I'm hating to see so much cuts to our police.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I don't think I'm willing to do that. I think the long-term parking lot item was really getting at that cost of service, and we need to trust our team to come back with a proposal of how to get there. So if I hear you right, you're concerned about cuts to police, but you want more cuts at the top. So,
I want more cuts. Yeah, more. I feel in general, and maybe my fears are unfounded. Maybe they'll go back and say, look, we looked at everything, and we are, there's no way, there's no management to be cut. It is what it is. Okay, it is what it is. But maybe there's a chance, especially if you look at each department, rather than each of the three departments separately, you look at them together. I think there might be some ways of cost savings that hasn't been anticipated when you look at each of the departments individually.
So again, I support the long-term parking lot measure. I'm not sure we do that in 2 weeks. So if you want to make it a separate amendment, but I think it's separate from, it's actually very different from the motion.
No, it's basically, the basic idea is to see if we could get some of the management dollars and put it down to the individual contributor level. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Just to keep moving, I'm also going to reject this. I think it's an easy thing to say, and I think, it's a salient but misperceived understanding of how these organizations work. And as I understand it, as I look at our chiefs on the screen here, I think they've taken every step to streamline their organizations. So you're welcome to seek a second.
I don't see one, but okay, then I can't support it either.
Okay. Councilmember Koo.
First, I want to say thank you so much to Councilmember Nis for bringing up the topic about revisiting the CIP. I think that definitely needs to be something that we look into further. But more so, this topic is huge with our community. Public safety is a very big matter. Having been involved in emergency preparedness in the past, the residents in this town really hold public safety in high regard. And so I find that I have concerns about the motion, and that we might not be able to revisit it, even though we have our parking lot items in there. And the cuts are huge. So I'm not ready to accept this. And so I'm a no also, but also there is a next topic, which is another huge one, which is community services. So I just hope that we have more regard for our community and less for structures and things that are not going to go away. It's just being deferred. This is about the people who live here. So for me, it's going to be a no.
Thank you. Councilmember Philseth, I don't see your hand, but if you'd like to comment.
I've said enough.
Okay. Just a quick comment here, and then we should take a vote on this. Folks, there ain't no such thing as a free lunch, and we agreed to make some serious cuts to our budget, and we are 2 items in, and it seems like we're so far very hesitant to do that. And I understand it is our infrastructure investments, it is our public safety resources, and next is community serving resources. It sucks across the board. I just want to remind us of that we agreed to do this. All right, let's take a vote on this motion to tentatively approve the public safety services departments. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes, though I wish we didn't have to do this.
Thank you. Myself, exact same as Councilmember Filseth, yes, but I regret it. Councilmember Niss.
No.
Councilmember Koo.
No.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
All right, thank you very much. That tentative approval passes on a 4-3 vote with Councilmembers Niss, Koo, and Tanaka voting no. There were also 3 parking lot items as written there. And just a quick note to staff, I know we have one more big item to get through. At the end of the night, I think we would all appreciate if you could just email us the parking lot items and maybe publish them online as well.
And any dollar amount changes. We had none in this item, but we did.
Dollar amount too.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break and then move on to the next one. Does that sound reasonable? Okay. See you all back here at 9.
Adrian, what do you anticipate? We do one more?
I think we are going to try to get through community and library services,
Okay.
which was scheduled for 2 hours. So we'll see if we can do that. And then it seems unlikely we'll get to internal services or the pension funding policy.
We might.
All right. Thanks all. Okay, so thank you. We are on now to item number 4, community and library services operating budgets. This includes community services, library services, and letter B, where there's a memo and a small staff report on the preliminary operating plan for the Junior Museum and Zoo.
Adrian?
Yes.
I'm getting a message. I can't turn my video on because the host has stopped it. Can you guys turn me on?
Can somebody please turn Eric's video on?
There we go. Thank you.
Great. There you are. I know it is 9:05, so just taking a survey. I presume we will get through the presentation, potentially a round of questions or 2 from council. But let's just watch the clock. And I know it's been a long day already. We may not get to motions and actions on this one, so just keep that in mind. And with that, does staff have a presentation on this one?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We do have a presentation on this. We have Kristen and Gayatri, the CSD director and the interim library director. And just to orient the council and everybody, what we were going to do is just to keep the pace rolling from a PowerPoint perspective. We have items A and C together first. So that's the community services department and library services department budget PowerPoints. And then we have the JMZ item separate. So just know that that's slightly out of order from what's currently on the agenda. With that, I will refer the council again to your operating budget document. That's where you're going to be seeing the adjustments for this section. So both in the community services department and the library department. And then also in your CMR 11322, the staff report, attachment A, exhibit 1. So with that, I will turn it over. Oh, sorry. I will go over the baseline. As you guys recall, this is the baseline budgets for CSD and library. CSD's baseline budget is about 32 million, and libraries is about 10.5 million. And these are the full-time general fund FTE prior to any adjustments recommended as part of or not recommended, but included as part of the potential balancing actions in the staff report. So with that, I will turn it over to Kristen O'Kane, our Community Services Department Director. Kristen?
Thank you, Kylie. Good evening, Mayor Fine and council members. Could you go to the next slide, please? So community services. I'm going to talk first about our balancing strategy. And actually, before I do that, I want to just say a few words that just to emphasize, as every director will probably say, this was extremely difficult. There's no program or service that community services provides that's not cherished by our community. And in looking at this strategy, there wasn't one program that stood out as being the one that should go or should be reduced first. Everything is equally valuable to the residents of Palo Alto, but we had to make some tough decisions. So with that, what we did is we looked at some vacancies that we have and made the decision to freeze those. 3 of those are fairly high-level managers. So one is an assistant director, one is a superintendent of recreation, and another is a supervising ranger position. We also looked at some programs where we could increase cost recovery and did that in a way where we thought we could still get program participation. We have to be careful with increasing our fees too high because there's so much competition in the world now. City parks and rec programs used to be the only game in town for some of these classes and camps, and that's no longer the case. So we want to remain competitive, but we also want to provide high quality programs and services. We also then looked at what events do we have and what programs do we have that are low cost recovery and would not benefit or from increasing fees or just do not charge fees. And we did look at those programs that we have and events that promote gatherings. So thinking in the year ahead, what do we offer that will be really difficult to keep people at a distance? Assuming there will be social distancing requirements moving forward, we did take that into consideration. And we also looked at reducing operating hours or closing some facilities. I really wanted to limit the amount of facilities that we completely closed. So instead of closing one large facility, we looked at and have on our list scaling back what's offered at those facilities so that they all can remain open to some degree. The one exception is the Baylands Interpretive Center. And then we also looked at our existing contracts and where we might be able to scale those back or even eliminate them for the short term. So that was our strategy, looking at the budget. And our major proposed changes include pausing events at the Art Center and the Children's Theater. So these would be the Art Center exhibitions, the Children's Theater productions, and what's not listed here, but I think is important to include are the educational programs that we provide to the Palo Alto Unified School District, as well as Ravenswood School District, and even as far as Menlo Park. And then also our teen services programs, which includes our teen leadership programs, our Make X program, which is the makerspace at Cubberley, and others. The contracts that we looked at are the parks maintenance contract. So this is includes maintenance of parks, fields, our medians on many of our roadways, as well as some maintenance at our utility substations. So we're proposing a reduction in that contract by 50%. We also have a contract for some rangers that assist us at our parks and open spaces, mostly on in the evenings, closing gates. For example, at the Baylands in the evening, they also assist with our weekend reservations at our picnic facilities, and also some litter and garbage removal at our larger parks like Mitchell and Rinconada. And then closing the Baylands Interpretive Center, which is currently open, or normally open about 4 days a week. Instead of, like I mentioned, closing a community center completely, we are including a reduction in operating hours at 3 communities and the Art Center by 1 day a week. And where this results in savings is a reduction in staff that provide customer service at those facilities. And what would happen is we would then rotate staff through the different facilities. The days that one is closed, those staff would go and help out at another facility. For the cost recovery of programs where we feel like we could be successful in this, we included middle school athletics and our adult athletic programs, and as well as the junior museum and zoo. And as Kylie mentioned, there is a separate presentation on the junior museum and zoo later. So I'll get into more detail after Guy 3 talks about libraries. And then we are proposing reducing our special events and are pausing our Know Your Neighbors grant just for 2 years. Special events, especially given that we draw thousands of people to some of our events. And right now, given the situation, it's unlikely that we would be able to do that. I will say we did reserve about $40,000 in that budget in the event that we could do something. It would be nice to have a community event at some point in the future. Next slide, please. So looking forward, what will we continue to provide? Like I mentioned, our goal was to not close anything completely. So we would continue to offer our recreation, theater, art classes and camps and some programs, striving for high cost recovery levels. Our parks, playgrounds, and open space areas will be open and will be maintained just for safety. Aesthetic maintenance and care of those facilities would be reduced significantly. We would also keep our community centers open. There'd be a more limited schedule, but they would still be open. They would have front desk customer service staff to assist our customers. And the new JMZ we would like to open in March of 2020, which is fiscal year 21, with new animals and exhibits and really improved accessibility and inclusiveness for all residents. And one thing I'd really like to emphasize is we have really dedicated and amazing nonprofit partners in community services. They do so much for us. And in a typical year, they bring in around $500,000 in support funding for us, plus in-kind support. And we also have hundreds of volunteers who help us out. So what we would really strive to do is to continue those collaborations, knowing that we have their support, and also expand on them and thinking of creative ways where perhaps we could do an art exhibition with a guest curator and with the help from the Art Center Foundation. That's just an example I'm throwing out there. But by not closing any of our facilities completely, it gives us those opportunities to build them up with either donation support or volunteer support. And then finally, the funding for human services needs through HISRAP, I want to point out that remains the same, consistent as it was proposed in the fiscal year 2021 budget. So that's all I have, and I think now we'll go to library. Is that right, Mayor Fine?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
Okay, 3, you're up, and you are on mute. So maybe the clerk can help unmute you. There you go.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Fine and City Council. This is Gayatri Kant from the Library Department. I want to thank you for this opportunity to present the Library Department's balancing strategies. It's pretty much, actually, it's a very simple strategy from the library's point of view. We eliminated any of the service hours or services that has lower usage, period. That's pretty much what how we approached this, and that's the result that you will see. That has resulted in adjusted service delivery to focus on 2 full-service libraries and 2 neighborhood branches in light of the expected shelter in place of social distancing orders too. We consolidated a lot of services to increase efficiency. The major changes that we have in the general fund now is the reduction of full-service children's library to a basic neighborhood branch model, reducing it from 7 to 4 days, but also really taking away all the professional librarians from that branch, reducing the number of professional librarians in the library system, and also reducing the number of programming that comes from that library. Right now, there's about 250 programs that comes from children's library that will be definitely impacted. We are proposing to eliminate Rinconada Library evening hours. Again, the impact will be in using the facility as well as the collections, but also a significant amount of programming for adults. Closing College Tourist Library, again, this was probably the most difficult decision that was taken, but we had to look at the usage of both the visitor number as well as the checkouts, and it was 5% of the checkouts all over the system as well as the visitor number. We also had to make a very difficult decision of decreasing library materials budget when it is almost counterintuitive because our e-material circulation has gone up 40% just in the last 2 months. But hard cuts had to be made, so we did decrease library materials, and the decrease will be more towards printed materials rather than the e-materials. We're also reducing staffing based on reduction of the service and vacancies. I would say that there's not a single division or branch that is not, or classification that is not impacted by this. Next slide, please. But the library still continues to provide you a lot of core services that the library is known for. I really want to call out the call center staff that are library staff as well as community service department staff. So they continue providing service every single day, and I think it's such a win-win situation where they're delighted to provide the services that the community needs now. 4 libraries will continue to open and support patrons, as well as the very robust virtual library. E-library is just exploding now. If you have not seen some of the virtual programming that we have, you should, even if you don't have a young child. I think some of their Facebook stories are getting about 1,000 views. So that tells you that it is very, very popular. And in light of the shelter in place or public space restrictions, we will continue to expand that virtual services. We are starting new is a reader's advisory virtually, as well as ESL classes online through Zoom. We will also continue to provide technology and support for those that are seeking education and professional development at this time. All of you know that the library is well recognized for its technology prowess, and we will continue to provide support that. Again, we get a lot of emails seeking help, and we provide that help. So the email reference service, email ebook service, they're still very much alive and very, very popular. That's all I have.
Thank you. And I believe last we'll go to JMZ. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just again, this is that high-level slide of looking at their baseline budgets for the community and library services area, and where it would be if these potential balancing actions were implemented. Also, just for council's awareness, I did confirm this change percentage is purely on the expense side. So it doesn't take into consideration any changes on the revenue side. So between community and library services, it would be about a 15% reduction from the baseline 2021 budget. And with that, I will turn it over to Kristen and her team, who will go through that preliminary operating plan for the JMZ. And just for council and the public's reference, there is a staff report that was linked to the agenda for this item specifically. And this is coming back to the full council from Finance Committee, obviously with revisions given the current COVID situation. So with that, Kristen and team, I think we'll walk you through this.
Mayor, just a quick question. Would it be possible to just separate these items, and maybe it's a lot to do all at once, maybe ask questions on community services and library?
Well, I mean, it's kind of, I think, the same process as we went through on police, fire, and emergency services. And honestly, as I mentioned earlier, I don't think we're going to be making motions on these tonight. So let's just go through the presentation, then we'll go to the public and then to council for questions. Does that sound okay?
I guess, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kristen O'Kane with Community Services. And I do have John Aiken is around somewhere. And so he's our manager of the Junior Museum and Zoo and was instrumental in getting this constructed and built. And I also have Jasmine LeBlanc on, who is our interim assistant director and senior management analyst. But I'm just going to walk you through the presentation, and they're here to help answer questions. So I know some of you, or most of you, all of you, are really familiar with this project. The reason why we're coming back is we went to Finance Committee in May with our proposed operating plan, ticket price, and staffing levels for the new JMZ, and had this on an agenda for a later council meeting, and now are bringing it into this conversation because it does directly tie to the overall budget. So I understand it's a little out of place here in a way, but we're doing it in response to what's happening right now with our budget. So the JMZ was anticipated to open in October of this year. We're now looking at a March opening. Just a reminder that you can go ahead and go to the next slide. That this project is really a collaborative between the city and the Friends of the JMZ, who did a tremendous effort in fundraising for the JMZ to improve the visitor experience and really improve the inclusion and accessibility into the museum, and also providing the highest standard in animal care. Next slide, please. So just a quick comparison of the original and new JMZ, a real increase in the amount of space, especially in the zoo area, 185% increase in square footage of the zoo. If you've driven by lately, you've probably seen where the Loosen the Zoo area will be, which will be an open air space with animals where children can interact directly with the animals. And then the museum also is an increase where there'll be a lot more interactive exhibits, and a real effort was made to improve the accessibility of those exhibits to people of all abilities. Next slide, please. So with that, everything has now changed as happened in the rest of the world. As I mentioned, we're now looking at a March 2021 projected opening date, and this is a result of the delay in construction. And it's also a result of a couple other things. One is planning an optimal time to open. So March is around the spring break time. If we don't open in March, the best next time would be would be summer, just because that's when children are available. That's when people are looking for things to do and experience. There's also a factor in here related to getting new animals to the zoo and actually being able to transport them. It is weather dependent. So getting them to the zoo so they can go through their quarantine procedure, and staff can be trained in animal care. All of that is very scheduled to the right time and season. So another adjustment we've made due to the shelter in place is an increase in cost recovery expectations. So what we had proposed to the Finance Committee was a $10 per ticket fee, and we're now proposing an $18 per ticket fee. This would get us to an 85% cost recovery. We also have an increase in membership fees, which I'll share with you on a later slide. And then we're still looking into adjustments and reductions in educational programming, like I shared with you about the Art Center and the Children's Theater. We're not sure what we'll be able to do in our schools starting in the fall. So we're still evaluating this piece. And we're also continuing to evaluate the public and how confident they will be in coming to a zoo and a museum, and also looking at some market research on what other museums are anticipating or projecting for visitation in the next year. So next slide, please. So again, our pricing recommendations. The daily entrance fee for an individual would be $18. There's a discounted ticket fee of $2 for certain qualifications. And then there's an annual family membership fee for a resident of $150, and an annual family membership for non-resident of $216. There's also a plus membership, which includes a caregiver and also additional guest passes. And this is $300 per year, and then a family plus membership for a non-resident. So these are an increase over what we presented to the Finance Committee, but like I said, it does will hopefully ensure that we have a more sustainable operating model at the JMZ. So next slide, please. So here's our resource impact slide. So we're basing this off of our current visitation level, which is 185,000 people per year. So fiscal year 20 is what we had projected for this fiscal year. It has now decreased. And the revenue that we get, because we don't currently, and we haven't charged an entry fee, the revenue comes from classes and camps, from facility rentals, school field trips, and in-class science lessons. So in fiscal year 2021, you'll notice that the net general fund impact is still relatively high. This is because we will have an increase in staff, but we won't be opening until March. So it's not looking at a full year of operations and visitation. So then in fiscal year 2022, when we're seeing full 12 months of opening and assuming visitation remains steady, now we're looking at a much less impact to the general fund. So our current staffing is slide, we have almost 16 FTE. This includes part-time positions and benefited positions. And then the proposed staffing that we had presented to the Finance Committee and was also included in the fiscal year 21 base budget adds a 1 FTE. This is for animal care and experiences. We will have more animals at the zoo and they will require more care. And right now we have one individual, full-time individual who does this, but it really requires more care than one person can manage. We also have some part-time positions who can assist with that. We also do have some volunteers who can be trained to assist with animal care. And then we had also proposed some additional part-time positions for museum maintenance and creating and updating the exhibitions, but also guest services and experiences. So there's going to be a lot more space, presumably more visitors, and it's important for us to have them have a quality experience when they come to the zoo, to have people help direct them around, answer questions, but also to assist with the ticketed gate. So we want that to be smooth and not have a long line coming in. So that's where those individuals would be focused. Next slide. So next steps, construction did resume the week of May 4th. And we are continuing to evaluate a March 2021 opening. This would include pricing, staffing levels, whether it is feasible to do educational programs, and then really looking at the adaptability of our exhibits and programs based on what might be required for social distancing. John, I know, has been talking with his peers at other museums, and there are ways that museums have started talking about how they can adapt their museum to allow for less contact. So one-way routes through a museum, different things like that. So that is the end of my presentation on the JMZ. And I will turn it back to council, or Kylie, I'm not sure.
So I think it's back to you, Mayor and Council, to go through this section now.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate those presentations. Okay, let's go to members of the public who are still on. I'll just note, if you spoke earlier when we invited public comment for the community services and library section, we kindly request that you don't speak now, but if you would like to comment on these and you haven't yet, please raise your hand. And if the clerk would help our members of the public provide their comments.
Yes, again, we would like to open another opportunity for the public to speak on this matter. If you have already spoken on this earlier, please do not raise your hand. Please raise your hand or dial *9 if you have not spoken and you would like to speak. Okay, so we have one. Nancy Cohen, you will have 2 minutes to speak. You may speak now.
I am president of Friends of the Palo Alto Library, and along with Gayatri's presentation on the library, our board is meeting tomorrow morning to figure out what kind of grant we can give to the library in the coming year, given that we have extremely reduced income this year. We have not had a sale since February, and we're not sure when we will be able to have a sale. And even when we do reopen for sales, we know because of social distancing, we will be able to admit many fewer customers than we have in the past. But we greatly encourage all the work that is being done in the library and want that supported. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this item, please raise your hand on your computer or dial *9. Okay, so we have one more. You may have 2 minutes to speak. You may speak now.
Hello, this is Karina Chang. I just wanted to point out that closing the College Terrace Library represents less than 0.4% of the original budget. And the question is, if there were a slight reduction in hours at one of the 3 libraries, children's, downtown, and Rinconada, could that fund a partial keeping College Terrace open, since the residents in that area have access to 3 libraries in less than 2 miles? So that would be a question I'd ask the council or the staff to consider. And I appreciate your time looking at the budget so carefully.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this item, please raise your hand. And that concludes our public speakers.
Thank you so much, and thank you to our 2 speakers sticking with us until past 9:30. Okay, let's return to council. Round of questions. First hand I saw was Councilmember Cormack, followed by Councilmember Filsa.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. I've been dreading this for a long time. And when I asked these questions, I would like everyone to keep in mind that an open mind. I'm not asking them because I have an opinion yet. I want to understand what's going on. Director Kanth, do you have the latest monthly report that shows usage for all the 5 libraries? I was only able to find August of last year. And I'm happy to show August of last year on the screen if that's the easiest thing to do. But if you have a more recent one, thinking the one that's shared with the Library Advisory Commission that has that nice table.
Yes, I should be able to share something with you. Do you need it to be shared now?
I do. I think it would be helpful for everyone to see that.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll wait. Actually, I'll just say I'll skip to one that isn't related to you. I thank Nancy Cohen from Palo for calling in and talking about the contribution. That's one thing that will definitely affect. I was looking at the materials part.
Mayor Fine?
Yes.
While they're looking for the slide, may I ask the clerks if there's a password? There's some members of the public trying to get on Zoom and they're not able to get on.
We didn't know that. City Clerk, is there a password on this meeting? I think Zoom had recently updated some settings, but.
Actually, while you're doing that, Ms. Kanth, I'll just pop up the August one because I had it ready to go, if that's helpful. And you can keep looking.
Thank you. Yes, we are looking. We might be able to at least share the circulation.
I'll just use the August ones from last year was the only thing I had that.
Okay.
All right, so now, Ms. Kanth, let me ask you, in your professional opinion, do you think our community would be well served if we had 2 libraries next year? If we had Rinconada with some children's materials and Mitchell Park? Do you believe that our community could be well served for a year if we had those 2 large libraries open?
That's a really tough question. And I will say that, as the former director said, this is a unicorn city with 5 libraries, which pretty much never happens anywhere else. From a librarian's perspective, this is a dreamland, having 5 libraries that we could serve the community from all the different neighborhoods. But also as a librarian, I can say that we can provide high quality service with any level that's available. We would have to make a lot of adjustments and think about it. Nothing could not be done. But I think what you would lose is the the neighborhoodness that comes from the smaller libraries. So I think what you don't get from the bigger libraries with all kinds of technology as well as space, you get in the intimacy and getting to know the library staff personally. And so it brings a different kind of service. The choice is ultimately the community's, but yes, we can provide it with anything that's available.
So you said that we've been living in a dreamland, and I have to say that we are in a nightmare scenario now. So I think it's important for us to look at all of the scenarios, and that's one of them. Another scenario would be, would it be feasible to have our 3 small libraries each open, say, 2 days a week? So rather than close College Terrace, could we have Children's open for 2 days a week, College Terrace open for 2 days a week, and downtown 2 days a week? Is that feasible?
We'll have to do the numbers, but yes, it can be possible. The one reason that we decided on closing a library is because you're not just taking away the staffing portion of it, but it's also, running the library, utilities connected to that, and also things like technology and, the laptops that we have and checkout machines that we have. So all the other expenses that are related to actually running a facility. And even if you run it for just 2 days, it is different from a costing perspective. But if that's the council direction, we're happy to come back with numbers.
So I'm at my 5 minutes, and I will respect that time and look forward to continuing on the next round. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Councilmember Filseth.
Thank you. Yeah, 2 questions on the library. College Terrace Library. Why is it only $168,000?
The number of staffing, really. That's so College Terrace is one of the smallest library. Not only does it have very few staffing, but it also is really small. So when we calculate the utilities and the cost of running that facility, it's by the square footage. And College Terrace being the smallest, it also helps with that. So it's only about $30,000. I don't know if I'm completely accurate, but close to $30,000 to run that facility as opposed to a slightly bigger facility. Even the downtown and the children's library are slightly larger than that. But that's the level is, we only have 4 to 5 staff that don't work every day, 1 full-time and other part-time staff that work there.
Interesting. Just out of curiosity, how many square feet is it? Oh, if you don't know it off the top of your head, don't worry.
We can find that answer. I'm a librarian, so.
And then I wanted to ask, if we close it down for a period of time, actually any of these libraries, are there restart costs in the future when you open it back up again?
There would be. There definitely would be. We would be, one of the things that we would do is to, find other alternatives. Is there some kind of a hold pickup scenario that we could do? We would be taking some of the collection to other libraries. Once the decision is made by the council, then we'll have to look at the next steps.
Okay, thanks. And then a question on the JMZ. At $18 a ticket, will anybody come?
Well, that's a great question. We always take the risk that we're not going to meet our projections, but we do feel that under the $20 mark is more inclined to get participants come. And John Aiken, if you're on, I don't know if you have anything else to share on that based on your research.
We actually have not had an opportunity because of the timing to do focus groups or anything. And I think the smartest way for us to move forward is actually find out what people are willing to pay. But we know that we are in a big hole here and we need to get out of it.
Okay. All right, thanks very much. Oh, maybe if there were bats there, they'd come.
Thank you, Councilmember Filseth. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah. So I've been doing it all day. I'm going to keep repeating it, trying to use some data to help us make decisions. So just community services and libraries make up about 20% of our expenses, and they are about 27% of our proposed cuts. So we are cutting most deeply in community service, more than any other department or departments. So I have a bunch of questions. Was there any consideration to some form of partial opening of the Baylands, particularly for school field trips versus outright closure?
We didn't do that analysis. It's open 4 days a week. It does, like you said, provide some science-based learning for Ravenswood and Palo Alto Unified School District. But no, we just looked at a complete closure for the 4 days.
How long? Is this like a 1 year?
2 years.
Okay. And again, I'm going to make just general comment to my colleagues. I don't think I'm going to support any of these 2-year closures. I think we do an annual budget. We're going to have another council that'll do next year's budget. So I think we should try to do things for 1 year. And then how long are the theater productions out eliminated? Is that 2 years as well?
Did you want to speak?
Go ahead, Kristen, and then I'll follow.
Okay. Yes, we assumed 2 years for all of our programs.
Yeah, and I would just like to draw the distinction between the planning horizon and the action that's before you. To your point, Vice Mayor, the budget is for a 1 year period. At the same time, again, direction to all departments for planning purposes was to assume that any reductions that are proposed could be in place for 2 years. Certainly, we would hope that the economy would turn around quickly or more quickly, and we'd be able to restore services. But again, for the purpose of estimating what was possible and what could be maintained at a lower level for that a period of time, 2 years was our planning horizon.
Right, but next year's council may drag you through all this and say, hey, we want to reopen this, reopen that, right?
Yes, and that would be fine. And again, we'll go through the same exercise, but hopefully with more resources. We'll see.
Yeah. Okay. And then did the theater closure include the school productions at the schools?
It does.
So was there any analysis of just keeping the main theater open and maybe increasing the ticket price? I saw you have 50,000 audience members. If you double the ticket price, could you keep the theater open maybe, next year or whenever we get back to some kind of public event?
Right. Well, one of the things we looked at, I'll start with your second question first, is looking with the standard for theaters, what the sort of word in the street is, or the opinion is, that there won't be opening theaters until 2021, probably summer of 2021. So by increasing the ticket price to get in, we're not sure we're going to be able to have productions at the Children's Theater at all. And we have quite a few staff who work on those theater productions. So we did not analyze that with an increased ticket price, just assuming that, I'm getting a note on the side. So we did actually look at what it would take to do a production with 30% of the audience. So that would mean that attendance in the audience would be spaced out. So to maintain some social distancing. It is obviously more expensive to do that because people are only going to pay a certain amount to see a children's performance. We'd still be offering shows, but it would be more expensive.
You might be surprised.
That's true.
Okay, for their kids.
It's usually the parents, right?
Yep. I'm not, am I in my 5 minutes? I have a lot more questions.
Okay.
No, I'm asking, is my time up? Okay.
Sorry, mute was on. You are just at it now.
Okay.
Just now.
I'll say for that.
We'll come back, Mr. Vice Mayor. Next, I see Councilmember Niss.
Said, and certainly as Allison has said, this is a heartbreaking kind of issue. To think of no kids at the Children's Theater and nobody, you know, at the zoo, which I just went through recently because Mr. Perry wanted to show me what was happening. It is absolutely amazing. You've probably gone over to look at it, but it is amazing. It will just blow you away. So I'm so excited that's happening, but we're saying not till next summer now for the zoo. Are you on mute? Maybe.
No, we're March.
In March. Oh, good, good. And do you think that by March, that may be as much a congregate setting as the theater is?
You're right. I mean, a lot of this is we're gonna have to be really adaptable in how we offer our programs, how we get people into facilities and out of facilities. So we're looking into that now as to how we might be able to do that.
Yeah, there's a lot of crawling at the zoo and
yeah,
sort of getting caught in different spots. So that's very interesting. So I think Eric asked about the price and would people come at that price. There's also a family membership and a family price to get in or not?
There is. Well, no, there's the family membership and then the tickets are individual ticket prices. So if you just come once with your family, you're paying a ticket price for each member of your family.
But if you join, it's sort of like the Monterey Aquarium, right? The
exactly.
same kind of pricing.
It's so yes, it's you can do there's a membership rate for residents, a membership rate for non-residents, and then there's a membership plus rate for both, and the plus allows you to have a caregiver or someone else on your membership as well as some guest passes.
So, and you may have had it somewhere in your material, but did you have a guess at what you thought the attendance might be on a nice Saturday or Sunday?
John, can you chime in on that one?
Yes, historically, our attendance on weekends has been 1,000 people, and we think we can do 1,500 or 2,000 people. But because of social distancing, we're going to have to spread audience out and do that through time ticketing and probably one-way traffic and things like that.
This virus is a complicator of our lives, to say the least. Anyhow, thanks very much. And thank you for all your information on the libraries. That was really helpful to know. Appreciate that. All set.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next is Councilmember Koo.
Thank you for the presentations. This is really, really difficult. So I just want to confirm that the Art Center, you're still having the studios, the programs and classes for youth and adults. So it's not completely shut down?
So we would continue to offer classes and camps at the Art Center.
And how would you organize the spacing and all that? Or is this after, how would you do that?
We'd still have to work out those details, and it is something that I know Karen and her staff are working on already, but some of the classes, especially, for example, ceramics, it is, you are able to distance yourself, but we would make adjustments based on what the requirements of the county were at that time.
Okay, that's good, that's good. Now, teen services, that's a big thing. So this is an elimination of all the teen programs, including PAYC, TAB, and I don't know the rest of the acronyms over there.
That's correct.
Why is that? So they have their own funding from the Bryan Street garage. So you're is this a reappropriation back into the general fund, using this fund for the teens?
So some of our teen programs are funded through Bryant Street Garage Fund, and others are funded through the general fund. So, and Kylie, correct me if I'm wrong, the idea would be that all those funds would remain then in the general fund, including Bryant Street Garage.
Yes, we'd have to look at the lease term agreements on the Bryant Street, but I'm pretty sure that's a council policy. So by this action, council will be changing that policy.
Wait, help me clarify that for me. Council is going to change what policy?
So similar to council deciding that they wanted to allocate the TOT funds for infrastructure, I believe council has previously, and this predates most of us, I think, decided that rent from a certain lease over at the Bryant Street Garage would be used for investment in teen services, or a portion of it rather. And so it's not restricted funding, but again, same thing as TOT, by council priority has been designated for this purpose thus far.
And do you know what the percentage is that was appropriated to the teens by council back then?
I don't.
Or allocated, designated for teens?
Rough revenue annually is a little over 100,000, I think.
100, say it again, I'm sorry.
It's around 100,000. I can give you the specific number.
Okay. Why can't we keep the 100,000 to remain for the teens?
That's a policy call from the council perspective. This would be a potential balancing action to help provide funding within the general fund for all the various services that are provided. But if council wants to reinstate teen services, then that's a policy call. And as we've talked about before, just the reduction needs to come somewhere else.
Okay. Let me see here. And then onto the library. So thank you for that. Onto the library, I noticed that I had all the pages set. In terms of all the libraries, why was it not considered just to have the hours reduced fairly across the board for all of the libraries versus picking one having longer hours and another one with shorter hours and then closing another?
It really depended on the usage. For example, Mitchell Park Library, the circulation from Mitchell Park Library is about 60% of all the circulation in Palo Alto libraries. And then the second place goes to actually Children's Library as well as Rinconada, and then downtown, and then last is College Terrace.
Yeah,
same thing with visitor numbers too. So that was the criteria that we started looking at.
And I get that, that you would be looking at which is the highest use, but then also with the College Terrace Library, it's very much entrenched within the neighborhood. And as you said earlier, people like to be in the neighborhood and walk to it and be having it around. In addition to that, it's also my understanding it's used as a community center as well. But so that's something that I'd like to come back to later, but thank you so much, Gayatri.
5 minutes.
Is that all, Councilmember Ku?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you for putting this together. I know it's very, very difficult. I also noticed what the Vice Mayor knows, which is that the cuts are disproportionately high for community services, even though I think this is actually something that most of the community actually uses or feels more of versus, let's say, a public safety building or some other thing that we may be doing. So I think we have to be very, very careful here. one topic I wanted to start off with is the College Terrace Library. So, I've been going through the emails that we got on the budget, and I think the number one topic has the College Terrace Library. I think I've gotten more emails on that than just about any other topic, and I think we've had more people call in on this item than any other topic. And so I think it's something for us as representatives of the community to listen to the community as they talk about this. So let me just ask the director here. So what are the public library in Palo Alto is on this side of Alma, on the College Terrace side of Alma?
No other libraries as close to.
How about community centers? What are the community centers are on this side of Alma?
There aren't any.
There aren't any. Okay, so most you may not. I don't know. Do you guys have the demographics of who uses the libraries or not really?
I'm sorry?
You have the demographics of who uses the library.
Yes, we do.
Okay, like for the College Terrace Library?
We can find that information, yes.
Okay. I'd love to see it, and it's probably great to share, but in my observation, it seems to be heavily used by kids, right? And a lot of kids don't have cars to drive. And I think the library is used, of course, as a library to read books and whatnot, but it's also used as a community center. And so I think it's something which it really did kind of make me wonder why was this library singled out. I thought it was actually quite interesting that the cost is relatively low, as Councilmember Phillips has pointed out. And in fact, according to my calculation, I didn't have exact cost per library, so I had to kind of do it based on the overall budget and then look at the amount of visitors. But it looks like we have at College Terrace one of the best return on investments. And so I think, I guess, did you look at that aspect when you were thinking about which libraries to keep open or shorten hours on?
Yes, we did. And one of the other, this was the major reason, but the other reason was also, and I'm going to give you the square footage information of College Terrace now too. It's 4,860 square feet. Social distancing with that size of a library also is a huge challenge. Not only is the public space an issue, there's also very little space for staff to be in there too. So I think that would be a huge challenge, and we'll have to think about when we would even open with social distancing. We don't know how that's going to end. And so that was one of the reasons that we definitely also looked at it.
Okay, that's good to understand. But in terms of, you mentioned you looked at it like dollar per visitor point of view, and when you did that, how did College Terrace come out? Because I did my own rough calculation. It looked like it was the best dollar per visitor. But in your calculation, how did it turn out?
I can provide you that number in about a minute.
Okay, no problem. And then I think also, like a few years ago, there's been quite a bit of money that there were actually TDR sold to renovate the library. So the significant investment has been put in there to actually make it more serviceable to the community. So it also kind of strikes me as kind of if we just invested all this money, why would we shut it down? So that's the other part that kind of made me wonder. I had office hours on this topic last weekend, and several of the people on my call mentioned that they would be interested even volunteering at the library to help keep it open. And so I think I would imagine that the staffing level or staffing cost could be brought down even less to keep the library open. So I guess, was that a consideration that you had when you thought about which libraries to keep open?
So the cost of running the College Terrace Library, its cost per visitor is $4.86. And actually the cheapest library to run is downtown with $3.94. just wanted to provide you that information.
When I do the math of 52,000 people a year, right, and we're saving 167,000 over 2 years, the math I get is $1.60. So I don't know if there's an error somewhere in the staff report, but unless you can't simply take the amount you're saving, divide by the number of checkouts.
We look at, we also look at the usage. We have several criteria that we do the cost per visitor. If you're interested, we can provide you with that information.
Sure. But I just looked at what you had in the staff report, which was 167,000.5K, 52,000 checkouts a year. You times that by 2, that's over 100,000. You take that and divide it, and it's $1.60.
So just one clarification, council member, what's in attachment A is the savings that would be achieved in fiscal year 2021. So that's only a 1 year value.
Okay, so you could double, so it's like $3.20.
In addition to that, we also look at the collection that's in the library as well as utilities. So we bring a lot of other elements to calculate the usage, cost per visit.
Sure.
5 minutes.
Okay, I have a lot more, but I'll get to it later. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Okay, I think that's everyone except for myself. Just a couple questions, and then we'll go for another round. So as I look at some of these community services reductions, I know a lot of them are kind of in the teen and art programming areas. And I'm wondering if there's any look at kind of backfills, whether it's from the CARES Act or CDBG funds, things like that. Is there any opportunity there?
Not that we've seen, not that I'm aware of, just in terms of the question related to the CARES Act. Kristen, you may want to respond in terms of the thinking about the teen programming and how that fit into the overall package.
Sure. So again, we were looking at programs that had a lower cost recovery level. And we, were forced to make difficult decisions. We were trying to spread out the impact across the department, so not one area was getting hit the hardest. But it's a difficult decision, as you know. And with the teen programs, we would anticipate that we would be pausing those for a year or two and then be able to bring them back in.
Okay, thank you. And then looking at some of the changes, particularly to Rinconada, kind of ending some of the evening hours, excuse me, from 6 to 9 p.m. Forgive my ignorance. When do most people actually visit a place like Rinconada? Is it in the morning hours, or is it, after work hours? And I'm just wondering, does it make sense to, open the library later or close it earlier?
Thank you for the question. We actually looked at the statistics, and evenings are not as busy as the mornings and the afternoons. Actually, we call it actually our adult library because people actually come there to study. And the 2 study rooms that are in there are also booked all the time. So people come to do their small businesses, they come to meet their colleagues and get meetings there. So it's really our adult library. We also have, because it's also open 7 days, we do have visitors on Saturdays and Sundays. So evenings really were the time that we had less people in. Okay. That said, we will lose our programming, which most of our adult programmings were done in the evening. So we will lose that element from there.
That makes sense. Thank you very much. And then a final thing, and I don't know if this is a parking lot issue or not, but I'm hearing a bit of a theme about, adult versus youth programming across some of these programs where we're looking at reductions. And I have a hard time understanding kind of use in those broad categories. So I'll just leave that as kind of an open question to my colleagues. Are these cuts like 60% on adults, 40% on youth? I'm really not sure, but I just kind of in the back of my head. Okay, let's go for a second round. I'll remind us it is 10:10. Considering I really don't think we're going to get to motions and such tonight, at least on the main budget item, I'd encourage us to try and wrap this up by 10:30, given that's our general end time for meeting. So next I had Vice Mayor Du Bois, Councilmember Koo, Councilmember Tanaka, Councilmember Cormack.
Just to clarify, what are we wrapping up? Please don't start my clock. It's procedural questions. Why don't we just do a second round and stop?
I think let's do a second round. Let's all try to get our questions out. If you have, kind of the softer motions on parking lot items, I'm happy to go through that quickly, but I really don't think we should make a decision about this budget tonight at this time.
Yeah, I probably have 3 rounds of questions. So, all right, I'll go with the questions. So I did have the same question about the Bryant Street garage. And again, just to refresh people's memory, that used to be the teen center. There was a deal that allowed the garage to be built that mandated that those dollars from the fitness club lease would fund the teen programs. And so just like council members didn't want to reconsider our TOT usage, I really don't want to change that longstanding policy. I had a question about the art exhibits. The reduction there says that we're going to cut out exhibitions, visual arts programming, educational outreach. I have a similar question what I had before is like, could we have some partial art exhibits with higher the entrance fees for some cost recovery and be able to do something?
Well, our art exhibits currently don't have an entry fee. We could potentially charge. Again, I think there's an opportunity here for volunteers, for donor contributions, and guest artists, guest curators to come and assist with this. We could look into charging fees. We'd have to, I think, benchmark that against other art centers that are run by cities and see if that's something that is feasible or likely to draw people.
So I think, when people see something's closed for 2 years, they imagine, police tape over the doorway. It sounds like you're thinking that some of these things that would be closed might open up with, like you said, a guest curator or volunteer. I think it's important for council to understand that. I think the Know Your Neighbors program has been pretty cheap and hugely popular and beneficial. Mm-hmm. Is there a way we could administer that, like through an online platform or something that would make it a less expensive program?
Well, we already administer it. I mean, people submit an application to us and we have staff who process the application. It's $25,000 and each grantee gets up to $1,000 for their program that they want to do in their neighborhood.
Yep. So it's 25,000 total that we're cutting.
Right.
And then my library questions. How long are we assuming the library is going to be closed because of COVID-19?
Your guess is as good as mine. We are looking at county direction. We're also working with other nearby libraries to see what they're doing.
But what was the budget assumption? You had to assume you're going to be open for a certain period of time.
We're hoping that once the shelter in place is out, we might be able to at least resume some services like the curbside service. So that's where people would come and pick up their holds. They'll place holds and then they will pick it up from the curb. So we are definitely hoping that we would be able to do that as quick as possible, as soon as we could. The second phase would be, to look at the social distancing and look at how many people could come into the building and everything. So,
how will the physical books be cleaned? I know a lot of places with media are just not going to open for a while. Is there a plan to sanitize books as they're checked in?
Yes. So there has been innumerable studies about it from the library areas. One of the things that that we have right now is the understanding that we would keep all books and materials away for 72 hours without touching.
Okay.
So So we will work with that guidance right now.
So, I guess one thought I had, and I think several council members have talked about it, is shifting hours, shifting days. I wonder if we should even just say that we're going to close all the libraries for 6 months and then we would reopen all of them. A lot of companies and events and things are being canceled to the end of this calendar year. I'd also be interested in staggering the hours so that even though we reduce hours, there would be a library open at night, different time ranges. In terms of the Junior Museum, it's an exciting project. It's unfortunate we have to increase the ticket price. I did read all the finance committee reports, but I had an unexpected business trip. I didn't actually go to that finance meeting, but I was not supportive of the additional FTEs for the Junior Museum, and that request hasn't really come to council. Can you explain, is there a new headcount for the Junior Museum in the current proposal? It really wasn't clear if it was an increase or decrease in heads.
So it would be an increase, and that was included in the fiscal year 21 base budget. So
we didn't cut that.
That's right.
So even though we have a hiring freeze, we're saying we would add staff for the Junior Museum.
That's right. With the size of the new facility as well as the additional animals, we really think for the safety of the patrons who come, that increase in staff is needed. There is a possibility that we could ramp up slowly so that they're not all needed immediately. But this was the intention from the beginning when we planned and built the JMZ, that there would require some additional staff there to maintain safety and the customer experience.
So again, I'm sorry I missed that finance meeting. My recollection when we were funding the building was that there was a lot of talk about friends of the Junior Museum volunteers. And I mean, this is an ongoing long-term cost of the general fund. Even without COVID-19, it was a pretty major additional expense. So now I really think we should look at, do you have any idea if we could get by with fewer FTEs? Is it how many new FTEs? Is it like 6, 7?
It was 6.8, I think.
Do you think you could operate with like 3 new additional FTEs?
I think for the customer experience piece, we could possibly remove or reduce those, at least for now. A lot of it is the customer experience is based, or the amount of people who come is based on the experience they have, and we want them to come again and again. Where the animal care is the more difficult one. Again, we'll be having more animals. They require care often, but we could look at reducing the number that provide the customer service and support.
If I could add, Councilmember, we definitely talked this through exactly for the issue that you're raising, and would recognize that these are primarily part-time positions that are being added, and also that I think we would fully expect that as a new facility opening up, it's very likely that we'll get a very high attendance just at the beginning, because would be the expectation with any new attraction. So on that basis, we concluded that it does make sense for opening day to really plan for a significant need for staffing. And with the part-time approach, I think it's as economical as it can be given the nature of the facility we're opening. I will share your observation that when we were planning the facility, the discussion with friends about their role versus ours was very front and center, out of concern, or that may be too strong a word, but a recognition of the long-term operating and maintenance expense associated with a new, larger facility. And ultimately, it was our collective decision that as the facility was proceeding, that we were going to take it on because the friends were not in a position to take on a greater operating role.
Yeah. So certainly opening week, I could see extra city staff, but I think you're hearing a lot of angst about the breadth of some of these cuts, and having this jewel with extra head count and everything while other things are closed for 2 years, it just doesn't feel right.
I would note, and I don't think it was mentioned earlier, the potential for redeployment of staff, given that this is largely a customer service function, that the additional personnel would be needed, that we would look to redeploy where we're closing down other areas in order to support the staffing needed here. But I totally, again, understand and I collectively, on behalf of our staff, recognize the dilemma here, which is exactly why we wanted to bring the JMZ discussion as a part of the larger budget one, because ultimately it needs to be reconciled together.
Okay, thanks.
And that's time, 5 minutes.
Nice timing.
That took a lot of that.
Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. I wanted to find out, there's one item over here, Kristen, that says open space and recreation reductions. And that's the reduces ranger coverage in the open space. So it says here litter removal and all the other things that, site reservation. Is this something that Friends of the Open Space, is there Friends of Open Space volunteers that might be considered for that? So usually how would garbage be removed? First question.
Sure. So these are contract rangers, and the garbage removal is mostly at Mitchell Park and Rincon Park. So they're called contract rangers. They don't just work in the open space areas, they assist in the parks as well. Sort of managing our weekend reservations at our picnic areas, and also do, like I said, some of the gate closures in the evenings.
Oh, that was another thing. In terms of the gate closures, then what happens if they're not there anymore?
We would either not close the gates, which could be a potential problem, encouraging bad behavior at night, or we would redeploy some of our open space technicians and just rearrange scheduling to ensure that we could accommodate that.
I'm sorry?
I was just going to say, there will be an impact overall, because if we have the open space technicians shifting their schedules to work at night, that means that there's fewer people in the parks or in the open space areas during the day.
And so obviously if you keep the gates open, then there's a safety issue. And then if you close it and there's not enough people to open and close, then there's access issues, right? I hope that can clarify a little bit more and be discussed. In terms of the community center reductions, operating hours reduced by 1 day per week, how does that affect classes that is perhaps, say, in Cubberley for, say, for example, the cardio group?
Well, we would still have we would have some staff there, but our customer service staff would be reduced. And like I said, they would almost become floaters, so they would rotate throughout the different community centers, but we would still have some staff there. And we have facility attendants at all of our community centers. They're the ones that really open the doors and help whoever's renting the space set up and put things away at the end of the day.
Okay, so when it opens up back to the classes and programs, there will be ability for the group to go in during their 6 days and use the facility.
Possibly. I mean, now that I'm thinking about it more, it's more likely, I think, that our reservations and rentals would be limited to the days of the week that facility is open.
Okay. One more here. I noticed that the park maintenance contract services reduction is for the parks and all the maintenance there is reduced by 50%. Given what we know about COVID now, the parks outdoors, open space has become one of the very important things. So is that too drastic to reduce by 50%? Would not like 35 or 25 be a little bit more upkeep?
Yeah, getting to 50% reduction, I think is going to be challenging, and maintaining safety. We are looking into and have done some research on what it would take to continue to clean our park areas in light of COVID, and have, looked at or sort of gotten some different information, mostly not recommending that they be cleaned or need cleaning. But again, we have more research to do with respect to that. Again, 50% is going to be hard to achieve for sure. And it's going to be really limited maintenance at our parks facilities.
Okay, just a question to the city manager. So in the community services, volunteers can be used, right? In a lot of the services in different areas can be considered?
Yes.
Okay, and so maybe there can be an effort in order to utilize or compile or put together a messaging to see if we can get volunteers to help out in the different areas?
Yeah, I'd actually like Kristen perhaps to speak to the volunteer program that you currently have and how that fits. I know that many of the areas that we're speaking to are ongoing needs and that require regular scheduling, and that can be challenging for volunteer programs. But perhaps, Kristen, could you chime in and where that stands today?
Sure. So we do benefit from a lot of volunteers in all of our programs. And in the service guide, it does show in fiscal year 18, we had about 27,000 hours of volunteer contribution to our programs. And we would hope to continue that and even expand it as much as we could. So from open spaces to the Arts Center, Children's Theater, everywhere, we benefit from volunteer hours for sure.
And thank you for that. And
5 minutes.
Okay, thanks. I yield.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. Next up, Councilmember Tanaka.
So yeah, I'd just like to continue here. So as I mentioned, we heard probably about the College Terrace Library more than just about any other budget topic, and I understand what the staff said in terms of the size of the library. But if you guys have ever been there, the tables actually are spread pretty far apart. In fact, I would say even maybe more apart than other libraries. And if this library closes, it would add 100,000 trips to other communities in Palo Alto. So I'd like to try a small motion here, which is that we remove College Terrace from the closure list.
So Councilmember Tanaka, as I mentioned, let's not do budget changes right now. If you want to make a parking lot item, we're welcome to do that. I don't think this group of the community is in the right place to do budget changes at the moment.
Okay, when should we do that then?
If you want a parking lot item, go for it in terms of a request for more data or information.
I don't know if we need more data. I think it's more of a removal. So you want to do it next meeting?
Yeah, I think that's more fair.
Okay. 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 The other thing I wanted to say is that I agree with a lot of the other people in terms of, I think it's probably better to shift hours to like after school or weekends when there could actually be, because if it's during school hours, because I think a lot of our libraries, especially like Mitchell Park, are used by students. And so I think shifting it to times when students could actually use it, I think would be a good thing. And then in terms of the fees, one suggestion I have, because $18 did strike me as a lot of money. And so, and I also saw that the middle school athletics and other fees are also being increased considerably. So one thought I had is to create a bigger gap between what the residents pay and non-residents pay. And we are we are we're already cutting back a lot of services, or planning to cut back a lot of services for our residents. And I think having like the same exact fee for a resident versus non-resident for the GMZ as example doesn't strike me as fair. So I think there should be a bigger gap. I would recommend a 2x gap versus having fees that are roughly the same or similar. And I noticed that a lot of other cities do that as well. So I would encourage us to do that. Yeah, and then I guess the other thing that I'm curious about is I know some community members feel very strongly about certain programs, and I assume if they were able to raise money, that we would not close that item. And I don't know if staff has thoughts about that, but I would assume that would be something that for any of the items that people really care about, if there was an upswell of support for something, that people would it would be fairly easy for us to say, yeah, we would keep it going, right? Is there any reason why we would not do that? I don't know if Ed, you're trying to say something, but.
Yeah, I think the way that materializes in terms of the issue you're raising is effectively through the council's decision making. And again, I don't want to suggest it's a popularity contest, but I think that these are all very difficult decisions. So ultimately it's through this process that those issues are weighed. Oh, and also just back on the resident, non-resident admission fee for the JMZ, the Finance Committee did discuss that, and if there's interest, staff can certainly chime in on why the gate fee was kept flat, largely related to the transaction time required.
Actually, I wasn't just referring to JMZ, I was referring to all fees in general. So all fees, so that if we could provide a lower base for the people that live here versus the people that don't live here. But, okay, yeah, and then, I think this is an item, this community service is an item that a lot of people really deeply care about. And, I look at, like, for instance, like next week we have a consent item to approve graphics for our utility bills, $1.4 million. And I wonder, like, shouldn't that be as part of our consideration for when we decide what has to make it or not make it? Because it seems like a lot of these things are really treasured by our community, and it's something which, I'm not sure if, like, for instance, we could really treasure having prettier graphics on their utility bills, right? So I just wonder, like, how do we make these kind of trade-offs? Because we're not necessarily seeing the full picture at this very moment. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
5 minutes.
It's like some of us are timing ourselves. All right, the last hand I see is Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you so much. Ms. Kanth, I just want to go back to the question we were talking about at the end about the feasibility of having the small libraries each open for 2 days a week. Could you just elaborate briefly on that? I realize that's an oxymoron to elaborate briefly.
Yes, as I was saying, the original decision was taken just to look at, to make the cuts as little as possible, even though it doesn't seem like a smaller cut. So having a library open 2 days each is more expensive to run than having one library open or one library closed. So that will factor in, but if there's council direction, we can go and cost this, then bring it back.
I mention it because I think embedded in some of the concerns that the residents of College Terrace have is, I think persecution is not too strong a word. We had some very strongly worded emails that they felt targeted, frankly, that their library was closing and nobody else's was. So that's why I bring it up, because I think in their concern, maybe there's the ember of something that we can work with to understand, their real concern. I think also one thing that hasn't come up with the libraries, if you would just touch on downtown and what downtown offers that Children's and College Terrace do not, which is program rooms.
Program rooms, the small meeting rooms, and also proximity to the downtown, and there's a lot of workforce development that the library can have a key role because of the proximity to downtown.
And those rooms are heavily used, as I recall. Is that right?
The rooms are very heavily used.
Okay, great. I want to go up a level and say something about volunteers and nonprofits. I wonder if out of this crisis, perhaps we will end up with a volunteer corps for the whole city. What we have traditionally had is volunteers who care about their little part, their little thing, and we've all been them, when some of us are today, right? Our preferred activity or space. And I wonder if this is an opportunity across the city to create a bit of a volunteer corps. We heard from Elliot Wright from Environmental Volunteers about the Balin's Interpretive Center. We are hearing from people at College Terrace, could I help? I think this would be a long-term parking lot issue when we return tomorrow. I do not think it is going to solve our problem in the next 6 weeks, but some sort of standardization around that, I think, has a real opportunity for something positive to come out of this. My mom was a big fan of silver linings, and yesterday was Mother's Day, so I just want to plant that seed. One concern about people making donations, and we have had this in the past, I encourage my colleagues to remember, is equity, and we've certainly experienced this on the school district side. So as tempting as it is to say, why doesn't someone just give money? Why can't we just raise money to solve this problem in my neighborhood or this activity? Equity is an important value that all of us share. We've seen differentials in the school district and worked super hard so that everybody has the same things. So we just need to keep that in mind when we're asking for donations. With the libraries, I just want to touch on the Junior Museum and Zoo. One idea I would love to have, I am concerned about the price. I think it's so high, and this is just the absolute possibly worst time to be opening a fancy new facility for kids. Like it's another thing in the category of heartbreaking. But I'd like to ask, and I'm sure this isn't a big thing, so we don't need to make a big fuss out of it, that we consider having some passes available at whatever libraries we have open that are available for people to check out for free. That's going to make me feel better about this pricing. It's a strategy that other communities have used, that you can check out a free pass to the museum. Anybody can get a library card. So I'll just throw that out for consideration as we try to figure out what to do with that. Finally, let me see how I'm doing with time. On the teen programs, running out of time. I'm sure there'll be a lot of interest in adding them back, which I share. I would be very interested in attendance and participants. I've always had trouble sorting out which teen program is for who and how many people do it and what its purpose is. So when we get there, if people are, my colleagues, a few of whom look perplexed, of course it's quite late at night, I'd just like to understand which of the programs does what and why, because it's never been clear to me. And then the final thing before the assistant city manager magically appears and cuts me off, there she is. Good, I'm gonna take my last one, is I don't understand the park maintenance reduction. I don't understand what that would look like in our neighborhood parks. I heard Director O'Kane say that's challenging, but I'm just trying to, can you give us an example? Pick a park and tell us what will not happen if we cut this in half.
So things that would not happen are removal of dead plants, replacing of dead plants, weeding, tree trimming, things that are more aesthetic nature. We would maintain things for safety only.
Okay, so it's like the weeding I'm doing out in front of my house here at Ross Road.
Right, exactly.
We can add that to the list of things that we'll need a volunteer corps to do. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Cormack. I don't have any comments, just wrapping up. To your idea of a volunteer corps, you and the vice mayor on ad hoc for boards and commissions, maybe it's something that fits in there. Just a random idea. All right, I think it is really about time for us to close and wrap out this meeting. We've been going since 1 p.m. I don't know about you guys, but I am pretty brain dead. So, Councilmember Koo, I see your hand.
Yes, so tomorrow, starts at 1. And are we going to get another agenda, or are we just going to finish this one? What
About to
are
get
we using document ID 11322? Is there anything else?
Yes. So let's get into that. So we will absolutely still use these same budget books and the packet from staff. As for schedule, I would put forward, and before the meeting, the city manager, vice mayor, and I will speak. I think we should resume where we are on community services and libraries and the JMZ, and then move forward with the agenda as needed. Just a couple quick, well, let me hand it over to the city manager for any comments or thoughts first.
Sure, just a few more logistical thoughts. First off, we had talked about potentially scheduling a Thursday session as well, and perhaps we're at the point of deciding that that's necessary. For the sake of discussion, perhaps we have a placeholder of a 5 p.m. start, recognizing you all have taken time away from your jobs or other things. So that would be a suggestion. We have, in addition to what's already on your agenda for tomorrow, the internal service departments, as well as the pension item. And so let me turn it to Kylie as to the latest thinking on the timing for those two items relative to Wednesday and Thursday.
Sure. Thank you, Ed. I think what staff would propose is we continue, as you mentioned, Mayor, with CSD and Library and JMZ at the beginning of tomorrow's meeting, roll through the revised agenda as it's posted with different times, obviously. We would hear the pension item tomorrow evening. And then on Thursday is when we would hear the internal service departments and council appointed officers, as well as wrapping up any final conversations at that point in time.
Okay, so what would come after community and library services then tomorrow?
Well, typically we do a wrap up of the prior night, but since it's moving over, that'll just be the continuation item. Then it'll be municipal fees and charges. Then it would be planning and development services and Office of Transportation. Then we would have a dinner break. Then we would have utilities and public works. And then we would have the pension item.
Okay. That sounds reasonable. Of course, we'll refresh it before 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Adrian, I have another meeting on Thursday night. Do other people have conflicts?
Hold on 1 minute, Councilmember Niss. That was the next thing I was going to is the network for people. Mr. Vice Mayor, I saw your hand.
Yeah, exactly where I was going to go. I wonder if we could doodle for a time. I have a thing Thursday night as well. My work day on Friday tends to be light, so I could actually do it during the day on Friday. But maybe we can doodle for some time.
I too.
I can't do it Friday afternoon. We'll have a closed session for SFC JPA the entire afternoon.
So maybe if the clerk could please doodle for a time on Thursday, and I'll implore my colleagues to reply as soon as possible, unless
Well, it sounds like we need a couple options, right?
Yeah.
So
I can do starting at 5.
Thursday starting at 5?
I could. I mean, 5, 5:36, whatever.
But is there a second option?
I don't know at the moment. Fridays are also not good for me.
Saturday, Sunday?
Yeah, Saturday.
No, I have Red Cross.
Okay, let's take this offline. If the clerk could maybe propose a couple times for us and send them out for a doodle. Ideally Thursday evening. I think it would really be helpful for us to continue the thread here. And then having spoken to staff about this beforehand, we really, really want to get this chunk of work wrapped up this week. Staff is going to have enormous amounts of follow-up on all the direction and items we're talking through here. So if we can finish this week, that's really ideal. Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, thank you. So I guess Mayor, I just wanted to see if we could do a quick process check. So we tried the experiment. We're going to skip the finance committee and try all of us talking about this incredibly complex, contentious issue with a lot more people. And my feel so far is that it's going to take a lot longer right now. And And so I'm just wondering how my colleagues are feeling in terms of, are we going to be able to converge on this on a really good work product, right? Because I think this is, of all the budgets, this budget is not just a small tweak, right, of last year. There's a major surgery happening here. And I just wonder, and I just want to put the question out for everyone to see whether, is this working, or maybe should we like try to divvy it up a little bit and try to like make more progress faster? I don't know. I don't know the right answer, but I just no. This is like day 2 of this, right? And I don't know if I see. I don't know if I see a let's say light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. But it could be just me, and maybe it's just too late. But I'd love to get other people's like feeling, and maybe there is no better way of doing it other than the way we're doing it right now. But I am a little bit concerned about whether we're going to be able to do this in a timely fashion with good quality.
Happy to have people jump in on that.
I'm too tired. But Adrian, one thing, would you mind, and I can hear you're concentrating on Thursday night, but give us some other options.
The clerk will do so, absolutely.
I mean, we could meet on a Saturday, at 5 o'clock, right?
I do think we should give some thought about the process, right? Just I think we all have a lot of good ideas. That there needs to be a way. I'm not sure 5-minute rounds of questions is serving us well, but I don't have a good idea right now. I'm pretty fried.
I'll say that I don't think sending the complexity of these topics to a smaller group will save time. This has to be, honestly, today, the best budget discussion I have ever heard. We have learned more about programs than has ever happened before. So painful as this has been, and fried does not begin to describe how I'm feeling, I actually think we in the community have learned a ton today. And we're in the messy middle, and it doesn't feel good, right? This is really uncomfortable. And Liz would rather be there in person, and I'm sure Greg would rather have more worksheets, but we got to get this done by May 26th. And I actually think we're on track. We're feeling uncomfortable, but I think we're going to get there by the end of this week.
I agree with you. I agree. Let's plow on. Let's go.
Tomorrow, not now. Let's go on tomorrow. But I believe that we in the community have learned a ton about what we spend our money on and how our staff does the work for us. And it's sad because there are going to be fewer of them and there's going to be less to do, but we have learned a ton. And I think we're in a better position to make these choices than we have ever been.
Alice and I can always do more worksheets, but I was just going to say, I think the 5-minute thing is actually working. I mean, what it has done is, I don't know if it's perfect, but I think it's prevented sort of people getting engrossed in their track for, half an hour and everybody else sort of tuning out. I think it's pretty much stopped that, and that's goodness. So I think that's a successful experiment.
We've been trying to do this for years, limit people to 5 minutes.
Yeah. I think it's really about making the good decision. Like, the discussion has been good, but I think we all have very different views right now. We're still not very aligned.
So just commenting from my perspective, a few things. I understand the 5-minute thing is completely artificial, but it is, to Councilmember Philsett's point, is we really don't want to rat hole on specific things and get off trail or so deep on something that we miss what we're actually doing. And for me, that is helpful. I know sometimes we're having 2 or 3 rounds and it gets super messy. I will say a few other things. Let me just gather my thoughts. Sorry, it's hard at this point. So one is, just so everyone knows, and I'm sure you're aware, like I am also, chatting with the city manager and staff members and community members to try and coordinate this. So I'm sorry if I'm functionally a little absent on some of the stuff, but just trying to keep this going. And on Zoom, I will tell you, it is a hell of a lot harder than an in-person meeting.
So hard.
So I appreciate everyone, trying to stick to the time limits, raising your hands, things like that. We have had a couple, split votes, 4-3, 3-4, etc. That's regrettable, but I think we also need to step back and understand, are we disagreeing on a small item or a big item? And
I think it's healthy. I don't think it's bad at all.
it could be healthy, but I think we have sometimes lost sight of like where we are on the telescope, right? Are we really zoomed in on one small thing, or are we really far back on something? And I encourage us to keep that in mind too.
Hard to tell.
Yeah.
May I just go through reports with Kylie? So on the fiscal 2000, the municipal fee schedule is report 11190 that we're going to be using tomorrow. Then there's the pension funding policy report 10784.
Maybe if the staff could just actually send us a quick email to council and publish it online as well, saying
I was going to say that. Send it all to us.
And here are the links.
And then the last one is the operating plan for JMZ 11222. Am I missing anything else? Just to be sure that the public's got it and then I got it, because it's hard catching up.
Somebody send it to us. That's helpful.
So send us an email with a description and the link and the number. I think Councilmember Cruz, some of those numbers were right, but I don't know all of them offhand.
Mayor, this is Beth Miner, the city clerk. If I could ask council members, I know I'm going to be doodling for different days and times. If you could either send me an email or send me a text of when you are not available, so that it makes it easier for me to try and find other times to be able to do the meetings over the next couple of days. I heard some people who said they can't do it at 5, earlier, other days, etc. I don't want to be guessing on things that are going to absolutely be a no.
Okay, thank you. If everyone could please write Clerk Minor and give some availability, and then let's doodle for that. All right. Is there anything else on this? Any very last comments, words of wisdom, good takeout places?
No, good job, Adrian. Very good job.
Trying.
Go have a drink.
I'll go finish the slice. We had pizza in Chicago yesterday, so I'll go finish some of those leftovers.
It's always good with a beer.
Yep. All right.
To staff, thank you. I just want to say thank you to all the staff who's still here and members of the public. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Mayor, did you want to review where you left off after today, or we'll wait and do that tomorrow morning when we're a little fresher?
Maybe tomorrow morning. It would be helpful if tonight, maybe not tonight, maybe tomorrow, if you could just send us a list of the parking lot items we've put there so far, the action so far.
Yeah, we'll review those tomorrow.
All right.
Good night, everybody.
Good night,
everybody. It's 10:54. This meeting is adjourned.